Section 1 of Light Freights. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Light Freights by W. W. Jacobs. Section 1. An Odd Freak. "Speaking of money," said the night watchman thoughtfully, as he selected an empty soap-box on the wharf for a seat, "the whole world would be different if we all had more of it. It would be a brighter and a happier place for everybody." He broke off to open a small brass tobacco box and place a little quid of tobacco tenderly in a pouch in his left cheek, critically observing at the same time the efforts of a somewhat large steamer to get alongside the next wharf without blocking up more than 3 parts of the river. He watched it as though the entire operation depended upon his attention, and, the steamer fast, he turned his eyes back again and resumed his theme. "Of course, it's the being short that sharpens people," he admitted thoughtfully. "The sharpest man I ever knew never had a halfpenny in his pocket, and the ways he had of getting other chaps to pay for his beer would have made his fortune at the law if he'd only 'ad the edication. Playful little chap he was. I've seen men what didn't know him stand him a pot of beer and then follow him up the road to see him knock down a policeman as he'd promised. They'd follow him to the first policeman he met, and then he'd point them out and say they were going to 'alf kill him, and the policeman'd just stroll up and ask 'em what they were angerin' about for, but I never 'eard of a chap tellin' him. They used to go away stuck all of a 'eap. He died in the accident ward of the London hospital, poor chap." He shook his head thoughtfully, and ignoring the statement of a watchman at the next wharf that it was a fine evening, shifted his quid and laughed rumblingly. "The funniest way of raisin' the wind I ever 'eard of," he said in explanation, "was one that 'appened about 15 years ago. I'd just taken my discharge as A.B. from the North Star, trading between here and the Australian ports, and the men what the thing 'appened to was shipmates of mine, although only firemen. I knows it's a true story, because I was in it a little bit myself, and the other part I 'ad from all of 'em, and besides they didn't see anything funny in it at all, or anything out of the way. It seemed to them quite an easy way of making money, and I dare say if it had come off all right, I should have thought so too. In about a week arter we was paid off at the Albert Docks, these chaps was all cleaned out, and they was all in despair, with a thirst what wasn't half quenched, and a spree what was only in a manner of speaking just begun, and at the end of that time they came round to a room what I had to see what could be done. There was 4 of 'em in all, old Sam Small, Ginger Dick, Peter Russet, and an orphan nervy of Sam's whose father and mother was dead. The mother had been half nigger and half Malay when she was living, and Sam was always particular careful to point out that his nervy took after her. It was enough to make the poor woman turn in her grave to say so, but Sam used to say that he owed it to his brother to explain. "'What's to be done?' says Peter Russet, arter they had all said what miserable chaps they was and how badly sailor men was paid. "'We're all going to sign on in the Land's End, but she doesn't sail for a fortnight. What's to be done in the meantime for to live?' "'There's your watch, Peter,' says old Sam, dreamy like, "and there's Ginger's ring. It's a good job you kept that ring, Ginger. We're all in the same boat, mates, and I only wish as I'd got something for the general good. It's 'aving an orphan nervy what's keeping me poor." "Stow it," says the nervy, short like. "Everything's agin us," says old Sam. "There's them 4 green parrots I brought from Brazil, all dead." "So am I 2 monkeys," says Peter Russet, shaking his 'ead. "They used to sleep with me, too." They all shook their heads then, and Russet took Sam up very sharp, saying perhaps if he hadn't slept with the monkeys they wouldn't ha' died. He said if Sam knew more about monkeys than what he did, why didn't he put his money in 'em instead of green parrots what pulled their feathers out and died of cold? "Talking about monkeys," says Ginger Dick, interrupting old Sam suddenly. "What about young Beauty here?" "Well, what about him?" says Nervy in a nasty sort of way. "Why, he's worth 40 monkeys and millions of green parrots," says Ginger, starting up. "And here he is a-wasting of his opportunities, going about dressed like a Christian. Open your mouth, Beauty, and stick your tongue out and roll your eyes a bit." "Why not leave well alone, Ginger?" says Russet, and I thought so too. Young Beauty was quite enough for me without that. "To oblige me," says Ginger, anxiously, "just make yourself as ugly as what you can, Beauty." "Leave him alone," says old Sam, as his Nervy snarled at him. "You ain't everybody's money yourself, Ginger." "I tell you, mates," says Ginger, speaking very slow and solemn, "there's a fortune in him. I was looking at him just now, trying to think who he reminded me of. At first I thought it was that big stuffed monkey we saw at Melbourne. Then I suddenly remembered it was a wild man of Borneo I see when I was a kid up in Sunderland. When I say he was a 'andsome, good-'earted looking gentleman alongside of you, Beauty, do you begin to get my meaning?" "What's the idea, Ginger?" says Sam, getting up to lend me and Russet a hand with his Nervy. "My idea is this," says Ginger. "Take his clothes off and dress him up in that there winder blind, or something of the kind. Tie him up with a bit of line, and take him round to Ted Reddish in the highway and sell him for 100 quid as the wild man of Borneo." "What?" screams Beauty in an awful voice. "Let go, Peter, let go, d'ye hear?" "Hold your noise, Beauty, while your elders is speaking," says his uncle, and I could see he was struck with the idea. "You just try dressing me up in a winder blind," says his Nervy, half crying with rage. "Listen to reason, Beauty," says Ginger. "You'll have your share of the tin. It'll only be for a day or two, and then when we've cleared out you can make your escape, and there'll be £25 for each of us." "How do you make that out, Ginger?" says Sam in a cold voice. "Fours into 100, says Ginger. "Oh," says Sam. "Oh, indeed I wasn't aware that he was your Nervy, Ginger." "Share and share alike," says Russet. "It's a very good plan of yours, Ginger." Ginger holds his head up and looks at him hard. "I thought of the plan," he says, speaking very slowly and deliberate. "Sam's his uncle, and he's the wild man." "You needn't bother your fat head adding up sums, Ginger," says Russet, very polite. "I'm going to have my share, else I split to Ted Radish." None of 'em said a word about me. 2 of 'em was sitting on my bed. Ginger was using a handkerchief of mine what he found in the fireplace, and Peter Russet had had a drink out of the jug on my washstand, and yet they never even mentioned me. That's firemen all over, and that's how it is they get themselves so disliked. It took 'em the best part of an hour to talk round young Beauty, and the language they see fit to use made me thankful to think that the parrots didn't live to larn it. You never saw anything like Beauty when they had finished with him. If he was bad in his clothes, he was a perfect horror without 'em. Ginger Dick faked him up beautiful, but there was no pleasing him. First he found fault with the winder blind, which he said didn't fit. Then he grumbled about going barefoot. Then he wanted something to hide his legs, which was natural considering the shape of 'em. Ginger Dick nearly lost his temper with him, and it was all old Sam could do to stop himself from casting him off forever. He was finished at last, and arter Peter Russet had slipped downstairs and found a bit of broken clothes prop in the yard, and he'd been shown how to lean on it and make a noise, Ginger said as how if Ted Reddish got him for £100, he'd get him a bargain. "We must have a cab," says old Sam. "Cab?" says Ginger. "What for?" "We should have half Wapping following us," said Sam. "Go out and put your ring up, Ginger, and fetch a cab." Ginger started grumbling, but he went, and presently came back with the cab and the money, and they all went downstairs leading the wild man by a bit of line. They only met one party coming up, and he seemed to remember something he'd forgotten what ought to be fetched at once. Ginger went out first and opened the cab door, and then stood there waiting because at the last moment the wild man said the winder blind was slipping down. They got him out at last, but before he could get in, the cab was going up the road at 10 miles an hour, with Ginger hanging onto the door, calling it to stop. It came back at about 1.5 miles an hour, and the remarks of the cabman was extraordinary. Even when he got back, he wouldn't start till he'd had double fare paid in advance. But they got in at last and drove off. There was a fine scene at Ted Reddish's door. Ginger said that if there was a bit of struggle, it would be a good advertisement for Ted Reddish, and they might perhaps get more than 100. And all the three of 'em could do, they couldn't get the wild man out of that cab, and the cabman was up and about half crazy. Every now and then they'd get the wild man half out, and then he'd get in again and snarl. He didn't seem to know when to leave off, and Ginger and the others got almost as sick of it as the cabman. It must have taken 2 years' wear out of that cab, but they got him out at last, and Reddish's door being open to see what the row was about, they went straight in. "What's all this?" says Reddish, who was a tall, thin man with a dark mustache. "It's a wild man of Borneo," says Ginger, panting. "We caught him in a forest in Brazil, and we've come to give you the first offer." Ted Reddish was so surprised he couldn't speak at first. The wild man seemed to take his breath away, and he looked in a helpless kind of a way at his wife, who'd just come down. She was a nice-looking woman, fat, with a lot of yeller hair, and she smiled at him as though she'd known him all their lives. "Come into the parlor," she says, kindly, just as Ted was beginning to get his breath. They followed him in, and the wild man was just going to make himself comfortable in an easy chair when Ginger gave him a look, and he curled up on the hearthrug instead. "He ain't a very fine specimen," says Ted Reddish at last. "It's the red side whiskers I don't like," says his wife. "Besides, who ever heard of a wild man in a collar and necktie?" "You got hold of the wrong one," says Ted Reddish, before Ginger Dick could speak up for himself. "Oh, I beg your pardon," says Mrs. Reddish to Ginger, very polite. "I thought it was funny a wild man should be wearing a collar. It's my mistake. That's the wild man, I suppose, on the hearthrug." "That's him, Mum," says old Sam, very short. "He don't look wild enough," says Reddish. "No, he's much too tame," says his wife, shaking her yellow curls. The chaps all looked at each other then, and the wild man began to think it was time he did something. And the nearest thing Andy being Ginger's leg, he put his teeth into it. Anybody might have thought Ginger was a wild man then, the way he went on. And Mrs. Reddish said that even if he so far forgot himself as to use such language afore her, he oughtn't to before a poor heathen animal. "How much do you want for him?" says Ted Reddish, after Ginger had got his leg away and taken it to the winder to look at it. £100, says old Sam. Ted Reddish looked at his wife, and they both laughed as though they'd never leave off. "Why, the market price of the best wild men is only 30 shillings, says Reddish, wiping his eyes. "I'll give you £1 for him." Old Sam looked at Russet, and Russet looked at Ginger, and then they all laughed. "Well, there's no getting over you, I can see that," says Reddish at last. "Is he strong?" "Strong? Strong ain't the word for it," says Sam. "Bring him to the back and let him have a wrestle with one of the brown bears, Ted," says his wife. "He'd kill it," says old Sam hastily. "Never mind," says Reddish, getting up. "Brown bears is cheap enough." They all got up then, none of 'em knowing what to do, except the wild man, that is, and he got his arms tight round the leg of the table. "Well," says Ginger, "we'll be pleased for him to wrestle with the bear, but we must have the 100 quid first, in case he injures himself a little." Ted Reddish looked hard at him, and then he looked at his wife again. "I'll just go outside and talk it over with the missus," he says at last, and they both got up and went out. "It's all right," says old Sam, winking at Ginger. "Fair cop," says Ginger, who was still rubbing his leg. "I told you it would be, but there's no need for Beauty to overdo it. He nearly had a bit out of my leg." "All right," says the wild man, shifting along the hearthrug to where Peter was sitting. "But it won't do for me to be too tame. You heard what you said." "How are you feeling, old man?" says Peter in a kind voice, as he tucked his legs away under his chair. "Grr," says the wild man, going on all fours to the back of the chair. "Grr, grr." "Don't play the fool, Beauty," says Peter, with an uneasy smile as he twisted his head round. "Call him off, Sam." "Grr," says the wild man, sniffing at his legs. "Grr." "Easy on, Beauty. It's no good biting 'em till they come back," says old Sam. "I won't be bit at all," says Russet, very sharply. "Mind that, Sam. It's my belief Beauty's gone mad." "Hush," says Ginger. And they heard Ted Reddish and his wife coming back. They came in, sat down again, and after Ted had had another good look at the wild man, and prodded him all over and looked at his teeth, he spoke up and said they decided to give £100 for him at the end of 3 days, if he'd suited. "I suppose," says Sam, looking at the others, "that we could have a bit of it now to go on with?" "It's agin our way of doing business," says Ted Reddish. "If it had been a lion or a tiger, we could, but wild men we never do." "The thing is," says Mrs. Reddish, as the wild man started on Russet's leg and was pulled off by Sam and Ginger, "where to put him?" "Why not put him in with the black leopard?" says her husband. "There's plenty of room in his cage," says his wife thoughtfully, "and it'd be company for him, too." "Well, I don't think the wild man'd like that," says Ginger. "I'm sartin sure he wouldn't," says old Sam, shaking his head. "Well, we must put him in a cage by himself, I suppose," says Reddish. "But we can't be put to much expense. I'm sure the money we spent in cat's meat for the last wild man we had was awful." "Don't you spend too much money on cat's meat for him," says Sam. "He'd very likely leave it. Bringing him home, we used to give him the same as we had ourselves, and he got on all right." "It's a wonder you didn't kill him," says Reddish severely. "He'll be fed very different here, I can tell you. You won't know him at the end of 3 days." "Don't change him too sudden," says Ginger, keeping his head turned away from the wild man, what was trying to catch his eye. "Cook his food at first, 'cause he's been used to it." "I know what to give him," says Reddish offhandedly. "I ain't been in the line 27 years for nothing. Bring him out to the back, and I'll put him in his new home." They all got up, and taking no notice of the wild man's whispers, followed Ted Reddish and his wife out to the back, where all the wild beasts in the world seemed to have collected to roar out to each other what a beastly place it was. "I'm going to put him in Happy Cottage for a time," says Reddish. "Lend a hand here, William," he says, beckoning to one of his men. "Is that Happy Cottage?" says old Sam, sniffing, as they got up to a nasty empty cage with a chain and staple in the wall. Ted Reddish said it was. "What makes you call it that?" says Sam. Reddish didn't seem to hear him, and it took all Ginger's coaxing to get Beauty to go in. "It's only for a day or 2, he whispers. "But how am I to escape when you've got the brass?" says the wild man. "We'll look after that," says Ginger, who hadn't got the least idea. The wild man had a little show for the last time, just to impress Ted Reddish, and it was pretty to see the way William handled him. The look on the wild man's face showed us how it was a revelation to him. Then his 3 mates took a last look at him and went off. For the first day, Sam felt uneasy about him, and used to tell us tales about his dead brother, which made us think Beauty was lucky to take after his mother, but it wore off, and the next night in the Admiral Cochrane, he put his head on Ginger's shoulder and wept for happiness as he spoke of Nervy's home at the Happy Cottage. On the 3rd day, Sam was going round in the morning for the money, but Ginger says it wasn't advisable to show any haste, so they left it till evening, and Peter Russet wrote Sam a letter signed Barnum, offering him 200 for the wild man, in case Ted Reddish should want to beat him down. They all had a drink before they went in, and was smiling with good temper to such an extent that they had to wait a minute to get their faces straight afore going in. "Come in," says Reddish, and they followed him into the parlor, where Mrs. Reddish was sitting in an armchair, shaking her head and looking at the carpet very sorrowful. "I was afraid you'd come," she says in a low voice. "So was I," says Reddish. "What for?" says old Sam. It didn't look much like money, and he felt cross. "We've had a loss," says Mrs. Reddish. She touched herself, and then they see she was all in black, and that Ted Reddish was wearing a black tie and a bit of crape round his arm. "Sorry to hear it, Mom," says old Sam. "It was very sudden, too," says Mrs. Reddish, wiping her eyes. "That's better than laying long," says Peter Russet, comforting like. Ginger Dick gives a cough. £25 was what he'd come for, not to hear this sort of talk. "We've been in the wild beast line 27 years," says Mrs. Reddish, "and it's the first time anything of this sort has happened." "Healthy family, I suppose," says Sam, staring. "Tell him, Ted," says Mrs. Reddish, in a husky whisper. "No, you," says Ted. "It's your place," says Mrs. Reddish. "A woman can break it better," says her husband. "Tell us what," says Ginger, very snappish. Ted Reddish cleared his throat. "It wasn't our fault," he says slowly, while Mrs. Reddish began to cry again. "Generally speaking, animals is afraid of wild men, and night before last, as the wild man what you left on approval didn't seem to like Appy Cottage, we took him out and put him in with the tiger." "Put him in with the what?" says the unfortunate man's uncle, jumping off his chair. "The tiger," says Reddish. "We heard something in the night, but we thought they was only having a little bit of a tiff like. In the morning I went down with a bit of cold meat for the wild man, and I thought at first he'd escaped, but looking a little bit closer—" "Don't, Ted," says his wife. "I can't bear it." "Do you mean to tell me as the tiger has eat him?" screams old Sam. "Most of him," says Ted Reddish. "But he couldn't have been much of a wild man to let a tiger get the better of him. I must say I was surprised." "We both was," says Mrs. Reddish, wiping her eyes. "You might have heard a pin drop." Old Sam's eyes was large and staring. Peter Russell was sucking his teeth, and Ginger was wondering what the law would say of it, if it heard of it. "It's an unfortunate thing for all parties," says Ted Reddish at last, getting up and standing on the hearthrug. "Horrible," says Sam huskily. "You ought to have known better than to put him in with a tiger. What could you expect? Why, it was a mad thing to do." "Cruel thing," says Peter Russet. "You don't know the business properly," says Ginger. "That's about what it is. You should have known better than that." "Well, it's no good making a fuss about it," says Reddish. "It was only a wild man after all, and he'd have died anyhow, 'cause he wouldn't eat the raw meat we gave him, and his pan of water was scarcely touched. He'd have starved himself anyhow. I'm sorry, as I said before, but I must be off. I've got an appointment down at the docks." He moved towards the door. Ginger Dick gave Russet a nudge and whispered something, and Russet passed it on to Sam. "What about the £100?" says poor Beauty's uncle, catching older Reddish as he passed him. "Eh?" says Reddish, surprised. "Oh, that's off." "Oh," says Sam. "Oh, is it? We want £100 off of you, and what's more, we mean to have it." "But the tigers ate him," says Mrs. Reddish, explaining. "I know that," says Sam sharply, "but he was our wild man, and we want to be paid for him. You should have been more careful. We'll give you 5 minutes, and if the money ain't paid by that time, we'll go straight off to the police station." "Well, go," says Ted Reddish. Sam got up, very stern, and looked at Ginger. "You'll be ruined if we do," says Ginger. "All right," says Ted Reddish, comfortably. "I'm not sure they can't hang you," says Russet. "I ain't sure either," says Reddish. and I'd like to know how the law stands, in case it happens again." "Come on, Sam," says Ginger. "Come straight to the police station." He got up and moved towards the door. Ted Reddish didn't move a muscle, but Mrs. Reddish flopped on her knees and caught old Sam round the legs and held him so he couldn't move. "Spare him," she says, crying. "Let go of my legs, Mom," says Sam. "Come on, Sam," says Ginger. "Come to the police." Old Sam made a desperate effort, and Mrs. Reddish called him a cruel monster, and let go, and hid her face on her husband's shoulder as they all moved out of the parlor, laughing like a mad thing with hysterics. They moved off slowly, not knowing what to do, as, of course, they knew they daren't go to the police about it. Ginger Dick's temper was awful, but Peter Russet said they mustn't give up all hope. He'd write to Ted Reddish and tell him, as a friend, what a danger he was in. Old Sam didn't say anything, the loss of his navy and £25 at the same time being almost more than his art could bear, and in a slow, melancholy fashion they walked back to old Sam's lodgings. "Well, what the blazes is up now?" says Ginger Dick as they turned the corner. "There was 300 or 400 people standing in front of the house, and women's heads out of all the windows screaming their hardest for the police, and as they got closer they heard an incessant knocking. It took 'em nearly 5 minutes to force their way through the crowd, and then they nearly went crazy as they saw the wild man with half the winder blind missing, but otherwise well and hearty, standing on the step and giving rat-a-tat-tats at the door for all he was worth. They never got to know the rights of it, Beauty getting so excited every time they asked him how he got on, that they had to give it up. But they began to have a sort of idea at last that Ted Reddish had been having a game with them, and that Mrs. Reddish was worse than what he was. End of section 1. Recording by Todd.
Section 2 of Light Freights. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Light Freights by W.W. Jacobs. A Garden Plot. The able-bodied men of the village were at work, the children were at school singing the multiplication table lullaby, while the wives and mothers at home nursed the baby with one hand and did the housework with the other. At the end of the village, an old man, past work, sat at a rough deal table under the creaking signboard of the Cauliflower, gratefully drinking from a mug of ale supplied by a chance traveller who sat opposite him. The shade of the elms was pleasant and the ale good. The traveller filled his pipe, and, glancing at the dusty hedges and the white road baking in the sun, called for the mugs to be refilled, and pushed his pouch towards his companion, after which he paid a compliment to the appearance of the village. "It ain't what it was when I was a boy," quavered the old man, filling his pipe with trembling fingers. "I mind when the grindstone was stuck just outside the window of the forge, instead of being one side, as it now is, and as for the shop window, it's twice the size it was when I was a young'un." He lit his pipe with the scientific accuracy of a smoker of 60 years' standing, and shook his head solemnly as he regarded his altered birthplace. Then his colour heightened and his dim eye flashed. "It's the people about here has changed more than the place has," he said, with sudden fierceness. "There's a set of men about here nowadays as are no good to anybody, regular rascals, and if you've the mind to listen I can tell you of one or two as couldn't be beat in London itself. There's Tom Adams, for one. He went and started what he called a benevolent club. 3 pence a week each we paid again, sickness or accident, and Tom was secretary. 3 weeks after the club was started, he caught a chill and was laid up for a month. He got back to work a week, and then he sprained something in his leg, and after that, his inside went wrong. We didn't think much of it at first, not understanding figures, but at the end of 6 months the club hadn't got a farthing, and they was in Tom's debt £1 17 6. He isn't the only one of that sort in the place either. There was Herbert Richardson. He went to town and came back with the idea of a goose club for Christmas. We paid 2 pence a week into that for pretty near 10 months, and then Herbert went back to town again, and we hear of him, through his sister, is that he's still there and doing well, and don't know when he'll be back. But the artfullest and worst man in this place, and that's saying a good deal, mind you, is Bob Pretty. Deep is no word for him. There's no way of being up to him. It's through him that we lost our flower show, and if you like to hear the rights of that, I don't suppose there's anybody in this place who knows as much about it as I do. Barring Bob himself, that is, but he wouldn't tell it to you as plain as I can. We'd only had the flower show 1 year, and little anybody thought that the next one was to be the last. The first year you might smell the place a mile off in the summer, and on the day of the show people came from a long way round, and brought money to spend at the Cauliflower and other places. It was started just after we got our new parson, and Mrs. Pollett, the parson's wife, his name being Pollett, thought as she'd encourage men to love their homes and be better husbands by giving a prize every year for the best cottage garden. £3 was the prize, and a metal teapot with writing on it. As I said, we only had it 2 years. The first year the garden as got it was a picture, and Bill Chambers, him as won the prize, used to say he was out of pocket by it, taking his time and the money he spent on flowers. Not as we believed that, you understand, especially as Bill did his very best to get it the next year, too. He didn't get it, and though perhaps most of us was glad he didn't, we was all very surprised at the way it turned out in the end. The flower show was to be held on the 5th of July, just as almost everything about here was at its best. On the 15th of June, Bill Chambers' garden seemed to be leading, but Peter Smith and Joe Gubbins and Sam Jones and Henry Walker was almost as good, and it was understood that more than one of 'em had got a surprise which they'd produced at the last moment, too late for the others to copy. We used to sit up here of an evening at this Cauliflower public house and put money on it. I put mine on Henry Walker, and the time I spent in his garden helping him is a sin and a shame to think of. Of course, some of 'em used to make fun of it, and Bob Pretty was the worst of 'em all. He was always a lazy, good-for-nothing man, and his garden was a disgrace. He'd chuck down any rubbish in it, old bones, old tins, bits of an old bucket, anything to make it untidy. He used to laugh at 'em awful about their gardens, and about being took up by the parson's wife. Nobody ever see him do any work, real hard work, but the smell from his place at dinner time was always nice, and I believe that he knew more about game than the parson himself did. It was the day after this one I'm speaking about, the 16th of June, that the trouble all began, and it came about in a very extraordinary way. George English, a quiet man getting into years, who used when he was younger to follow the sea, and whose only misfortune was that he was a brother-in-law of Bob Prettius, his sister marrying Bob while he was at sea and knowing nothing about it, had a letter come from a mate of his who had gone to Australia to live. He'd had letters from Australia before, as we all knew from Miss Wicks at the post office, but this one upset him altogether. He didn't seem to know what to do about it. While he was wondering, Bill Chambers passed. He always did pass George's house about that time in the evening, it being on his way home, and he saw George standing at his gate with a letter in his hand, looking very puzzled. "Evenin', George," says Bill. "Evenin'," says George. "Not bad news, I hope," says Bill, noticing his manner and thinking it was strange. "No," says George. "I'm just had a very extraordinary letter from Australia," he says. "That's all." Bill Chambers was always a very inquisitive sort of man, and he stayed and talked to George until George, after first making him swear oaths that he wouldn't tell a soul, took him inside and showed him the letter. It was more like a storybook than a letter. George's mate, John Biggs by name, wrote to say that an uncle of his who had just died on his deathbed told him that 30 years ago he had been in this very village, staying at this here very Cauliflower, whose beer we're drinking now. In the night, when everybody was asleep, he got up and went quiet-like and buried a bag of 517 sovereigns and 1/2 sovereign in one of the cottage gardens till he could come for it again. He didn't say how he come by the money, and when Bill spoke about that, George English said that, knowing the man, he was afraid he hadn't come by it honest. But anyway, his friend John Biggs wanted it, and what was more, had asked him in the letter to get it for him. "And what I'm to do about it, Bill," he says, "I don't know. All the directions he gives is that he thinks it was the 10th cottage on the right-hand side of the road, coming down from the Cauliflower. He thinks it's the 10th, but he's not quite sure. Do you think I'd better make it known and offer a reward of 10 shillings, say, to anyone who finds it?" "No," says Bill, shaking his head. "I should hold on a bit if I was you and think it over. I shouldn't tell another single soul if I was you." "I believe you're right," says George. "John Biggs would never forgive me if I lost that money for him. You remember about keeping it secret, Bill." Bill swore he wouldn't tell a soul, and he went off home and had his supper, and he walked up the road to the Cauliflower and back, and then up and back again, thinking over what George had been telling him, and noticing what he had never taken the trouble to notice before, that his very house was the 10th one from the Cauliflower. Mrs. Chambers woke up at 2 o'clock next morning and told Bill to get up further, and then found he wasn't there. She was rather surprised at first, but she didn't think much of it, and thought, what happened to be true, that he was busy in the garden, it being a light night. She turned over and went to sleep again, and at 5 when she woke up she could distinctly hear Bill working his hardest. Then she went to the window and nearly dropped as she saw Bill in his shirt and trousers digging away like mad. A quarter of the garden was all dug up, and she shoved open the window and screamed out to know what he was doing. Bill stood up straight and wiped his face with his shirt sleeve and started digging again, and then his wife just put something on and rushed downstairs as fast as she could go. "What on earth are you doing of, Bill?" she screams. "Go indoors," says Bill, still digging. "Have you gone mad?" she says, half crying. Bill just stopped to throw a lump of mold at her and then went on digging till Henry Walker, who also thought he had gone mad, didn't want to stop him too soon, put his head over the hedge and asked him the same thing. "Ask no questions and you'll hear no lies, and keep your ugly face your own side of the hedge," says Bill. "Take it indoors and frighten your children with," he says. "I don't want it staring at me." Henry walked off offended, and Bill went on with his digging. He wouldn't go to work, and he had his breakfast in the garden, and his wife spent all the morning in the front answering the neighbors' questions and begging of 'em to go in and say something to Bill. One of 'em did go, and he came back almost directly and stood there for hours telling different people what Bill had said to her, and asking whether he couldn't be locked up for it. By tea time, Bill was dead beat, and that stiff he could hardly raise his bread and butter to his mouth. Several of the chaps looked in the evening, but all they could get out of him was that it was a new way of cultivating his garden he had just heard of, and that those who lived the longest would see the most. By night time he'd nearly finished the job, and his garden was just ruined. Afore people had done talking about Bill, I'm blessed if Peter Smith didn't go and cultivate his garden in exactly the same way. The parson and his wife was away on their holiday, and nobody could say a word. The curate who had come over to take his place for a time, and who took the names of people for the flower show, did point out to him that he was spoiling his chances, but Peter was so rude to him that he didn't stay long enough to say much. When Joe Gubbins started digging up his garden, people began to think they were all bewitched, and I went round to see Henry Walker to tell him what a fine chance he'd got, and to remind him that I'd put another 9 pence on him the night before. All he said was, "More fool you," and went on digging a hole in his garden big enough to put a house in. In a fortnight's time there wasn't a garden worth looking at in the place, and it was quite clear there'd be no flower show that year, and of all the silly, bad-tempered men in the place, them as had dug up their pretty gardens was the worst. It was just a few days before the day fixed for the flower show, and I was walking up the road when I see Joe and Henry Walker and one or two more leaning over Bob Pretty's fence and talking to him. I stopped, too, to see what they were looking at, and found they was watching Bob's two boys a-weeding of his garden. It was a disgraceful, untidy sort of place, as I said before, with a few marigolds and nasturtiums and such like put in anywhere, and Bob was walking up and down smoking of his pipe and watching his wife hoe between the plants and cut off dead marigold blooms. "That's a pretty garden you've got there, Bob," says Joe, grinning. "I've seen worse," says Bob. "Going in for the flower show, Bob," says Henry with a wink at us. "Of course I am," says Bob, holding his head up. "My marigolds ought to pull me through," he says. Henry wouldn't believe it at first, but when he saw Bob show his missus how to pat that path down with the back of the spade and hold the nails for her while she nailed a climbing nasturtium to the fence, he went off and fetched Bill Chambers and one or two others, and they all leaned over the fence breathing their artist and a-saying of all the nasty things to Bob they could think of. "It's the best-kept garden in the place," says Bob. "I ain't afraid of your new way of cultivating flowers, Bill Chambers. Old-fashioned ways suit me best. I learned how to grow flowers from my father." "You ain't had the cheek to give your name in, Bob," says Sam Jones, staring. Bob didn't answer him. "Take those bits of grass out of the path, old gal," he says to his wife. "They look untidy, and untidiness I can't bear." He walked up and down smoking his pipe and pretending not to notice Henry Walker, what had moved farther along the fence, and was staring at some drabble-tailed-looking geraniums, as if he'd seen 'em before, but wasn't quite sure where. "Admiring my geraniums, Henry," says Bob at last. "Where'd you get 'em?" says Henry, hardly able to speak. "My florist's," says Bob in an offhand manner. "Your what?" asks Henry. "My florist," says Bob. "And who might he be when he's at home?" asked Henry. "'Tain't so likely I'm going to tell you that," says Bob. "Be reasonable, Henry, and ask yourself whether it's likely I would tell you his name. Why, I've never seen such fine geraniums afore. I've been nursing 'em inside all summer and just planted 'em out." "About 2 days after I threw mine over my back fence," says Henry Walker, speaking very slowly. "Oh," says Bob, surprised. "I didn't know you had any geraniums, Henry. I thought you was digging for gravel this year." Henry didn't answer him, not because he didn't want to, mind you, but because he couldn't. "That one," says Bob, pointing at a broken geranium with the stem of his pipe, "is a Duke o' Wellington, and that white one there is what I'm going to call Pretty's Pride. That fine marigold over there what looks like a sunflower is called Golden Dreams." "Come along, Henry," says Bill Chambers, bursting. Come and get something to take the taste out of your mouth." "I'm sorry I can't offer you a flower for your buttonhole," says Bob politely, "but it's getting so near the flower show now I can't afford it. If you chaps only knew what pleasure was to be had sitting among your innocent flowers, you wouldn't want to go to the public house so often." He shook his head at him, and telling his wife to go give the Duke of Wellington a mug of water, sat down in the chair again and wiped the sweat off his brow. Bill Chambers did a bit of thinking as they walked up the road, and by he turns to Joe Gubbins and he says, "Seen anything of George English lately, Joe?" "Yes," says Joe. "Seems to me we all have," says Sam Jones. None of 'em liked to say what was in their minds, having all seen George English and swore pretty strong not to tell his secret, and none of 'em liking to own up that they'd been digging up their gardens to get money as he'd told them about. But presently Bill Chambers says, "Without telling no secrets or breaking no promises, Joe, supposing a certain house was mentioned in a certain letter from foreign parts, what house was it?" "Supposing it was so," says Joe, careful too, "the second house coming from the cauliflower." "The 9th house, you mean," says Henry Walker, sharply. "Second house in Mill Lane, you mean," says Sam Jones, what lived there. Then they all see how they'd been done, and that they wasn't, in a manner of speaking, referring to the same letter. They came up and sat here where we're sitting now, all dazed like. It wasn't only the chance of losing the prize that upset 'em, but they'd wasted their time and ruined their gardens and got called mad by the other folks. Henry Walker's state of mind was dreadful for to see, and he kept thinking of horrible things to say to George English, and then being afraid they wasn't strong enough. While they was talking, who should come along but George English hisself. He came right up to the table, and they all sat back on the bench and stared at him fierce, and Henry Walker crinkled his nose at him. "Evening," he says, but none of 'em answered him. They all looked at Henry to see what he was going to say. "What's up?" says George in surprise. "Gardens," says Henry. "So I've heard," says George. He shook his head and looked at them sorrowful and severe at the same time. "So I heard, and I couldn't believe my ears till I went and looked for myself," he says. "And what I want to say is this. You know what I'm referring to. If any man has found what don't belong to him, he knows who to give it to. It ain't what I should have expected of men what's lived in the same place as me for years. Talk about honesty," he says, shaking his head again. "I should like to see a little of it." Peter Smith opened his mouth to speak, and hardly knowing what he was doing, took a pull at his beer at the same time, and if Sam Jones hadn't been by to thump him on the back, I believe he'd have died there and then. "Mark my words," says George English, speaking very slow and solemn. "There will be no blessing on it. Whoever's made his fortune by getting up and digging his garden over won't get no real benefit from it. He may wear a black coat and new trousers on Sundays, but he won't be happy. I'll go and get my little taste of beer somewhere else," he says. "I can't breathe here." He walked off before anyone could say a word. Bill Chambers dropped his pipe and smashed it. Henry Walker sat staring after him with his mouth wide open, and Sam Jones, who was always one to take advantage, drank his own beer under the firm belief that it was Joe's. "I shall take care that Mrs. Pollitt hears of this," says Henry at last. "And be asked what you dug up your garden for," says Joe, "and have to explain that you broke your promise to George. Why, she'd talk at us for years and years." "And parson'd preach a sermon about it," says Sam. "Where's your sense, Henry?" "We should be the larfing stock for miles round," says Bill Chambers. "If anybody wants to know, I dug my garden up to enrich the soil for next year, and also to give some other chap a chance of the prize." Peter Smith has always been an unfortunate man. He's got the name for it. He was just having another drink as Bill said that, and this time we all thought he'd gone. He did hisself. Mrs. Pollitt and the parson came home the next day, and her voice got that squeaky with surprise it was painful to listen to her. All the chaps stuck to the tale that they'd dug their garden up to give the others a chance, and Henry Walker, he went further and said it was owing to a sermon on unselfishness what the curate had preached 3 weeks afore. He had a nice little red-covered hymn book the next day with "From a Friend" wrote in it. All things considered, Mrs. Pollitt was for doing away with the flower show that year and giving 2 prizes next year instead, but 1 or 2 other chaps, encouraged by Bob's example, had given in their names too, and they said it wouldn't be fair to their wives. All the gardens but 1 was worse than Bob's, they not having started till later than what he did, and not being able to get their geraniums from his florist. The only better garden was Ralph Thompson's, who lived next door to him, but 2 nights before the flower show his pig got walking in its sleep. Ralph said it was a mystery to him how the pig could have got out. It must have put its foot through a hole too small for it, and turned the bottom of its door, and then climbed over a 4-foot fence. He told Bob he wished the pig could speak, but Bob said that that was sinful and unchristian of him, and that most likely if it could, it would only call him a lot of bad names and ask him why he didn't feed it properly. There was quite a crowd on Flower Show Day following the judges. First of all, to Bill Chambers's astonishment and surprise, they went to his place and stood on the eaves in his garden judging him, while Bill peeped at him through the kitchen window half crazy. They went to every garden in the place until one of the young ladies got tired of it and asked Mrs. Pollitt whether they was there to judge cottage gardens or earthquakes. Everybody held their breaths that evening in the schoolroom when Mrs. Pollitt got up on the platform and took a slip of paper from one of the judges. She stood a moment waiting for silence, then held up her hand to stop what she thought was clapping at the back, but which was 2 or 3 women who had to take their crying babies out trying to quiet 'em in the porch. Then Mrs. Pollitt put her glasses on her nose and just read out, short and sweet, that the prize of 3 sovereigns and a metal teapot for the best-kept cottage garden had been won by Mr. Robert Pretty. 1 or 2 people patted Bob on the back as he walked up the middle to take the prize, then 1 or 2 more did, and Bill Chambers's pat was the artiest of 'em all. Bob stopped and spoke to him about it. You would hardly think that Bob would have had the cheek to stand up there and make a speech, but he did. He said it gave him great pleasure to take the teapot and the money, and the more pleasure because he felt he had earned 'em. He said that if he told them all he'd done to make sure of the prize, they'd be surprised. He said that he'd been like Ralph Thompson's pig, up early and late. He stood up there talking as though he was never going to leave off, and said that he hoped that his example would be a benefit to his neighbors. Some of 'em seemed to think that digging was everything, but he could say with pride that he hadn't put a spade to his garden for 3 years until a week ago, and then not much. He finished his remarks by saying that he was going to give a tea party up at the Cauliflower to christen the teapot, where he'd be pleased to welcome all friends. Quite a crowd got up and followed him out then, instead of waiting for the dissolving views, and came back half an hour afterwards, saying that until they'd got as far as the Cauliflower, they had no idea as Bob was so particular with who he mixed with. That was the last flower show we ever had in Claybury. Mrs. Pollitt and all the judges meeting the tea party, coming home, and having to get over a gate into a field to let it pass. What with that and Mrs. Pollitt tumbling over something further up the road, which turned out to be the teapot, smelling strong of beer, the flower show was given up, and the parson preached 3 Sundays running on the sin of beer drinking to children who'd never had any, and women who couldn't get it. End of section 2.
Section 3 of Light Frights. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Larry Giesecke. Light Frights by W. W. Jacobs. Private close. At 9:30, the crew of the Merman were buried in slumber. At 9:32, 3 members were awake with heads protruding out of their bunks, trying to peer through the gloom, while the 4th dreamt that a tea tray was falling down a never-ending staircase. On the floor of the forecastle something was cursing prettily and rubbing itself. "Did you hear anything, Ted?" inquired a voice in an interval of silence. "Who is it?" demanded Ted, ignoring the question. "What do you want?" "I'll let you know who I am," said the thick and angry voice. "I broke my blasted back." "Light the lamp, Bill," said Ted. Bill struck a tinder stick match and carefully nursed the tiny sulphurous flame with his hand, saw dimly some highly colored object on the floor. He got out of the bunk and lit the lamp, and an angry and very drunken member of Her Majesty's Foot Forces became visible. "What are you doing here?" inquired Ted sharply. "This ain't the guard room." "Who knocked me over?" demanded the soldier sternly. "Take your coat off like a man." He rose to his feet and swayed unsteadily to and fro. "If you keep your little heads still," he said gravely to Bill, "I'll punch 'em." By a stroke of good fortune he selected the real head, and gave it a blow which sent it crashing against the woodwork. For a moment the seaman stood gathering his senses. Then with an oath he sprang forward, and in the lightest of fighting trim waited until his adversary, who was by this time on the floor again, should have regained his feet. "He's drunk, Bill," said another voice. "Don't hurt him." "He's the chap what said he was coming aboard to see me. I met him in the Green Man this evening." "You was coming to see me, mate, wasn't you?" The soldier looked up stupidly, and gripping hold of the injured Bill by the shirt, staggered to his feet again, and advancing toward the last speaker, let fly suddenly in his face. "Sort man I am," he said autobiographically. "Feel my arm." The indignant Bill took him by both, and throwing himself upon him suddenly fell with him to the floor. The intruder's head met with the boards with a loud crash, and then there was silence. "You ain't killed him, Bill," said an old seaman, stooping over him anxiously. "Course not," was the reply. "Give us some water." He threw some in the soldier's face, and then poured some down his neck, but with no result. Then he stood upright and exchanged glances of consternation with his friends. "I don't like the way he's breathing," he said in a trembling voice. "You always was particular, Bill," said the cook, who had thankfully got to the bottom of his staircase. "If I was you—" He was not allowed to proceed any further. Footsteps and a voice were heard above, and, as old Thomas hastily extinguished the lamp, the mate's head was thrust down the scuttle, and the mate's voice sounded a profane reveille. "What are we going to do with it?" inquired Ted, as the mate walked away. "I'm Ted," said Bill nervously. "He's alive, all right." "If we put him ashore and he's dead," said old Thomas, "there'll be trouble for somebody." "Better let him be, and if he's dead, well, we don't none of us know nothing about it." The men ran up on deck, and Bill, being the last to leave, put a boot under the soldier's head before he left. 10 minutes later they were under way, and standing about the deck, discussing the situation in thrilling whispers as opportunity offered. At breakfast, by which time they were in a dirty tumbling sea, with the Nore lightship, a brown forlorn-looking object on their beam, the soldier, who had been breathing stentorously, raised his heavy head from the boot, and with glassy eyes and tightly compressed lips, gazed wonderingly about him. "What cheer, mate?" said the delighted Bill. "How goes it?" "Where am I?" inquired Private Henry Bliss in a weak voice. "Brig Merman," said Bill, "bound for Blystermouth." "Well, I'm damned," said Private Bliss. "It's a bloomin' miracle. Open the winder. It's a bit stuffy down here. Who brought me here?" "You came to see me last night," said Bob, "and fell down, I suppose. Then you punched Bill here in the eye and me in the jar." Mr. Bliss, still feeling very sick and faint, turned to Bill, and after critically glancing at the eye turned on him for inspection, transferred his regards to the other man's jaw. "I'm a devil when I'm boozed," he said, in a satisfied voice. "Well, I must get ashore. I shall get cells for this, I expect." He staggered to the ladder, and with unsteady haste gained the deck and made for the side. The heaving waters made him giddy to look at, and he gazed for preference at a thin line of coast stretching away in the distance. The startled mate, who was steering, gave him a hail, but he made no reply. A little fishing boat was jumping about in a way to make a seasick man crazy, and he closed his eyes with a groan. Then the skipper, aroused by the mate's hail, came up from below, and walking to him, put a heavy hand on his shoulder. "What are you doing aboard this ship?" he demanded austerely. "Go away," said Private Bliss faintly. "Take your paw off my tunic. You'll spoil it." He clung miserably to the side, leaving the incensed skipper to demand explanations from the crew. The crew knew nothing about him, and said that he must have stowed himself away in an empty bunk. The skipper pointed out coarsely that there were no empty bunks, whereupon Bill said that he had not occupied his the previous evening, but had fallen asleep sitting on the locker, and had injured his eye against a corner of a bunk in consequence, the proof whereof he produced the eye. "Look here, old man," said Private Bliss, who suddenly felt better. He turned and patted the skipper on the back. "You just turn to the left a bit and put me ashore, will you?" "I'll put you ashore at Blystermouth," said the skipper, with a grin. "You're a deserter, that's what you are, and I'll take care you're took care of." "You put me ashore!" roared Private Bliss, with a fine imitation of a sergeant major's parade voice. "Get out and walk," said the skipper contemptuously over his shoulder as he walked off. "Here," said Mr. Bliss, unbuckling his belt. "Hold my tunic, one of you. I'll learn him." Before the paralyzed crew could prevent him, he had flung his coat into Bill's arms and followed the master of the mermen aft. As a lightweight, he was rather fancied at the gymnasium, and in all the too brief exhibition which followed he displayed fine form and a knowledge of anatomy which even the skipper's tailor was powerless to frustrate. The frenzy of the skipper as Ted assisted him to his feet, and he saw his antagonist struggling in the arms of the crew, was terrible to behold. Strong men shivered at his words, but Mr. Bliss, addressing him as Whiskers, told him to call off the crew and to come on, and shaping as well as two pairs of brawny arms around his middle would permit, endeavored in vain to reach him. "This," said the skipper bitterly, as he turned to the mate, "is what you and me have to pay to keep up. I wouldn't let you go now, my lad, for a £5 note. Deserter, that's what you are." He turned and went below, and Private Bliss, after an insulting address to the mate, was hauled forward, struggling fiercely, and seated on the deck to recover. The excitement passed. He lost his color again, and struggling into his tunic, went and brooded over the side. By dinner time his faintness had passed, and he sniffed with relish at the smell from the galley. The cook emerged, bearing dinner to the cabin. Then he returned and took a fine smoking piece of boiled beef, flanked with carrots, down to the forecastle. Private Bliss eyed him wistfully, and his mouth watered. For a time pride struggled with hunger. Then pride won a partial victory, and he descended carelessly into the forecastle. "Can any of you chaps lend me a pipe o' tobaccy?" he asked cheerfully. Bill rummaged in his pocket and found a little tobacco in a twist of paper. "Bad thing to smoke on an empty stomach," he said with his mouth full. "'Tain't my fault it's empty," said Private Bliss pathetically. "'Tain't mine," said Bill. "I've 'eard," said the cook, who was a tender-hearted man, "as 'ow it's a good thing to go for a day or so without food sometimes." "Who said so?" inquired Private Bliss hotly. "Different people," replied the cook. "You can tell 'em from me they're blamed fools," said Mr. Bliss. There was an uncomfortable silence. Mr. Bliss lit his pipe, but it did not seem to draw well. "Did you like that pot o' six-half I stood you last night?" he inquired somewhat pointedly of Bob. Bob hesitated and looked at his plate. "No, it was a bit flat," he said at length. "Well, I won't stop you chaps at your grub," said Private Bliss bitterly, as he turned to depart. "You're not stopping us," said Ted cheerfully. "I'd offer you a bit only—" "Only what?" demanded the other. "Skipper's orders," said Ted. "He says we're not to. He says if we do, it's helping a deserter, and we'll all get 6 months." "But you're helping me by having me on board," said Private Bliss. "Besides, I don't want to desert." "We couldn't 'elp you coming aboard," said Bill. "That's what the old man said. But 'e says we can 'elp, giving him victuals, he says." "Well, have I got to starve?" demanded the horror-stricken Mr. Bliss. "Look here," said Bill frankly. "Go and speak to the old man. It's no good talking to us. Go and have it out with him." Private Bliss thanked him and went on deck. Old Thomas was at the wheel, and a pleasant clatter of knives and forks came up through the open skylight of the cabin. Ignoring the old man, who waved him away, he raised the open skylight still higher and thrust his head in. "Go away!" bawled the skipper, pausing with the knife in his fist as he caught sight of him. "I want to know where I'm to have my dinner," bawled back the thoroughly roused Mr. Bliss. "Your dinner?" said the skipper, with an air of surprise. "Why, I didn't know you 'ad any." Private Bliss took his head away, and holding it very erect, took his belt in a little and walked slowly up and down the deck. Then he went to the water cask and took a long drink, and an hour later a generous message was received from the skipper that he might have as many biscuits as he liked. On this plain fare Private Bliss lived the whole of that day and the next, catching a few hours' troubled sleep on the locker at nights. His peace of mind was by no means increased by the information of Ted that Blystermouth was a garrison town, and feeling that in spite of any explanation he would be treated as a deserter, he resolved to desert in good earnest at the first opportunity that offered. By the third day nobody took notice of him, and his presence on board was almost forgotten, until Bob, going down to the forecastle, created a stir by asking somewhat excitedly what had become of him. "He's on deck, I suppose," said the cook, who was having a pipe. "He's not," said Bob solemnly. "He's not gone overboard, I suppose," said Bill, starting up. Touched by this morbid suggestion, they went up on deck and looked around. Private Bliss was nowhere to be seen, and Ted, who was steering, had heard no splash. "He seems to have disappeared by magic," and the cook, after a hurried search, ventured aft and descended to the cabin, mentioning his fears to the skipper. "Nonsense," said that gentleman sharply. "I'll lay I'll find him." He came on deck and looked around, followed at a respectable distance by the crew, but there was no sign of Mr. Bliss. Then an idea, a horrid idea, occurred to the cook. The color left his cheeks and he gazed helplessly at the skipper. "What is it?" bawled the latter. The cook, incapable of speech, raised a trembling hand and pointed to the galley. The skipper started and, rushing to the door, drew it hastily back. Mr. Bliss had apparently finished, though he still toyed languidly with his knife and fork as though loath to put them down. A half-emptied saucepan of potatoes stood on the floor by his side, and a bone with a small fragment of meat adhering to it was between his legs on the saucepan lid which served as a dish. "Rather underdone, cook," he said severely, as he met the worthy's horror-stricken gaze. "Is that the cabins or the men's he's eaten?" vociferated the skipper. "Cabins," replied Mr. Bliss, before the cook could speak. "It looked the best. Now, has anybody got a nice cigar?" He drew back the door the other side of the galley as he spoke, and went out that way. A move was made toward him, but he backed, and picking up a handspike, swung it around his head. "Let him be," said the skipper in a choking voice. "Let him be. He'll have to answer for stealing my dinner when I get him ashore. Cook, take the men's dinner down to the cabin. I'll talk to you by and by." He walked aft and disappeared below, while Private Bliss, still fondling the handspike, listened unmoved to a lengthy vituperation which Bill called a plain and honest opinion of his behavior. "It's the last dinner you'll have for a time," he concluded spitefully. "It'll be skilly for you when you get ashore." Mr. Bliss smiled, and fidgeting with his tongue, asked him for the loan of his toothpick. "You won't be using it yourself," he urged. "Now you go below, all of you, and start on the biscuits. There's good men. It's no use standing there saying a lot of bad words what I left off when I was 4 years old." He filled his pipe with some tobacco he had thoughtfully borrowed from the cook before dinner, and dropped into a negligent attitude on deck, smoked placidly with his eyes half closed. The brig was fairly steady, and the air was hot and slumberous, and with an easy assurance that nobody would hit him while he was in that position, he allowed his head to fall to his chest and dropped off into a light sleep. It became evident to him the following afternoon that they were nearing Blystermouth. The skipper contented himself with eyeing him with an eye of malicious satisfaction, but the crew gratified themselves by painting the horrors of his position in strong colors. Private Bliss affected indifference, but listened eagerly to all they had to say, with the air of a general considering his enemy's plans. It was a source of disappointment to the crew that they did not arrive until after nightfall, and the tide was already too low for them to enter the harbor. They anchored outside, and Private Bliss, despite his position, felt glad as he smelt the land again and saw the twinkling lights of houses ashore. He could even hear the clatter of a belated vehicle driving along the seafront. Lights on the summits of the heights in the background indicated, so Bill said, the position of the fort. To the joy of the men, he partly broke down in the forecastle that night, and in tropical language severely blamed his parents, the school board, and the army for not having taught him to swim. The last thing Bill heard, ere sleep closed his lids, was a pious resolution on the part of Mr. Bliss to effect that all his children should be taught the art of natation as soon as they were born. Bill woke up just before 6, and hearing a complaining voice, thought at first his military friend was still speaking. The voice got more and more querulous, with occasional excursions into the profane, and the seaman, rubbing his eyes, turned his head, and he saw old Thomas groping about the forecastle. "What's the matter with you, old 'un?" he demanded. "I can't find my trousers," grumbled the old man. "Did you have 'em on larst night?" inquired Bill, who was still half asleep. "Course I did, you fool," said the other snappishly. "Be civil," said Bill calmly. "Be civil. Are you sure you haven't got 'em on now?" The old man greeted this helpful suggestion with a volley of abuse that Bill had lost his temper. "Perhaps somebody's got 'em on their bed thinking it was a patchwork quilt," he said coldly. "It's a mistake anybody might make. Have you got the jacket?" "I ain't got nothin'," replied the bewildered old man, "'cept what I stand up in." "That ain't much," said Bill frankly. "Where's that bloomin' soldier?" he demanded suddenly. "I don't know where he is. I don't care," replied the old man. "On deck, I s'pose." "Perhaps he's got 'em on," said the unforgiving Bill. "He didn't seem a very particular sort of chap." The old man started, and hurriedly ascended to the deck. He was absent 2 or 3 minutes, and when he returned, consternation was writ large upon his face. "He's gone," he sputtered. "There ain't no sign of him about, and the lifebelt what hangs on the galley 'as gone too. What am I to do?" "Well, they was old clothes," said Bill soothingly, "and you ain't a bad figure, not for your time of life, Thomas." "There's many a wooden-legged man 'u'd be glad to change with you," affirmed Ted, who had been roused by the noise. "You'll soon get over the feeling o' shyness, Thomas." The forecastle laughed encouragingly, and Thomas, who had begun to realize the position, joined in. He laughed till tears ran down his cheeks, and his excitement began to alarm his friends. "Don't be a fool, Thomas," said Bob anxiously. "I can't help it," said the old man, struggling hysterically. "It's the best joke I've heard." "He's gone dotty," said Ted solemnly. "I never 'eard a man larf like that 'cause he lost his clothes." "I'm not larfin' at that," said Thomas, regaining his composure by great effort. "I'm laughin' at a joke what you don't know yet." Then a deadly chill struck the hearts of the listeners at these words. Then Bill, after a glance at the foot of his bunk, where he usually kept his clothes, sprang out and began a hopeless search. The other men followed suit, and the air rang with lamentations and profanity. Even the spare suits in the men's chests had gone, and Bill, a prey to acute despair, sat down and in a striking passage consigned the entire British army to perdition. "He's taken one suit and chucked the rest overboard, I expect." "So we shan't be able to go arter him," said Thomas. "I expect he could swim arter all, Bill." Bill, still busy with the British army, paid no heed. "We must go and tell the old man," said Ted. "Better go careful," cautioned the cook. "Him and the mate 'ad a go at the whiskey last night, and you know what he's the next morning." The men went up slowly on deck. The morning was fine, but the air, chill with the breeze from the land, had them at a disadvantage. Ashore a few people were early astir. "You go down, Thomas. You're the oldest," said Bill. "I was thinking o' Ted going," said Thomas. "He's the youngest." Ted snorted derisively. "Oh, was you?" he remarked helpfully. "Or Bob," said the old man. "Don't matter much. Toss up for it," said the cook. Bill, who was keeping his money in his hand as the only safe place left to him, produced a penny and spun it in the air. "Wait a bit," said Ted earnestly. "What time was you to call the old man?" he asked, turning to the cook. "Toss up for it," repeated that worthy hurriedly. "6 o'clock," said Bob, speaking to him. "It's that now, cookie. You better go call him at once." "I dasn't go like this," said the trembling cook. "Well, you'll have to," said Bill. If the old man misses the tide, you know what you've got to expect. Let's follow him down, said Ted. Come along, Cookie. We'll see you righted. The cook thanked him and, followed by the others, led the way down to interview the skipper. The clock ticked on the mantelpiece, and heavy snoring proceeded both from the mate's bunk and the stateroom. On the door of the latter the cook knocked gently. Then he turned the handle and peeped in. The skipper, raising a heavy head, set in matted hair and disordered whiskers, glared at him fiercely. "What do you want?" he roared. "If you please, sir," began the cook. He opened the door as he spoke and disclosed the light-clad crowd behind. The skipper's eyes grew large and his jaw dropped, while inarticulate words came from his parched and astonished throat, and the mate, who was by this time awake, sat up in his bunk and cursed them roundly for their indelicacy. "Get out!" roared the skipper, recovering his voice. "We came to tell you," interposed Bill, "Get out!" roared the skipper again. "How dare you come to my stateroom, and like this, too?" "All our clothes have gone, and so is that soldier chap," said Bill. "Serve you damn well right for letting him go," cried the skipper angrily. "Hurry up, George, and get alongside," he called out to the mate. "We'll catch him yet. Clear out, you ballet girls." The indignant seamen withdrew slowly, and reached the foot of the companion, stood there in mutinous indecision. Then, as the cook placed his foot on the step, the skipper was heard calling to his mate again. "George," he said, in an odd voice. "Well," was the reply. "I hope you're not forgetting yourself and playing larks," said the skipper with severity. "Larks?" repeated the mate, as the alarmed crew fled silently on deck and stood listening, open-mouthed, at the companion. "Of course I ain't." "You don't mean to tell me?" "All my clothes have gone. Every stitch I've got," replied the skipper, desperately, as the mate sprang out. "I shall have to borrow some of yours if I catch that infernal—" "You're quite welcome," said the mate bitterly. "Only somebody has borrowed 'em already. That's what comes of sleeping too heavy." The merman sailed bashfully into harbor half an hour later. The uniforms of the crew evoked severe comment from the people on the quay. At the same time, Mr. Harry Bliss, walking along the road some 10 miles distant, was trying to decide upon his future career, his present calling of shipwrecked sailor being somewhat too hazardous even for his bold spirit. End of section 3.
Section 4 of Light Freights. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Light Freights by W. W. Jacobs, the bully of the Cavendish. "Talking of prize fighters, sir," said the night watchman, who had nearly danced himself over the edge of the wharf in illustrating one of Mr. Corbett's most trusted blows, and was now sitting down taking in sufficient air for 3. "They ain't what they used to be when I was a boy. They advertise in the papers for months and months about their fights, and when it does come off, they do it with gloves, and they're all right again a day or two after. I saw a picture the other day of one punching a bag what couldn't punch back, for practice. Why, I remember, as a young man, Sinker Pitt, as used to have the King's Arms here in his old age, when he wanted practice, his plan was to dress up in a soft hat and black coat, like a chapel minister or something, and go in a pub and contradict people, sailor men for choice. He'd had no more thought of hitting a poor armless bag than I should have thought of hitting him. The strangest prized fighter I ever come across was one which shipped with me on the Cavendish. He was the most extraordinary fighter I've ever seen or heard of, and he got to be such a nuisance afore he'd done with us that we could hardly call our souls our own. He shipped as an ordinary seaman, an unfair thing to do as he was anything but ordinary, and had no right to be there at all. We'd got one terror on board afore he come, and that was Bill Bone, one of the biggest and strongest men I've ever seen down a ship's forecastle, and that's saying a good deal. Built more like a bull than a man, he was, and when he was in his tantrums, the best thing to do was to get out of his way, or else get into your bunk and sleep quiet. Opposition used to send him crazy a'most, and if he said a red shirt was a blue one, you had to keep quiet. It didn't do to agree with him and call it blue even, because if you did, he'd call you a liar and punch you for telling lies. He was the only drawback to that ship. We had a nice old man, good mates, and good grub. You may know it was A1 when I tell you that most of us had been in her for several voyages. But Bill was a drawback, and no mistake. In the main, he was a hearty, good-tempered sort of shipmate, as you'd wish to see, only, as I said afore, opposition was the thing he could not and would not stand. It used to fly to his head directly. The voyage I'm speaking of. We used to trade between Australia and London. Bill came aboard about an hour before the ship sailed. The rest of us was already aboard and down below, some of us stowing our things away, and the rest sitting down and telling each other lies about what we'd been doing. Bill came lurching down the ladder, and Tom Baker put his hand to steady him as he got to the bottom. "Who are you putting your hands on?" says Bill, glaring at him. "Only holding you up, Bill," says Tom, smiling. "Oh," says Bill. He put his back up against a bunk and put himself together. "Holding of me up, was you?" he says. "What for, if I might be so bold as to arsk?" "I thought your foot had slipped, Bill, old man," says Tom, "but I'm sorry if it hadn't." Bill looks at him again hard. "Sorry if my foot didn't slip," he says. "You know what I mean, Bill," says Tom, smiling an uneasy smile. "Don't laugh at me," roars Bill. "I wasn't laughing, Bill, old pal," says Tom. "He's called me a liar," says Bill, looking round at us. "Called me a liar. Hold my coat, Charlie, and I'll split him in halves." Charlie took the coat like a lamb, though he was Tom's pal, and Tom looked round to see whether he couldn't nip up the ladder and get away, but Bill was just in front of it. Then Tom found out that one of his bootlaces was undone, and he knelt down to do it up, and this young ordinary seaman, Joe Sims by name, put his head out of his bunk, and he says, quiet like, "You ain't afraid of that thing, mate, are you?" "What?" screams Bill, starting. "Don't make such a noise when I'm speaking," says Joe. "Where's your manners, you great hulking rascal?" I thought Bill would have dropped with surprise at being spoke to like that. His face was purple all over, and he stood staring at Joe as though he didn't know what to make of him. And we stared too, Joe being a smallish sort of chap, and not looking at all strong. "Go easy, mate," whispers Tom. "You don't know who you're talking to." "Bosh," says Joe. "He's no good. He's too fat and too silly to do any harm. He shan't hurt you while I'm here." He just rolled out of his bunk and, standing in front of Bill, put his fists up at him and stared him straight in the eye. "You touch that man," he says, quietly, pointing to Tom, "and I'll give you such a dressing down as you've never had before. Mark my words now." "I wasn't going to hit him," says Bill, in a strange, mild voice. "You'd better not," says the young'un, shaking his fist at him. "You'd better not, my lad. If there's any fighting to be done in this forecastle, I'll do it. Mind that." It's no good me saying we was staggered, because staggered ain't no word for it. To see Bill put his hands in his pockets and try and whistle, and then sit down on a locker and scratch his head, was the most amazing thing I've ever seen. Presently he begins to sing under his breath. "Stop that humming," says Joe. "When I want you to hum, I'll tell you." Bill left off humming, and he gives a little cough behind the back of his hand, and after fidgeting about with his feet, went up on deck again. "'Struth," says Tom, looking round at us. "Have we whipped a bloomin' prize fighter?" "What did you call me?" says Joe, looking at him. "Nothing, mate," says Tom, drawing back. "You keep a quiet tongue in your head," says Joe, "and speak when you're spoken to, my lad." He was an ordinary seaman, mind, talking to ABs like that, men who'd been up aloft and doing their little bit when he was going about catching cold in his little petticoats. Still, if Bill could stand it, we supposed as we'd better. Bill stayed up on deck till we was under way, and his spirit seemed to be broke. He went about his work like a man what was walking in his sleep, and when breakfast come, he hardly tasted it. Joe made a splendid breakfast, and when he'd finished, he went to Bill's bunk and chucked the things out all over the place, and said he was going to have it for himself. And Bill sat there and took it all quiet, and by he took his things up and put them in Joe's bunk without a word. It was the most peaceful first day we had ever had down in that forecastle, Bill usually being in his tantrums the first day or two at sea and wanting to know why he'd been born. If you talked, you was noisy and worriting, and if you didn't talk, you was sulky, but this time he sat quite still and didn't interfere a bit. It was such a pleasant change that we all felt a bit grateful, and at tea time Tom Baker patted Joe on the back and said he was one of the right old sort. "You've been in a scrape or two in your time, I know," he says, admiring like. I knew you was a bit of one with your fists directly I see you." "Oh, how's that?" asks Joe. "I could see by your nose," says Tom. You never know how to take people like that. The words had hardly left Tom's lips before the other ups with a basin of hot tea and heaves it all over him. "Take that, you insulting rascal," he says, as Tom jumped up spluttering and wiping his face with his coat. "How dare you insult me?" "Get up," says Tom, dancing with rage. "Get up, prize fighter or no prize fighter, I'll mark you." "Sit down," says Bill, turning round. "I'm going to have a go at him, Bill," says Tom. "If you're afraid of him, I ain't." "Sit down," says Bill, starting up. "How dare you insult me like that?" "Like what?" says Tom, staring. "If I can't lick him, you can't," says Bill. "That's how it is, mate." "But I can try," says Tom. "All right," says Bill. "Me first, and then if you lick me, you can have a go at him. If you can't lick me, how can you lick him?" "Sit down, both of you," says young Joe, drinking Bill's tea to make up for his own. "And mind you, I'm cock of this forecastle, and don't you forget it. Sit down, both of you, afore I start on you." They both sat down, but Tom wasn't quick enough to please Bill, and he got a wipe of the side of the head that made it ring for an hour afterwards. That was the beginning of it, and instead of having one master, we found we'd got two, owing to the extraordinary way Bill had of looking at things. He gave Joe best without even having a try at him, and if anybody else wanted to have a try, it was an insult to Bill. We couldn't make head nor tail of it, and all we could get out of Bill was that he had one time had a turn up with Joe Sims ashore, which he'd remember all his life. It must have been something of a turn, too, the way Bill used to try and curry favor with him. In about 3 days our life wasn't worth living, and the forecastle was more like a Sunday school class than anything else. In the first place, Joe put down swearing. He wouldn't have no bad language, he said, and he didn't neither. If a man used a bad word, Joe would pull him up the first time, and the second he'd order Bill to hit him, being afraid of hurting him too much himself. Half the men had to leave off talking altogether when Joe was by. But the way they used to swear when he wasn't was something shocking. Harry Moore got clergyman's sore throat one afternoon through it. Then Joe objected to us playing cards for money, and we had to arrange the quiet that brace buttons was half pennies and coat buttons pennies, and that lasted until one evening Tom Baker got up and danced and nearly went off his head with joy through having won a few dozen. That was enough for Joe, and Bill, by his orders, took the cards and pitched him over the side. Sweethearting and that sort of thing Joe couldn't a-bear, and Ned Davis put his foot into it finally one afternoon through not knowing. He was lying in his bunk smoking and thinking, and by he looked across at Bill, who was half asleep, and he says, "I wonder whether you'll see that little gal at Melbourne again this trip, Bill." Bill's eyes opened wide, and he shook his fist at Ned, as Ned thought, playful-like. "All right, I'm a-looking at you, Bill," he says. "I can see you." "What gal is that, Ned?" says Joe, who was in the next bunk to him, and I saw Bill's eyes screw up tight, and he suddenly fell fast asleep. "I don't know her name," says Ned, "but she was very much struck on Bill. They used to go to the theater together." "Pretty gal?" says Joe, leading him on. "Rather," says Ned. "Trust Bill for that. He always gets the prettiest gal in the place. I've known as many as 6 and 7 to—" "What?" screams Bill, waking up out of his sleep and jumping out of his bunk. "Keep still, Bill, and don't interfere when I'm talking," says Joe, very sharp. "He's insulted me," says Bill, "talking about gals when everybody knows I ate 'em worse than poison." "Hold your tongue," says Joe. "Now, Ned, what's this about this little gal? What's her name?" "It was only a little joke of mine," says Ned, who saw he'd put his foot in it. "Bill ate 'em worse than poison." "You're telling me a lie," says Joe sternly. "Who was it?" "It was only my fun, Joe," says Ned. "Oh, very well then. I'm going to have a bit of fun now," says Joe. "Bill?" "Yes," says Bill. "I won't hit Ned myself for fear I shall do him a lasting injury," says Joe. "So you just start on him and keep on till he tells all about your goings-on with that gal." "Hit him to make him tell about me?" says Bill, staring his artist. "You heard what I said," says Joe. "Don't repeat my words. You're a married man, too. I've got sisters of my own, and I'm going to put this sort of thing down. If you don't down 'em, I will." Ned wasn't much of a fighter, and I half expected to see him do a bolt up on deck and complain to the skipper. He did look like it for a moment. Then he stood up, looking a bit white as Bill walked over to him, and the next moment his fist flew out, and afore we could turn round, I'm blessed if Bill wasn't on the floor. He got up as if he was dazed like, struck out wild at Ned and missed him, and the next moment was knocked down again. We could hardly believe our eyes, and as for Ned, he looked as though he'd been doing miracles by mistake. When Bill got up the second time, he was that shaky he could hardly stand, and Ned had it all his own way, until at last he got Bill's head under his arm and punched at it till they was both tired. "All right," says Bill. "I've had enough. I've met my master." "What?" says Joe, staring. "I've met my master," says Bill, going and sitting down. "Ned has knocked me about cruel." Joe looked at him speechless, and then, without saying another word, or having a go at Ned himself, as we expected, he went up on deck, and Ned crossed over and sat down by Bill. "I hope I didn't hurt you, mate," he says kindly. "Hurt me?" roars Bill. You hurt me? You little bag of bones. Wait till I get you ashore by yourself for 5 minutes, Ned Davis, and then you'll know what hurting means." "I don't understand you, Bill," says Ned. "You're a mystery, that's what you are. But I tell you plain, when you go ashore, you don't have me for a companion." It was a mystery to all of us, and it got worse and worse as time went on. Bill didn't care to call his soul his own, although Joe only hit him once the whole time, and then not very hard, and he excused his cowardice by telling us of a man Joe had killed in a fight down in one of them West End clubs. What with Joe's Sunday school ways and Bill backing him up, we was all pretty glad by the time we got to Melbourne. It was like getting out of prison to get away from Joe for a little while. All but Bill, that is, and Joe took him to hear a dissolving views on John Bunyan. Bill said he'd be delighted to go, but the language he used about him on the quiet when he came back showed what he thought of it. I don't know who John Bunyan is or what he's done, but the things Bill said about him I wouldn't soil my tongue by repeating. After we'd been there 2 or 3 days, we began to feel almost sorry for Bill. Night after night, when he was ashore, Joe would take him off and look after him, and at last, partly for his sake, but more to see the fun, Tom Baker managed to think of something to put things straight. "You stay aboard tonight, Bill," he says one morning, "and you'll see something that'll startle you." "Worse than you?" says Bill, whose temper was getting worse and worse. "There'll be an end to that bullying, Joe," says Tom, taking him by the arm. "We've arranged to give him a lesson as'll lay him up for a time." "Oh," says Bill, looking hard at a boat what was passing. "We've got Dodgy Pete coming to see us tonight," says Tom in a whisper. "There'll only be the second officer aboard, and he'll likely be asleep. Dodgy is one of the best lightweights in Australia, and if you don't fix up Master Joe, it'll be a pity." "You're a fair treat, Tom," says Bill, turning round. "That's what you are, a fair treat." "I thought you'd be pleased, Bill," says Tom. "Pleased ain't no name for it, Tom," answers Bill. "You've took a load off my mind." The forecastle was pretty full that evening, everybody giving each other a little grin on the quiet, and looking over to where Joe was sitting in his bunk, putting a button or two on his coat. At about 6:30, Dodgy comes aboard, and the fun begins to commence. He was a nasty, low-looking little chap, was Dodgy, very fly-looking and very conceited. I didn't like the look of him at all, and unbearable as Joe was, it didn't seem to be quite the sort of thing to get a chap aboard to hammer a shipmate you couldn't hammer yourself. "Nasty, stuffy place you've got down here," says Dodgy, who was smoking a big cigar. "I can't think how you can stick it." "It ain't bad for a forecastle," says Charlie. "And what's in that bunk over there?" says Dodgy, pointing with his cigar at Joe. "Hush, be careful," says Tom with a wink. "That's a prize fighter." "Oh," says Dodgy, grinning. "I thought it was a monkey." You might have heard a pin drop, and there was a pleasant feeling went all over us at the thought of the little fight we was going to see all to ourselves, as Joe lays down the jacket he was stitching at and just puts his little head over the side of the bunk. "Bill," he says, yawning. "Well," says Bill, all on the grin like the rest of us. "Who is that handsome, gentlemanly-looking young fellow over there smoking a half-crown cigar?" says Joe. "That's a young gent what's come down to have a look around," says Tom, as Dodgy takes his cigar out of his mouth and looks round, puzzled. "What a terror he must be to the gals with them lovely little peepers of his," says Joe, shaking his head. "Bill." "Well," says Bill again, as Dodgy got up. "Take that lovely little gentleman and kick him up the forecastle ladder," says Joe, taking up his jacket again. "And don't make too much noise over it, 'cause I've got a bit of a headache, else I'd do it myself." There was a laugh went all around then, and Tom Baker was near killing himself, and then I'm blessed if Bill didn't get up and begin taking off his coat. "What's the game?" says Dodgy, staring. I'm obeying orders, says Bill. Last time I was in London, Joe here half killed me one time, and he made me promise to do as he told me for 6 months. I'm very sorry, mate, but I've got to kick you up that ladder. You kick me up, says Dodgy with a nasty little laugh. I can try, mate, can I? Says Bill, folding his things up very neat and putting them on a locker. Hold my cigar, says Dodgy, taking it out of his mouth and sticking it in Charlie's. I don't need to take my coat off to him. He altered his mind, though, when he saw Bill's chest and arms, and not only took off his coat, but his waistcoat, too. Then, with a nasty look at Bill, he put up his fists and just pranced up to him. The first blow, Bill missed, and the next moment he got a tap on the jaw that nearly broke it, and that was followed up by one in the eye that sent him staggering up again the side. And when he was there, Dodgy's fists were rattling all round him. I believe it was that brought Bill round, and the next moment Dodgy was on his back with a blow that nearly knocked his head off. Charlie grabbed at Tom's watch and began to count, and after a little bit called out, "Time." It was a silly thing to do, as it would have stopped the fight then and there if it hadn't been for Tom's presence of mind, saying it was 2 minutes slow. That gave Dodgy a chance, and he got up again and walked round Bill, very careful, swearing hard at the small size of the forecastle. He got in 3 or 4 at Bill before you could wink almost, and when Bill hit back, he wasn't there. That seemed to annoy Bill more than anything, and he suddenly flung out his arms, and grabbing hold of him, flung him right across the forecastle to where, fortunately for him, Dodgy I mean, Tom Baker was sitting. Charlie called time again, and we let him have 5 minutes while we helped Tom to bed, and then what he called the disgusting exhibition was resumed. Bill had dipped his face in a bucket and had rubbed his great arms all over and was fresh as a daisy. Dodgy looked a bit tottery, but he was game all through and very careful, and try as Bill might, he didn't seem to be able to get a hold of him again. In 5 minutes more, though, it was all over, Dodgy not being able to see plain, except to get out of Bill's way, and hitting wild. He seemed to think the whole forecastle was full of Bills sitting on the locker and waiting to be punched, and the end of it was a knockout blow from the real Bill, which left him on the floor without a soul offering to pick him up. Bill helped him up at last and shook hands with him, and they rinsed their faces in the same bucket and began to praise each other up. They sat there purring like a couple of cats, until at last we heard a smothered voice coming from Joe Sims's bunk. "Is it all over?" he asks. "Yes," says somebody. "How is Bill?" says Joe's voice again. "Look for yourself," says Tom. Joe sat up in his bunk and then looked out, and he no sooner saw Bill's face than he gave a loud cry and fell back again, and as true as I'm sitting here, fainted clean away. We was struck all of a heap, and then Bill picked up the bucket and threw some water over him, and by he comes round again, and in a dazed sort of way puts his arm around Bill's neck and begins to cry. "Mighty Moses," says Dodgy Pete, jumping up. "It's a woman!" "It's my wife," says Bill. We understood it all then, leastways the married ones among us did. She'd shipped aboard, partly to be with Bill and partly to keep an eye on him, and Tom Baker's mistake about a prize fighter had just suited her book better than anything. How Bill was to get her home, he couldn't think, but it happened the second officer had been peeping down the forecastle, waiting for ever so long for a suitable opportunity to stop the fight, and the old man was so tickled about the way we'd all been done, he gave her a passage back as stewardess to look after the ship's cat. End of section 4.
Section 5 of Light Freights. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Doc D.L. Martin. Light Freights by W. W. Jacobs. The Resurrection of Mr. Wiggett. Mr. Saul Ketchmaid, landlord of the ship, sat in his snug bar, rising occasionally from his seat by the taps to minister to the wants of the customers who shared this pleasant retreat with him. 40 years at sea before the mast had made Mr. Ketchmaid an authority on affairs maritime. 5 years in command of the ship inn, with the nearest other licensed house 5 miles off, had made him an autocrat. From his cushioned Windsor chair, he listened pompously to the conversation. Sometimes he joined in and took sides, and on these occasions it was a foregone conclusion that the side he espoused would win. No matter how reasonable the opponent's argument or how gross his personalities, Mr. Ketchmaid, in his capacity of host, had one unfailing rejoinder: the man was drunk. When Mr. Ketchmaid had pronounced that opinion, the argument was at an end. A nervousness about his license, conspicuous at other times by its absence, would suddenly possess him, and opening the little wicket which gave admission to the bar, he would order the offender in scathing terms to withdraw. Twice recently had he found occasion to warn Mr. Ned Clark, the village shoemaker, the strength of whose head had been a boast in the village for many years. On the third occasion, the indignant shoemaker was interrupted in the middle of an impassioned harangue on free speech, and bundled into the road by the ostler. After this, nobody was safe. Tonight, Mr. Ketchmaid, meeting his eye as he entered the bar, nodded curtly. The shoemaker had stayed away 3 days as a protest, and the landlord was naturally indignant at such contumacy. "Good evening, Mr. Ketchmaid," said the shoemaker, screwing up his little black eyes. "Just give me a small bottle of lemonade, if you please." Mr. Clark's cronies laughed, and Mr. Ketchmaid, after glancing at him to make sure that he was in earnest, served him in silence. "There's one thing about lemonade," said the shoemaker, as he sipped it gingerly. "Nobody could say you was drunk, not if you drank buckets full of it." There was an awkward silence, broken at last by Mr. Clark smacking his lips. "Any news since I've been away, chaps?" he inquired. "Or have you just been sitting around as usual listening to the extraordinary adventures what happened to Mr. Ketchmaid whilst a-follering of the sea?" "Truth is stranger than fiction, Ned," said Mr. Peter Smith, the tailor, reprovingly. The shoemaker assented. "But I never thought so till I heard some of the things Mr. Ketchmaid has been through," he remarked. "Well, you know now," said the landlord shortly, "and the truthfulest of your yarns are the most wonderful of the lot, to my mind," said Mr. Clark. "What do you mean by the truthfulest?" demanded the landlord, gripping the arms of his chair. "Why, the strangest," grinned the shoemaker. "Ah, he's been through a lot, Mr. Ketchmaid has," said the tailor. "The truthfulest one to my mind," said the shoemaker, regarding the landlord with spiteful interest, "is that one where Henry Wiggett, the boatswain's mate, had his leg bit off saving Mr. Ketchmaid from the shark, and his shipmate, Sam Jones, the nigger cook, was wounded saving him from the South Sea Highlanders." "I never get tired of hearing that yarn," said the affable Mr. Smith. "I do," said Mr. Clark. Mr. Ketchmaid looked up from his pipe and eyed him darkly. The shoemaker smiled serenely. "Another small bottle of lemonade, landlord," he said slowly. "Go and get your lemonade somewhere else," said the bursting Mr. Ketchmaid. "I prefer to have it here," rejoined the shoemaker, "and you've got to serve me, Ketchmaid. A licensed publican is compelled to serve people whether he likes to or not, else he loses of his license." "Not when they're the worse for liquor, he ain't," said the landlord. "Certainly not," said the shoemaker. "That's why I'm sticking to lemonade, Ketchmaid." The indignant Mr. Ketchmaid, removing the wire from the cork, discharged the missile at the ceiling. The shoemaker took the glass from him and looked round with offensive slyness. "Here's the health of Henry Wiggett, what lost his leg to save Mr. Ketchmaid's life," he said unctuously. "Also the health of Sam Jones, who let himself be speared through the chest for the same noble purpose. Likewise the health of Captain Peters, who nursed Mr. Ketchmaid like his own son when he got knocked up doing the work of 5 men as was drowned. Likewise the health of Dick Lee, who helped Mr. Ketchmaid capture a Chinese junk full of pirates and killed the whole 17 of 'em by— Ow! Did you say you killed 'em, Ketchmaid?" The landlord, who was busy with the taps, affected not to hear. Killed the whole 17 of 'em by first telling 'em yarns till they fell asleep, and then choking 'em with Henry Wiggett's wooden leg," resumed the shoemaker. "Ki-hee," said a hapless listener explosively. "Ki-hee-hee." He checked himself suddenly and assumed an air of great solemnity as the landlord looked his way. "You'd better go 'ome, Jem Somers," said the fuming Mr. Catchmaid. "You're the worse for liquor." "I'm not," said Mr. Somers stoutly. "Out you go," said Mr. Catchmaid briefly. "You know my rules. I keep a respectable house, and them as can't drink in moderation are best outside." "You should stick to lemonade, Jim," said Mr. Clark. "You can say what you like then." Mr. Somers looked round for support, and then, seeing no pity in the landlord's eye, departed, wondering inwardly how he was to spend the remainder of the evening. The company in the bar gazed at each other soberly and exchanged whispers. "Understand, Ned Clark," said the indignant Mr. Catchmaid, "I don't want your money in this public house. Take it somewhere else." "Thank you, but I prefer to come here," said the shoemaker, ostentatiously sipping his lemonade. "I like to listen to your tales of the sea. In a quiet way, I get a lot of amusement out of 'em." "Do you disbelieve my word?" demanded Mr. Catchmaid hotly. "Why, of course I do," replied the shoemaker. "We all do. You'd see how silly they are yourself if you only stopped to think. You and your sharks. No shark would want to eat you unless it was blind." Mr. Catchmaid allowed this gross reflection on his personal appearance to pass unnoticed, and for the first time of many evenings sat listening in torment as the shoemaker began the narration of a series of events which he claimed had happened to a seafaring nephew. Many of these bore a striking resemblance to Mr. Catchmaid's own experiences, the only difference being that the nephew had no eye at all for the probabilities. In this fell work, Mr. Clark was ably assisted by the offended Mr. Somers. Side by side they sat and quaffed lemonade and burlesque, the landlord's autobiography, the only consolation afforded to Mr. Catchmaid consisting in the reflection that they were losing a harmless pleasure in good liquor. Once, and once only, they succumbed to the superior attractions of alcohol, and Mr. Catchmaid, returning from a visit to his brewer at the large seaport of Bernsea, heard from the ostler the details of a carouse with which he had been utterly unable to cope. The couple returned to lemonade the following night, and remained faithful to that beverage until an event transpired which rendered further self-denial a mere foolishness. It was about a week later. Mr. Catchmaid had just resumed his seat after serving a customer, when the attention of all present was attracted by an odd and regular tapping on the brick-paved passage outside. It stopped at the tap-room, and a murmur of voices escaped at the open door. Then the door was closed, and a loud, penetrating voice called on the name of Saul Catchmaid. "Good heavens!" said the amazed landlord, half rising from his seat and falling back again. "I ought to know that voice." "Saul Catchmaid," bellowed the voice again. "Where are you, shipmate?" "Henry Wiggett," gasped the landlord, as a small man with ragged whiskers appeared at the wicket. "It can't be." The newcomer regarded him tenderly for a moment without a word, and then, kicking open the door with an unmistakable wooden leg, stumped into the bar and, grasping his outstretched hand, shook it fervently. "I met Captain Peters in Melbourne," said the stranger, as his friend pushed him into his own chair and questioned him breathlessly. "He told me where you was." "The sight of you, Henry Wiggett, is better to me than diamonds," said Mr. Catchmaid ecstatically. "How did you get here?" "A friend of his, Captain Jones of the bark Venus, gave me a passage to London," said Mr. Wiggett, "and I've tramped down there without a penny in my pocket." "And Saul Catchmaid's glad to see you, sir," said Mr. Smith, who, with the rest of the company, had been looking on in a state of great admiration. He's never tired of telling us how you saved him from the shark and had your leg bit off in so doing. I'd have my other bit off for him too, said Mr. Wiggett, as the landlord patted him affectionately on the shoulder and thrust a glass of spirits into his hands. Cheerful, I would. The kindest hearted and the bravest man that ever breathed is old Sol Ketchmaid. He took the landlord's hand again and, squeezing it affectionately, looked round the comfortable bar with much approval. They began to converse in the low tones of confidence, and names which had figured in many of the landlord's stories fell continuously on the listeners' ears. You never heard anything more of poor Sam Jones, I suppose, said Mr. Ketchmaid. Mr. Wiggett put down his glass. I ran up again a man in Rio Janeiro 2 years ago, he said mournfully. Poor old Sam died in his arms with your name upon his honest black lips. Enough to kill any man, muttered the discomfited Mr. Clark, looking round defiantly upon his murmuring friends. Who is this putty-faced swab, Saul? Demanded Mr. Wiggett, turning a fierce glance in the shoemaker's direction. He's our cobbler, said the landlord, but you don't want to take no notice of him. Nobody else does. He's a man who as good as told me I'm a liar. What? Said Mr. Wiggett, rising and stumping across the bar. Take it back, mate. I've only got one leg, but nobody shall run down Saul while I can draw breath. The finest sailor-man that ever trod a deck is Saul, and the best hearted. Hear, hear, said Mr. Smith. Own up, as you're in the wrong, Ned. When I was laying in my bunk in the forecastle, being nursed back to life, continued Mr. Wiggett enthusiastically, who was it that sat by my side, holding my hand and telling me to live for his sake? Why, Saul Ketchmaid. Who was it that said he'd stick to me for life? Why, Saul Ketchmaid. Who was it that said so long as he had a crust I should have first bite at it, and so long as he had a bed I should have first half of it? Why, Saul Ketchmaid. He paused to take breath, and a flattering murmur arose from his listeners, while the subject of his discourse looked at him as though his eloquence was in something of the nature of a surprise even to him. In my old age and on my beam-ins, continued Mr. Wiggett, I remembered them words of old Saul, and I knew if I could only find him my troubles were over. I knew that I could creep into his little arbor and lay snug. I knew that what Saul said he meant. I lost my leg saving his life, and he is grateful. So he ought to be, said Mr. Clark, and I'm proud to shake hands with a hero. He gripped Mr. Wiggett's hand, and the others followed suit. The wooden-legged man wound up with Mr. Ketchmaid, and disdaining to notice that voracious mariner's grasp was somewhat limp, sank into his chair again and asked for a cigar. Lend me the box, Saul, he said jovially as he took it from him. I'm going to hand him around. This is my treat, mates, poor old Henry Wiggett's treat. He passed the box round, Mr. Ketchmaid watching in helpless indignation as the customers, discarding their pipes, thanked Mr. Wiggett warmly and helped themselves to a 3-penny cigar apiece. Mr. Clark was so particular that he spoilt at least 2 by undue pinching before he could find one to his satisfaction. Closing time came all too soon. Mr. Wiggett, whose popularity was never for a moment in doubt, developing gifts to which his friend had never even alluded. He sang comic songs in a voice which made the glasses rattle on the shelves, asked some really clever riddles, and wound up with a conjuring trick which consisted in borrowing half a crown from Mr. Ketchmaid and making it pass into the pocket of Mr. Peter Smith. This last was perhaps not quite so satisfactory, as the utmost efforts of the tailor failed to discover the coin, and he went home under a cloud of suspicion which nearly drove him frantic. I hope you're satisfied, said Mr. Wiggett, as the landlord, having shot the bolts of the front door, returned to the bar. You went a bit too far, said Mr. Ketchmaid shortly. You should have been content with doing what I told you to do, and who asked you to end my cigars round? I got a bit excited, pleaded the other. And you forgot to tell him you're going to start tomorrow to live with that niece of yours in New Zealand, added the landlord. So I did, said Mr. Wiggett, smiting his forehead. So I did. I'm very sorry. I'll tell him tomorrow night. Mention it casual-like tomorrow morning, commanded Mr. Ketchmaid, and get off in the afternoon. Then I'll give you some dinner besides the 5 shillings as arranged. Mr. Wiggett thanked him warmly, and taking a candle, withdrew to the unwonted luxury of clean sheets and a soft bed. For some time he lay awake in deep thought, and then, smothering a laugh with the bedclothes, he gave a sigh of content and fell asleep. To the landlord's great annoyance, his guest went for a walk next morning and did not return until the evening, when he explained that he had walked too far for his crippled condition and was unable to get back. Much sympathy was manifested for him in the bar, but in all the conversation that ensued, Mr. Ketchmaid listened in vain for any hint of his departure. Signals were of no use, Mr. Wiggett merely nodding amiably and raising his glass in response, and when, by considerable strategy, he brought the conversation from pig-killing to nieces, Mr. Wiggett deftly transferred it to uncles and discoursed on pawnbroking. The helpless Mr. Ketchmaid suffered in silence, with his eye on the clock, and almost danced with impatience at the tardiness of his departing guests. He accompanied the last man to the door, and then, crimson with rage, returned to the bar to talk to Mr. Wiggett. "What do you mean by it?" he thundered. "Mean by what, Saul?" inquired Mr. Wiggett, looking up in surprise. "Don't you call me Saul, 'cause I won't have it," vociferated the landlord, standing over him with his fist clenched. "First thing tomorrow morning off you go." "Off?" repeated the other in amazement. "Off? Where to?" "Anywhere," said the overwrought landlord. "So long as you get out of here, I don't care where you go." Mr. Wiggett, who was smoking a cigar, the third that evening, laid it carefully on the table by his side, and regarded him with tender reproach. "You ain't yourself, Saul," he said with conviction. "Don't say another word, else you might say things you'll be sorry for." His forebodings were more than justified. Mr. Ketchmaid indulging in a few remarks about his birth, parentage, and character which would have shocked an East End policeman. "First thing tomorrow morning you go," he concluded fiercely. "I've a good mind to turn you out now. You know the arrangement I made with you." "Arrangement?" said the mystified Mr. Wiggett. "What arrangements? Why, I ain't seen you for 10 years and more, and if it hadn't been for meeting Captain Peters—" He was interrupted by frenzied and incoherent exclamations from Mr. Ketchmaid. "Saul Ketchmaid," he said with dignity, "I 'ope you're drunk. I 'ope it's the drink and not Saul Ketchmaid, what I saved from the shark by having my leg bit off talking. I saved your life, Saul, and I have come into your little harbour and let go my little anchor to stay there till I go aloft to join poor Sam Jones, what died with your name on his lips." He sprang suddenly erect as Mr. Ketchmaid, with a loud cry, snatched up a bottle and made as though to brain him with it. "You rascal," said the landlord in a stifled voice. "You infernal rascal. I never set eyes on you till I saw you the other day on the quay at Bernsea, and just for an innocent little joke, like with Ned Clark, asked you to come in and pretend." "Pretend," repeated Mr. Wiggett in a horror-stricken voice. "Pretend! Have you forgotten me pushing you out of the way and saying, 'Save yourself, Saul,' as the shark's jaw clashed together over my leg? Have you forgotten now?" "Look here," said Mr. Ketchmaid, thrusting an infuriated face close to his. "There never was a Henry Wiggett. There never was a shark. There never was a Sam Jones." "Never was a Sam Jones," said the dazed Mr. Wiggett, sinking into his chair. "Ain't you got a spark of proper feeling left, Saul?" He fumbled in his pocket, and producing the remains of a dirty handkerchief, wiped his eyes to the memory of the faithful black. "Look here," said Mr. Catchmaid, putting down the bottle and regarding him intently, "you've got me fair. Now, will you go for £1?" "Got you," said Mr. Wiggett severely. "I'm ashamed of you so. Go to bed and sleep off the drink, and in the morning you can take Henry Wiggett's but not before." He took a box of matches from the bar, and relighting the stump of his cigar, contemplated Mr. Catchmaid for some time in silence, and then, with a serious shake of his head, stumped off to bed. Mr. Catchmaid remained below, and for at least an hour sat thinking of ways and means out of the dilemma into which his ingenuity had led him. He went to bed with the puzzle still unsolved, and the morning yielded no solution. Mr. Wiggett appeared to have forgotten the previous night's proceedings altogether, and steadfastly declined to take umbrage at a manner which would have chilled a rhinoceros. He told several fresh anecdotes of himself and Sam Jones that evening, anecdotes which, at the immediate risk of choking, Mr. Catchmaid was obliged to endorse. A week passed, and Mr. Wiggett still graced with his presence the bar of the ship. The landlord lost flesh, and began seriously to consider the advisability of making a clean breast of the whole affair. Mr. Wiggett watched him anxiously, and with a skill born of a lifelong study of humanity, realized that his visit was drawing to an end. At last, one day, Mr. Catchmaid put the matter bluntly. "I shall tell the chaps tonight that it was a little joke on my part," he announced with grim decision. "Then I shall take you by the collar and kick you into the road." Mr. Wiggett sighed and shook his head. "It'll be a terrible show-up for you," he said softly. "You'd better make it worth my while, and I'll tell him this evening that I'm going to New Zealand to live with a niece of mine there, and that you've paid my passage for me. I don't like telling any more lies, but, seeing it's for you, I'll do it for a couple of £5. "5 shillings," snarled Mr. Catchmaid. Mr. Wiggett smiled comfortably and shook his head. Mr. Catchmaid raised his offer to 10 shillings, to £1, and finally, after a few remarks which prompted Mr. Wiggett to state that hard words broke no bones, flung into the bar and fetched the money. The news of Mr. Wiggett's departure went round the village at once, the landlord himself breaking the news to the next customer, and an overflowing meeting assembled that evening to bid the immigrant farewell. The landlord noted with pleasure that business was brisk. Several gentlemen stood drink to Mr. Wiggett, and in return he put his hand in his own pocket and ordered glasses round. Mr. Catchmaid, in a state of some uneasiness, took the order, and then Mr. Wiggett, with the air of one conferring inestimable benefits, produced a lucky halfpenny, which had once belonged to Sam Jones, and insisted upon his keeping it. "This is my last night, mates," he said mournfully, as he acknowledged the drinking of his health. "In many ports I've been, and many snug pubs I have visited, but I never in all my days come across a nicer, kinder-hearted lot of men than what you are." "Hear, hear," said Mr. Clark. Mr. Wiggett paused, and taking a sip from his glass to hide his emotion, resumed. "In my lonely pilgrimage through life, crippled and having to beg my bread," he said tearfully, "I shall think of this happy bar and these friendly faces. When I am wrestling with the pangs of hunger and being moved on by the artless police, I shall think of you as I last saw you." "But," said Mr. Smith, voicing the general consternation, "you're going to your niece in New Zealand?" Mr. Wiggett shook his head and smiled a sad, sweet smile. "I have no niece," he said simply. "I'm alone in the world." At these touching words his audience put their glasses down and stared in amaze at Mr. Catchmaid, while that gentleman in his turn gazed at Mr. Wiggett as though he had suddenly developed horns and a tail. "Catchmaid told me hisself as he'd paid your passage to New Zealand," said the shoemaker. "He said as he'd pressed you to stay, but that you said as blood was thicker even than friendship." "All lies," said Mr. Wiggett sadly. I'll stay with pleasure if he'll give the word. I'll stay even now if he wishes it." He paused a moment as though to give his bewildered victim time to accept this offer, and then addressed the scandalized Mr. Clark again. "He don't like my being here," he said in a low voice. "He grudges the little bit I eat, I suppose. He told me I'd got to go, and that for the look of things he was going to pretend I was going to New Zealand. I was too broke-hearted at the time to care what he said. I 'ave no wish to sponge on no man, but seeing your honest faces round me, I couldn't go with a lie on my lips. Sol Catchmaid, old shipmate, goodbye." He turned to the speechless landlord, made as though to shake hands with him, thought better of it, and then, with a wave of his hand full of chastened dignity, withdrew. His stump rang with pathetic insistence upon the brick-paved passage, paused at the door, and then, tapping on the hard road, died slowly away in the distance. Inside the ship, the shoemaker gave an ominous order for lemonade. End of section 5.
Section 6 of Light Freights. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Light Freights by W. W. Jacobs. A Marked Man. "Tattooing is a gift," said the night watchman firmly. "It has to be a gift, as you can well see. A man has to know what he is going to tattoo and how to do it. There's no rubbing out or altering. It's a gift, and it can't be learnt. I knew a man once as used to tattoo a cabin boy all over every voyage trying to learn. He was a slow, painstaking sort of man, and the language those boys used to use while he was at work would hardly be believed. But he had to give up trying after about 15 years and take to crochet work instead. Some men won't be tattooed at all, being proud of their skins or such like, and for a good many years, Ginger Dick, a man I've spoken to you of before, was one of that sort. Like many red-haired men, he had a very white skin, which he was very proud of. But at last, owing to an unfortunate idea of making his fortune, he let himself be done. It came about in this way. Him and old Sam Small and Peter Russet had been paid off from their ship, and was having a very happy, pleasant time ashore. They was careful men in a way, and they had taken a room down East India Road way, and paid up the rent for a month. It came cheaper than a lodging-house, besides being a bit more private and respectable, a thing old Sam was always very particular about. They had been ashore about 3 weeks, when one day old Sam and Peter went off alone because Ginger said he wasn't going with them. He said a lot more things, too. How he was going to see what it felt like to be in bed without having a fat old man groaning his heart out, and another one knocking on the mantelpiece all night with 2p, and wanting to know why he wasn't being served. Ginger Dick fell into a quiet sleep after they'd gone. Then he woke up and had a sip from the water jug. He'd had more, only somebody had dropped the soap in it, and then dozed off again. It was late in the afternoon when he woke, and then he sees Sam and Peter Russet standing by the side of the bed looking at him. "Where have you been?" says Ginger, stretching himself and yawning. "Business," says Sam, sitting down and looking very important. "While you've been laying on your back all day, me and Peter Russet has been doing a little head work." "Oh," says Ginger. "What with?" Sam coughed, and Peter began to whistle, and Ginger, he laid still and smiled up at the ceiling, and began to feel good-tempered again. "Well, what's the business?" he says at last. Sam looked at Peter, but Peter shook his head at him. "It's just a little bit of business we happened to drop on," says Sam at last. "Me and Peter, and I think that with luck and management we're in a fair way to make our fortunes. Peter here ain't given to looking on the cheerful side of things, but he thinks so too." "I do," says Peter, "but it won't be managed right if you go blabbing it to everybody." "We must have another man in it, Peter," says Sam, "and what's more, he must have ginger-colored hair. That being so, it's only right and proper that our dear old pal Ginger should have the first offer." It wasn't often that Sam was so affectionate, and Ginger couldn't make it out at all. Ever since he'd known him, the old man had been full of plans of making money without earning it. Stupid plans they was, too, but the stupider they was, the more old Sam liked 'em. "Well, what is it?" asks Ginger again. Old Sam walked over to the door and shut it. Then he sat down on the bed and spoke low so that Ginger could hardly hear him. "A little public house," he says, to say nothing of house properly, and a red-haired old landlady what's a widder. As nice an old lady as one could wish for a mother. For a mother, says Ginger, staring. And a lovely barmaid, with blue eyes and yellow hair, what'd be the red-headed man's cousin, says Peter Russet. Look here, says Ginger, are you going to tell me in plain English what it's all about, or are you not? We've been in a little pub down Bow way, me and Peter, says Sam, and we'll tell you more about it if you promise to join us and go shares. It's kept by a widder woman whose only son, red-haired son, went to sea 23 years ago, at the age of 14, and was never heard of afterwards. Seeing as we was sailor men, she told us all about it, and how she still hopes for him to walk into her arms before she dies. She dreamt a fortnight ago that he turned up safe and sound with red whiskers, says Peter. Ginger Dick sat up and looked at him without a word. Then he got up out of bed, and pushing old Sam out of the way to dress, and at last he turned around, and asked Sam whether he was drunk or only mad. All right, says Sam. If you won't take it on, we'll find somebody as will, that's all. There's no call to get huffy about it. You ain't the only red-headed man in the world. Ginger didn't answer him. He went on dressing, but every now and then he'd look at Sam and give a little laugh what made Sam's blood boil. You've got nothing to laugh at, Ginger, he says at last. The landlady's boy'd be about the same age as what you are now. He had a scar over the left eyebrow, same as what you've got, though I don't suppose he got it by fighting a chap 3 times his size. He had bright blue eyes, a small, well-shaped nose, and a nice mouth. Same as you, Ginger, says Peter, looking out of the window. Ginger coughed and looked thoughtful. It sounds all right, mates, he says at last, but I don't see how we're to go to work. I don't want to get locked up for deceiving. You can't get locked up, says Sam. If you let her discover you and claim you, how can you get locked up for it? We shall go and see her again, and learn all there is to learn, especially about the tattoo marks, and then... Tattoo marks, says Ginger. That's the strong point, says Sam. Her boy had a sailor dancing a hornpipe on his left wrist, and a couple of dolphins on his right. On his chest he had a full-rigged ship, and on his back between his shoulder blades was the letters of his name, C.R.S., Charles Robert Smith. Well, you silly old fool, says Ginger, starting up in a temper. That spoils it all. I ain't got a mark on me. Old Sam smiles at him and pats him on the shoulder. That's where you show your want of intellect, Ginger, he says kindly. Why don't you think afore you speak? What's easier than to have 'em put on? What? Screams Ginger. Tattoo me? Spile my skin with a lot of beastly blue marks? Not me, not if I know it. I'd like to see anybody try it, that's all. He was that mad he wouldn't listen to reason, and as old Sam said, he couldn't have made more fuss if they'd offered to skin him alive. And Peter Russet tried to prove that a man's skin was made to be tattooed on, or else there wouldn't be tattooers, same as a man had been given 2 legs so as he could wear trousers. But reason was chucked away on Ginger, and he wouldn't listen to him. They started on him again next day, but all Sam and Peter could say didn't move him, although Sam spoke so feeling about the joy of a poor widder woman getting her son back again after all these years that he nearly cried. They went down again to the pub that evening, and Ginger, who said he was curious to see, wanted to go too. Sam, who still had hopes of him, wouldn't hear of it, but at last it was arranged that he wasn't to go inside, but should take a peep through the door. They got on a tram at Aldgate, and Ginger didn't like it because Sam and Peter talked it over between themselves in whispers and pointed out likely red-haired men on the road. And he didn't like it when they got to the Blue Lion, and Sam and Peter went in and left him outside, peeping through the door. The landlady shook hands with them quite friendly, and the barmaid, a fine-looking girl, seemed to take a lot of notice of Peter. Ginger waited about outside for nearly a couple of hours, and at last they came out, talking and laughing, with Peter wearing a white rose what the barmaid had given him. Ginger Dick had a good bit to say about keeping him waiting all that time, but Sam said that they'd been getting valuable information, and the more he could see of it, the easier the job appeared to be. And then him and Peter wished for to bid Ginger goodbye, while they went and hunted up a red-haired friend of Peter's named Charlie Bates. They all went in somewhere and had a few drinks first, though, and after a time, Ginger began to see things in a different light to what he had before, and to be half ashamed of his selfishness, and he called Sam's pot a loving cup, and kept drinking out of it to show there was no ill feeling, although Sam kept telling him there wasn't. Then Sam spoke up about tattooing again, and Ginger said that every man in the country ought to be tattooed to prevent the smallpox. He got so excited about it that old Sam had to promise him that he should be tattooed that very night before he could pacify him. They all went off home with their arms around each other's necks, but after a time Ginger found that Sam's neck wasn't there, and he stopped and spoke serious to Peter about it. Peter said he couldn't account for it, and he had such a job to get Ginger home that he thought they would never have got there. He got him in bed at last, and then he sat down and fell asleep waiting for Sam. Ginger was the last one to wake up the morning, and before he woke up he kept making a moaning noise. His head felt as though it was going to bust, but his tongue felt like a brick, and his chest was so sore he could hardly breathe. Then at last he opened his eyes and looked up, and saw Sam and Peter and a little man with a black mustache. "Cheer up, Ginger," says Sam in a kind voice. "It's going on beautiful." "My head's splittin'," says Ginger with a groan, "and I've got pins and needles all over my chest." "Needles," says the man with the black mustache. "I never used pins. They pisen the flesh." Ginger sat up in bed and stared at him. Then he bent his head down and squinted at his chest, and the next moment he was out of bed and all three of them was holding him down on the floor to prevent him breaking the tattooer's neck, which he'd set his heart upon doing, and explaining to him that the tattooer was the top of his profession, and that it was only by a stroke of luck he had got him. And Sam reminded him of what he had said the night before, and said he'd have to thank him for it. "How much is there done?" says Ginger at last, in a desperate voice. Sam told him, and Ginger lay still and called the tattooer all the names he could think of, which took him some time. "It's no good going on like that, Ginger," says Sam. "Your chest is quite spelled at present, but if you only let him finish it'll be a perfect picture." "I take pride in it," says the tattooer. "Working on your skin, mate, is like painting on a bit of silk." Ginger gave in at last, and told the man to go on with the job and finish it, and he even went so far as to do a little bit of tattooing himself on Sam when he wasn't looking. He only made one mark, because the needle broke off, and Sam made such a fuss that Ginger said anyone would have thought he'd hurt him. It took 3 days to do Ginger altogether, and he was that sore he could hardly move or breathe, and all the time he was laying on his bed of pain, Sam and Peter Russet was round at the Blue Lion enjoying themselves and picking up information. The second day was the worst, owing to the tattooer being the worst for liquor. Drink affects different people in different ways, and Ginger said the way it affected that chap was to make him think he was sewing buttons on instead of tattooing. However, he was done at last, his chest and his arms and his shoulders, and he nearly broke down when Sam borrowed a bit of looking-glass and let him see hisself. Then the tattooer rubbed in some stuff to make his skin soft again, and more stuff to make the marks look a bit old. Sam wanted to draw up an agreement, but Ginger Dick and Peter Russet wouldn't hear of it. They both said that sort of thing wouldn't look well in writing, not if anybody else happened to see it, that is. Besides which, Ginger said it was impossible for him to say how much money he would have the handling of. Once the tattooing was done, he began to take almost kindly to the plan, and being an orphan, so far as he knew, he almost began to persuade himself that the red-haired landlady was his mother. They had a little call over in the room to see how Ginger was to do it, and to discover the weak points. Sam worked up a squeaky voice and pretended to be the landlady, and Peter pretended to be the good-looking barmaid. They went all through it over and over again, the only unpleasantness being caused by Peter Russet letting off a screech every time Ginger alluded to his chest, what set his teeth on edge, and old Sam as the landlady offering Ginger pots of beer which made his mouth water. "We shall go round tomorrow for the last time," says Sam, "as we told her we're sailing the day after. Of course, me and Peter, having made your fortin, drop out altogether, but I dessay we shall look in again in about 6 months' time, and then perhaps the landlady will introduce us to you." "Meantime," says Peter Russet, "you mustn't forget that you've got to send us post office money orders every week." Ginger said he wouldn't forget, and they shook hands all around and had a drink together, and the next afternoon Sam and Peter went to the Blue Lion for a last visit. It was quite early when they came back. Ginger was surprised to see him, and he said so, but he was more surprised when he heard their reasons. "It come over us all at once as we'd been doing wrong," Sam says, setting down with a sigh. "Come over us like a chill, it did," says Peter. "Doing wrong?" says Ginger Dick, staring. "What are you talking about?" "Something the landlady said showed us as we was doing wrong," says old Sam, very solemn. "It come over us in a flash." "Like lightning," says Peter. "All of a sudden we see what a cruel, hard thing it was to do to try and deceive a poor widder woman," says Sam in a husky voice. "We both see it at once." Ginger Dick looks at him hard, he did, and then he says, jeering like, "I suppose you don't want any post office money orders sent you then," he says. "No," says Sam and Peter, both together. "You may have 'em all," says Sam, "but if you'll be ruled by us, Ginger, you'll give it up, same as what we have. You'll sleep the sweeter for it." "Give it up!" shouts Ginger, dancing up and down the room. "After being tattooed all over? Why, you must be crazy, Sam. What's the matter with you?" "It ain't fair play agin a woman," says old Sam. "3 strong men agin 1 poor old woman. That's what we feel, Ginger." "Well, I don't feel like it," says Ginger. "You please yourself, and I'll please myself." He went off in a huff, and next morning he was so disagreeable that Sam and Peter went and signed on board a steamer called the Penguin, which was to sail the day after. They parted bad friends all around, and Ginger Dick gave Peter a nasty black eye, and Sam said that when Ginger came to see things in a proper way again he'd be sorry for what he'd said, and he said that him and Peter never wanted to look on his face again. Ginger Dick was a bit lonesome after they'd gone, but he thought it better to let a few days go by afore he went and adopted the red-haired landlady. He waited a week, and at last, unable to wait any longer, he went around and had a shave and smartened himself up and went off to the Blue Lion. It was about 3 o'clock when he got there, and the little public house was empty except for 2 old men in the jug and bottle entrance. Ginger stopped outside a minute or two to try and stop his trembling, then he walks into the private bar and raps on the counter. "Glass of bitter, ma'am, please," he says to the old lady as she came out of the little parlor at the back of the bar. The old lady drew the beer, and then stood with one hand holding the beer pull and the other on the counter, looking at Ginger Dick in his new blue jersey and cloth cap. "Lovely weather, ma'am," says Ginger, putting his left arm on the counter and showing the sailor boy dancing the hornpipe. "Very nice," says the landlady, catching sight of his wrist and staring at it. "I suppose you sailors like fine weather." "Yes, ma'am," says Ginger, putting his elbows on the counter so that the tattoo marks on both wrists was showing. "Fine weather and a fair wind suits us." "It's a hard life, the sea," says the old lady. She kept wiping down the counter in front of him over and over again, and he could see her staring at his wrists as though she could hardly believe her eyes. Then she went back into the parlor, and Ginger heard her whispering, and by she came out again with the blue-eyed barmaid. "Have you been at sea long?" says the old lady. "Over 23 years, ma'am," said Ginger, avoiding the barmaid's eye what was fixed on his wrists, "and I've been shipwrecked 4 times, the first time when I was a little nipper of 14. "Poor thing," says the landlady, shaking her head. "I can feel for you. My boy went to sea at that age, and I've never seen him since." "I'm sorry to hear it, ma'am," says Ginger, very respectful-like. "I suppose I've lost my mother, so I can feel for you." "Suppose you've lost your mother," says the barmaid. "Don't you know whether you have?" "No," says Ginger Dick, very sad. "When I was wrecked the first time, I was in an open boat for 3 weeks, and what with the exposure and hardly any food, I got brain fever and lost my memory." "Poor thing," says the landlady again. "I might as well be a orphan," says Ginger, looking down. "Sometimes I seem to see a kind, handsome face bending over me and fancy it's my mother's, but I can't remember her name or my name or anything about her." "You remind me of my boy very much," says the landlady, shaking her head. "You've got the same coloured hair, and what's extraordinary, you've got the same tattoo marks on your wrists. Sailor boy dancing on one and a couple of dolphins on the other. And he had a little scar on his eyebrow, much the same as yours." "Good heavens!" says Ginger Dick, starting back and looking as though he was trying to remember something. "I suppose they're common among seafaring men," says the lady, going off to attend to a customer. Ginger Dick would have liked to have seen a bit more excited, but he ordered another glass of bitter from the barmaid, and tried to think how he was to bring out about the ship on his chest and the letters on his back. The landlady served a couple of men, and by she came back and began talking again. "I like sailors," she says. "One thing is, my boy was a sailor, and another thing is, they've got such feelin' arts. There was 2 of 'em in here the other day, who'd been in here once or twice, and one of 'em was that kind-hearted, I thought he would 'a' had a fit at something I told him." "Oh," says Ginger, pricking up his ears. "What for?" "I was just talking to him about my boy, same as I might be to you," says the old lady. "And I was just telling him about the poor child losing his finger." "Losing his what?" says Ginger, turning pale and staggering back. "Finger," says the landlady. "He was only 10 years old at the time, and I'd sent him out to— What's the matter, ain't you well?" Ginger didn't answer her a word. He couldn't. He went on going backwards until he got to the door, then he suddenly fell through it into the street and tried to think. Then he remembered Sam and Peter, and when he thought of them safe and sound aboard the Penguin, he nearly broke down altogether, as he thought how lonesome he was. All he wanted was his arms round both their necks, same as they was the night afore they had him tattooed. End of section 6.
Section 7 of Light Freights. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Light Freights by W. Jacobs. To Have and to Hold. The old man sat outside the Cauliflower Inn, looking crossly up the road. He was fond of conversation, but the pedestrian who had stopped to drink a mug of ale beneath the shade of the doors was not happy in his choice of subjects. He would only talk of the pernicious effects of beer on the constitutions of the aged, and he listened with ill-concealed impatience to various points which the baffled ancient opposite urged in its favour. Conversation languished. The traveller rapped on the table and had his mug refilled. He nodded courteously to his companion and drank. "Seems to me," said the latter sharply, "you like it for all your talk." The other shook his head gently, and, leaning back, bestowed a covert wink upon the signboard. He then explained that it was the dream of his life to give up beer. "You're another Job Brown," said the old man irritably. "That's what you are, another Job Brown. I've seen your kind afore." He shifted farther along the seat, and taking up his long clay pipe from the table, struck a match and smoked the few whiffs which remained. Then he heard the traveller order a pint of ale, with gin in it, and a paper of tobacco. His dull eyes glistened, but he made a feeble attempt to express surprise when these luxuries were placed before him. "What I said just now about you being like Job Brown was only in joke-like," he said, anxiously, as he tasted the brew. "If Job had been like you, he'd have been a better man." The philanthropist bowed. He also manifested a little curiosity concerning one to whom he had, for however short a time, suggested a resemblance. "He was one of the hardest drinkers in these parts," began the old man, slowly, filling his pipe. The traveller thanked him. "What I meant was," said the old man, hastily, "that all the time he was drinking he was talking agin beer, same as you was just now, and he used to try all sorts of ways and plans of becoming a teetotaler. He used to sit up here of a night drinking his artist, and talking all the time of ways and means by which he could give it up. He used to talk about hisself as if he was somebody else he was trying to do good to. The chaps about here got sick of his talk. They was poor men mostly, same as they are now, and they could only drink a little ale now and then, and while they was doing of it they had to sit and listen to Job Brown, who made lots of money dealing, drinking pint arter pint of gin and beer and calling it pison, and saying they was killing theirselves. Sometimes he used to get pitiful over it, and sit shaking his head at 'em for drowning themselves in beer, as he called it, when they ought to be giving the money to their wives and families. He sat down and cried one night over Bill Chambers's wife's toes being out of her boots. Bill sat struck all of a heap, and it might have passed off, only Henry White spoke up for him, and said that he scarcely ever had a pint but what somebody else paid for it. There was unpleasantness all around then, and in the row somebody knocked one of Henry's teeth out, and that wasn't the only unpleasantness, and at last some of the chaps put their heads together and agreed among theirselves to try and help Job Brown to give up the drink. They kept it secret from Job, but the next time he came in and ordered a pint, Joe Gubbins, having won the toss, drank it by mistake, and went straight off home as hard as he could, smacking his lips. He had the best of it, the other chaps having to hold Job down in his chair, and trying their hardest to explain that Joe Gubbins was only doing him a kindness. He seemed to understand at last, and arter a time he said as he could see Joe meant to do him a kindness, but he'd better not do any more. He kept a very tight hold of the next pint, and as he sat down at the table he looked round nasty-like and asked him whether there was any more as would like to do him a kindness, and Henry White said there was, and he went straight off home arter fust dropping a handful of sawdust into Job's mug. I'm an old man, and I've seen a good many rows in my time, but I've never seen anything like the one that happened then. It was no good talking to Job, not a bit, he being that unreasonable that even when his own words was repeated to him he wouldn't listen. He behaved like a madman, and the language he used was that fearful and that wicked that Smith the landlord said he wouldn't have it in his house. Arter that you'd have thought that Job Brown would have left off his talk about being teetotaler, but he didn't. He said they was quite right in trying to do him a kindness, but he didn't like the way they did it.
He said there was a right way and a wrong way of doing everything, and they chose the wrong. It was all very well for him to talk, but the chap said he might drink hisself to death for all they cared, and instead of seeing him safe home as they used to do when he was worse than usual, he had to look arter hisself and get home as best he could. It was through that at last he came to offer £5 reward to anyone as could help him to become a teetotaler. He went off home one night as usual, and arter stopping a few seconds in the parlour to pull himself together, crept quietly upstairs for fear of waking his wife. He saw by the crack under the door that she'd left a candle burning, so he pulled himself together again and then turned the handle and went in and began to try and take off his coat. He happened to give a half look towards the bed as he did so, and then he started back and rubbed his eyes and told himself he'd be better in a minute. Then he looked again, for his wife was nowhere to be seen, and in the bed all fast and sound asleep and snoring their hardest was little Dick Weed, the tailor, and Mrs. Weed, and the baby. Job Brown rubbed his eyes again, and then he drew himself up to his full height, and putting one hand on the chest of drawers to steady himself, stood there staring at him and getting madder and madder every second. Then he gave a nasty cough, and Dick and Mrs. Weed and the baby all woke up and stared at him as though they could hardly believe their eyesight. "What do you want?" says Dick Weed, starting up. "Get up," says Job, hardly able to speak. "I'm surprised at you. Get up out of my bed directly." "Your bed?" screams little Dick. "You're the worse for liquor, Job Brown. Can't you see you've come into the wrong house?" "Eh?" says Job, staring. "Wrong house? Well, where's mine, then?" "Next door but one, same as it always was," says Dick. "Will you go?" "All right," says Job, staring. "Well, good night, Dick. Good night, Mrs. Weed. Good night, baby." "Good night," says Mrs. Weed from under the bedclothes. "Good night, baby," says Job again. "It can't talk yet," says Dick. "Will you go?" "Can't talk? Why not?" says Job. Dick didn't answer him. "Well, good night, Dick," he says again. "Good night," says Dick from between his teeth. "Good night, Mrs. Weed," says Job. Mrs. Weed forced herself to say good night again. "Good night, baby," says Job. "Look here," says Dick, raving. "Are you going to stay here all night, Job Brown?" Job didn't answer him, but began to go downstairs, saying good night as he went, and he'd got pretty near to the bottom when he suddenly wondered what he was going downstairs for instead of up, and lading gently at his foolishness for making such a mistake, he went upstairs again. His surprise when he see Dick Weed and Mrs. Weed and the baby all in his bed pretty near took his breath away. "What are you doing in my bed?" he says. "It's our bed," says Dick, trembling all over with rage. "I've told you afore you've come into the wrong house." "Wrong house?" says Job, staring around the room. "I believe you're right. Good night, Dick. Good night, Mrs. Weed. Good night, baby." Dick jumped out of bed then and tried to push him out of the room, but he was a very small man, and Job just stood there and wondered what he was doing. Mrs. Weed and the baby both started screaming one against the other, and at last Dick pushed the window open and called out for help. They had the neighbors in then, and the trouble they had to get Job downstairs wouldn't be believed. Mrs. Pottle went for his wife at last, and then Job went home with her like a lamb, asking her where'd she been all the evening, and saying he'd been looking for her everywhere. There was such a to-do about it in the village next morning that Job Brown was fairly scared. All the women was out at their doors talking about it, and saying what a shame it was and how silly Mrs. Weed was to put up with it. Then old Mrs. Gum, her grandmother, who was 88 years old, stood outside Job's house nearly all the day, shaking her stick at him and daring of him to come out. What with Mrs. Gum and the little crowd watching her all day and giving her good advice, which she wouldn't take, Job was afraid to show his nose outside the door. He wasn't like hisself that night up at the cauliflower. He sat up in the corner and wouldn't take any notice of anybody, and it was easy to see as he was thoroughly ashamed of hisself. "Cheer up, Job," says Bill Chambers at last. "You ain't the first man as has made a fool of hisself." "Mind your own business," says Job Brown, "and I'll mind mine." "Why don't you leave him alone, Bill?" says Henry White. "You can see the man is worried because the baby can't talk." "Oh," says Bill, "I thought he was worried because his wife could." All the chaps, except Job, that is, laughed at that. But Job, he got up and punched the table, and asked whether there was anybody as would like to go outside with him for 5 minutes. Then he sat down again, and said 'ard things agin the drink, which had made him the larfing stock of all the fools in Claybury. "I'm going to give it up, Smith," he says. "Yes, I know you are," says Smith. "If I could only lose the taste of it for a time, I could give it up," says Job, wiping his mouth. "And to prove I'm in earnest, I'll give £5 to anybody as will prevent me tasting intoxicating liquor for a month." "You may as well save your breath to bid people good night with, Job," says Bill Chambers. "You wouldn't pay up if anybody did keep you off it." Job swore honor bright he would, and nobody believed him, and at last he called for pen and ink and wrote it all down on a sheet of paper and signed it, and then he got 2 other chaps to sign it as witnesses. Bill Chambers wasn't satisfied then. He pointed out that earning the £5 and then getting it out of Job Brown arterwards was 2 such entirely different things that there was no likeness between 'em at all. Then Job Brown got so mad he didn't know what he was doing, and he handed over £5 to Smith the landlord, and wrote on the paper that he was to give it to anybody who should earn it, without consulting him at all. Even Bill couldn't think of anything to say agin that, but he made a point of biting all the sovereigns. There was quite an excitement for a few days. Henry White, he got a headache with thinking, and Joe Gubbins, he got a headache for drinking Job's beer again. There was all sorts of wild ways mentioned to earn that £5, but they didn't come to anything. Arter a week had gone by, Job Brown began to get restless like, and once or twice he said in Smith's hearing how useful £5 would be. Smith didn't take any notice, and at last Job told him there didn't seem to be any likelihood of the £5 being earned, and he wanted it to buy pigs with. The way he went on when Smith said he hadn't got the power to give it back, and he'd got to keep it in trust for anybody as might earn it, was disgraceful. He used to ask Smith for it every night, and Smith used to give him the same answer, until at last Job Brown said he'd go and see a lawyer about it. That frightened Smith a bit, and I believe he handed it over, but 2 days arterwards Job was going upstairs so careful that he fell down to the bottom and broke his leg. It was broken in 2 places, and the doctor said it would be a long job, owing to his drinking habits, and he gave Mrs. Brown strict orders that Job wasn't to have a drop of anything, even if he asked for it. There was a lot of talk about it up at the Cauliflower Ear, and Henry White, arter a bad headache, thought of a plan by which he and Bill Chambers could have that £5 atween 'em. The idea was that Bill Chambers was to go with Henry to see Job and take him a bottle of beer, and just as Job was going to drink it, Henry should knock it out of his hands, at the same time telling Bill Chambers he ought to be ashamed of hisself. It was a good idea, and as Henry White said, if Mrs. Brown was in the room, so much the better, as she'd be a witness. He made Bill swear to keep it secret for fear of other chaps doing it arterwards, and then they bought a bottle of beer and set off up the road to Job's. The annoying part of it was, arter all their trouble and Henry White's headache, Mrs. Brown wouldn't let 'em in. They begged and prayed of her to let 'em go up and just have a peep at 'em, but she wouldn't. She said she'd go upstairs and peep for 'em, and she came down again and said that he was a little bit flushed, but sleeping like a lamb. They went round the corner and drank the ale up, and Bill Chambers said it was a good job. Henry thought he was clever because nobody else did. As for his headaches, he put 'em down to overeating. Several other chaps called to see Job, but none of them was allowed to go up, and for 7 weeks that unfortunate man never touched a drop of anything. The doctor tried to persuade him now that he had got the start to keep it, and he likewise pointed out that as he had been without liquor for over a month, he could go and get that £5 back out of Smith. Job promised that he would give it up, but the first day he felt able to crawl on his crutches, he made up his mind to go up to the Cauliflower and see whether gin and beer tasted as good as it used to. The only thing was, his wife might stop him. "You're done with nursing me, old gal," he says to his wife. "I am a bit tired," says she. "I could see it by your eyes," says Job. "What you want is a change, Polly. Why not go and see your sister at Wickham?" "I don't like leaving you alone," says Miss Brown, "else I'd like to go. I want to do a little shopping." "You go, my dear," says Job. I shall be quite happy sitting at the gate in the sun with a glass of milk and a pipe." He persuaded her at last, and in a fit of generosity gave her 3 shillings to go shopping with, and as soon as she was out of sight he went off with a crutch and a stick, smiling all over his face. He met Dick Weed in the road, and they shook hands quite friendly, and Job asked him to have a drink. Then Henry White and some more chaps came along, and by the time they got to the Cauliflower they was as merry a party as you'd wish to see. Every man had a pint of beer, which Job paid for, not forgetting Smith himself, and Job closed his eyes with pleasure as he took his. Then they began to talk about his accident, and Job showed him his leg and described what it felt like to be a teetotaler for 7 weeks. "And I'll trouble you for that 5 pounds, Smith," he says, smiling. "I've been without anything stronger than milk for 7 weeks. I never thought when I wrote that paper I was going to earn my own money." "None of us did, Job," says Smith. "Do you think that leg'll be all right again? As good as the other, I mean?" "Doctor says so," says Job. "It's wonderful what they can do nowadays," says Smith, shaking his head. "'Extraordinary," says Job. "Where's that 5 pounds, Smith?" "You don't want to put any sudden weight or anything like that on it for a time, Job," says Smith. "Don't get struggling or fighting, whatever you do, Job." "'Tain't so likely," says Job. "Do you think I'm a fool? Where's that 5 pounds, Smith?" "Ah, yes," says Smith, looking as though he'd just remembered something. "I wanted to tell you about that, to see if I've done right. I'm glad you've come in." "Eh?" says Job Brown, staring at him. "Has your wife gone shopping today?" says Smith, looking at him very solemn. Job Brown put his mug down on the table and turned as pale as ashes. Then he got up and limped over to the bar. "What do you mean?" he says, choking. "She said she thought of doing so," says Smith, wiping a glass. "She came in yesterday and asked for that 5 pounds she'd won. The doctor came in with her and said she'd kept you from liquor for 7 weeks, let alone a month, so according to the paper, I 'ad to give it to her. I hope I done right, Job." Job didn't answer him a word, good or bad. He just turned his back on him, and picking up his crutch and his stick, hobbled off home. Henry White tried to make him stop and have another pint, but he wouldn't. He said he didn't want his wife to find him out when she returned.
End of section 7.
Section 8 of Light Freights. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Doc D.L. Martin. Light Freights by W. W. Jacobs. Brevet Rank. The crew of the Elizabeth Hopkins sat on deck in the gloaming, gazing idly at the dusky shapes of the barges as they dropped silently down on the tide, or violently discussing the identity of various steamers as they came swiftly past. Even with these amusements the time hung heavily, and they thought longingly of certain cozy bars by the riverside to which they were wont to betake themselves in their spare time. Tonight, in deference to the wishes of the skipper, wishes which approximated closely to those of royalty in their effects, they remained on board. A new acquaintance of his, a brother captain, who dabbled in mesmerism, was coming to give them a taste of his quality, and the skipper, sitting on the side of the schooner in the faint light which streamed from the galley, was condescendingly explaining to them the marvels of hypnotism. "I never heard the likes of it," said one, with a deep breath, as the skipper concluded a marvelous example. "There's a lot you ain't heard of, Bill," said another, whose temper was suffering from lack of beer. "But have you seen all this, sir?" "Everything," said the skipper impressively. "He wanted to mesmerize me, and I said, 'All right,' I says, 'do it and welcome, if you can, but I expect my head's a bit too strong for you.'" "And it was, sir, I'll bet," said the man who had been so candid with Bill. "He tried everything," said the skipper, "then he give it up. But he's coming aboard tonight, so any of you that likes can come down the cabin and be mesmerized free." "Why can't he do it on deck?" said the mate, rising from the hatches and stretching his gigantic form. "'Cause he must have artificial light, George," said the skipper. "He lets me a little bit into the secret, you know, and he told me he likes to have the men a bit dazed like first." Voices sounded from the wharf, and the night watchman appeared piloting Captain Inkell to the schooner. The crew noticed that he came aboard quite like any other man, descending the ladder with even more care than usual. He was a small man of much dignity, with light gray eyes which had been so strained by the exercise of his favorite hobby that they appeared to be starting from his head. He chatted agreeably about freights for some time, and then, at his brother skipper's urgent entreaty, consented to go below and give them a taste of his awful powers. At first he was not very successful. The men stared at the discs he put into their hands until their eyes ached, but for some time without effect. Bill was the first to yield, and to the astonishment of his friends passed into a soft magnetic slumber, from which he emerged to perform the usual idiotic tricks peculiar to mesmerized subjects. "It's wonderful what power you have over 'em," said Captain Brad respectfully. Captain Inkell smiled affably. "At the present moment," he said, "that man is my unthinking slave, and whatever I wish him to do, he does. Would any of you like him to do anything?" "Well, sir," said one of the men, "he owes me £1/4, and I think it would be a 'ighly interesting experiment if you could get him to pay me. If anything 'ud make me believe in mesmerism, that would." "And he owes me 18 pence, sir," said another seaman eagerly. "One at a time," said the first speaker sharply. "And he's owed me 5 shillings since I don't know when," said the cook with dishonest truthfulness. Captain Inkell turned to his subject. "You owe that man £0.5, he said, pointing. "That one 18 pence, and that one 5 shillings. Pay them." In the most matter-of-fact way in the world, Bill groped in his pockets and, producing some greasy coins, paid the sums mentioned, to the intense delight of everybody. "Well, I'm blessed," said the mate, staring. "I thought mesmerism was all rubbish. Now bring him to again." "But don't tell him what he's been doing," said the cook. Inkell, with a few passes, brought his subject round, and with a subdued air he took his place with the others. "What'd it feel like, Bill?" asked Joe. "Can you remember what you did?" Bill shook his head. "Don't try to," said the cook feelingly. "I should like to put you under the influence," said Inkell, eyeing the mate. "You couldn't," said that gentleman promptly. "Let me try," said Inkell persuasively. "Do," said the skipper, "to oblige me, George." "Well, I don't mind much," said the mate, hesitating, "but no making me give those chaps money, you know." "No, no," said Inkell. "What does he mean, give the chaps money?" said Bill, turning with a startled air to the cook. "I don't know," said the cook airily. "Just watch him, Bill," he added anxiously. But Bill had something better to do, and feeling in his pockets hurriedly strove to balance his cash account. It was impossible to do anything else while he was doing it, and the situation became so strained and his language so weird that the skipper was compelled, in the interest of law and morality, to order him from the cabin. "Look at me," said Inkell to the mate after quiet had been restored. The mate complied, and everybody gazed spellbound at the tussle for supremacy between brute force and occult science. Slowly, very slowly, science triumphed, being interrupted several times by the blood-curdling threats of Bill as they floated down the companionway. Then the mate suddenly lurched forward, and would have fallen, but that strong hands caught him and restored him to his seat. "I'm going to show you something now if I can," said Inkell, wiping his brow, "but I don't know how it'll come off, because I'm only a beginner at this sort of thing, and I've never tried this before. If you don't mind, Captain, I'm going to tell him he is Captain Brad, and that you are the mate." "Go ahead," said the delighted Brad. Captain Inkell went ahead full speed. With a few rapid passes he roused the mate from his torpor and fixed him with his glittering eye. "You are Captain Brad, master of this ship," he said slowly. "Aye, aye," said the mate earnestly. "And that's your mate?" "George," said Inkell, pointing to the deeply interested Brad. "Aye, aye," said the mate again, with a sigh. "Take command then," said Inkell, leaving him with a satisfied air and seating himself on the locker. The mate sat up and looked about him with an air of quiet authority. "George," he said, turning suddenly to the skipper with a very passable imitation of his voice. "Sir," said the skipper, with a playful glance at Inkell. "A friend of mine named Captain Inkell is coming aboard tonight," said the mate slowly. "Get a little whiskey for him out of my stateroom." "Aye, aye, sir," said the amused Brad. "Just a little in the bottom of the bottle will do," continued the mate. "Don't put more in, for he drinks like a fish." "I never said such a thing, Captain," said Brad in an agitated whisper. "I never thought of such a thing." "No, I know you wouldn't," said Inkell, who was staring hard at a nearly empty whiskey bottle on the table. "And don't leave your baccy pouch lying about, George," continued the mate in a thrilling whisper. The skipper gave a faint, mirthless little laugh and looked at him uneasily. "If ever there was a sponger for baccy, George, it's him," said the mate in a confidential whisper. Captain Inkell, who was at that very moment filling his pipe from the pouch, which the skipper had himself pushed towards him, laid it carefully on the table again, and gazing steadily at his friend, took out the tobacco already in his pipe and replaced it. In the silence which ensued, the mate took up the whiskey bottle and, pouring the contents into a tumbler, added a little water and drank it with relish. He leaned back on the locker and smacked his lips. There was a faint laugh from one of the crew, and looking up smartly, he seemed to be aware for the first time of their presence. "What are you doing down here?" he roared. "What do you want?" "Nothing, sir," said the cook, "only we thought—" "Get out at once," vociferated the mate, rising. "Stay where you are," said the skipper sharply. "George," said the mate, in the squeaky voice in which he chose to personate the skipper. "Bring him round, Inkell," said the skipper irritably. "I've had enough of this. I'll let him know who's who." With a confident smile, Inkell got up quietly from the locker and fixed his terrible gaze on the mate. The mate fell back and gazed at him open-mouthed. "Who the devil are you staring at?" he demanded rudely. Still holding him with his gaze, Inkell clapped his hands together and, stepping up to him, blew strongly in his face. The mate, with a perfect scream of rage, picked him up by the middle and, dumping him heavily on the floor, held him there and worried him. "Help!" cried Inkell in a smothered voice. "Take him off!" "Why don't you bring him round?" yelled the skipper excitably. "What's the good of playing with him?" Inkell's reply, which was quite irrelevant, consisted almost entirely of adjectives and improper nouns. "Blowing in his face again, sir," said the cook, bending down kindly. "Take him off," yelled Inkell. "He's killing me." The skipper flew to the assistance of his friend, but the mate, who was of gigantic strength and stature, simply backed and crushed him against a bulkhead. Then, as if satisfied, he released the crestfallen Inkell and stood looking at him. "Why don't you bring him round?" panted the skipper. "He's out of my control," said Inkell, rising nimbly to his feet. "I've heard of such cases before. I'm only new at the work, you know, but I dare say, in a couple of years' time—" The skipper held at him, and the mate, suddenly alive again to the obnoxious presence of the crew, drove them up the companion ladder and pursued them to the forecastle. "This is a pretty kettle of fish," said Brad indignantly. "Why don't you bring him round?" "Because I can't," said Inkell shortly. "It'll have to wear off." "Wear off," repeated the skipper. "He's under a delusion now," said Inkell. "And of course I can't say how long it'll last, but whatever you do, don't cross him in any way." "Oh, don't cross him," repeated Brad with sarcastic inflection. "And you call yourself a mesmerist?" Zingle drew himself up with a little pride. "Well, see what I've done," he said. "The fact is, I was charged full with electricity when I came aboard, and he's got it all now. It's left me weak, and until my will wears off him, he's captain of this ship." "And what about me?" said Brad. "You're the mate," said Zingle, "and mind, for your own sake, you act up to it. If you don't cross him, I haven't any doubt it'll be all right. But if you do, he'll very likely murder you in a fit of frenzy, and he wouldn't be responsible. Good night." "You're not going?" said Brad, clutching him by the sleeve. "I am," said the other. "He seems to have took a violent dislike to me, and if I stay here it'll only make him worse." He ran lightly up on deck, and avoiding an ugly rush on the part of the mate, who had been listening, sprang onto the ladder and hastily clambered ashore. The skipper, worn and scared, looked up as the bogus skipper came below. "I'm going to bed, George," said the mate, staring at him. "I feel a bit heavy. Give me a call just afore high water." "Where are you going to sleep?" demanded the skipper. "Going to sleep?" said the mate. "Why, in my stateroom, to be sure." He took the empty bottle from the table and, opening the door of the stateroom, closed it in the face of its frenzied owner and turned the key in the lock. Then he leaned over the berth and, cramming the pillow against his mouth, gave way to his feelings until he was nearly suffocated. Any idea that the skipper might have had of the healing effects of sleep were rudely dispelled when the mate came on deck next morning and found that they had taken the schooner out without arousing him. His delusion seemed to be stronger than ever, and pushing the skipper from the wheel, he took it himself and read him a short and sharp lecture on the virtues of obedience. "I know you're a good sort, George Smith," he said leniently. "Nobody could wish for a better, but while I'm master of this here ship, it don't become you to take things upon yourself in the way you do." "But you don't understand," said the skipper, trying to conquer his temper. "Now look me in the eye, George." "Who are you calling George?" said the mate sharply. "Well, look me in the eye then," said the skipper, waving the point. "I'll look at you in a way you won't like in a minute," said the mate ferociously. "I want to explain the position of affairs to you," said the skipper. "Do you remember Captain Zingle, what was aboard last night?" "Little dirty-looking man what kept staring at me?" demanded the mate. "Well, I don't know about his being dirty," said the skipper, "but that's the man. Do you know what he did to you, said the mate sharply. "He mesmerized you," said the skipper hastily. "Now keep quite calm. You say you're Benjamin Brad, master of this vessel, don't you?" "I do," said the mate. "Let me hear anybody say as I ain't." "Yesterday," said the skipper, plucking up courage and speaking very slowly and impressively, "you were George Smith, the mate, but my friend Captain Zingle mesmerized you and made you think you were me." "I see what it is," said the mate severely. "You've been drinking. You've been up to my whiskey." "Call the crew and ask them then," said Brad desperately. "Call 'em up yourself, you lunatic," said the mate, loudly enough for the men to hear. "If anybody dares to play the fool with me, I won't leave a whole bone in his body, that's all." In obedience to the summons of Captain Brad, the crew came up, and being requested by him to tell the mate that he was the mate, and that he was at present laboring under a delusion, stood silently nudging each other and eyeing him uneasily. "Well," said the latter at length, "why don't you speak and tell George he's gone off his head a bit?" "It ain't nothing to do with us, sir," said Bill, very respectfully. "But damn it all, man," said the mate, taking a mighty grip of his collar, "you know I'm the captain, don't you?" "Of course I do, sir," said Bill. "There you are, George," said the mate, releasing him, and turning to the frantic Brad. "You hear that? Now look here, you listen to me. Either you've been drinking or else your head's gone a little bit off. You go down and turn in, and if you don't give me any more of your nonsense, I'll overlook it for this once." He ordered the crew forward again, and being desirous of leaving some permanent mark of his command on the ship, had the galley fresh painted in red and blue, and a lot of old stores, which he had vainly condemned when made, thrown overboard. The skipper stood by helplessly while it was done, and then went below of his own accord and turned in, as being the only way to retain his sanity, or at any rate the clearness of head which he felt to be indispensable at this juncture. Time, instead of restoring the mate to his senses, only appeared to confirm him in his folly, and the skipper, after another attempt to convince him, let things drift, resolving to have him put under restraint as soon as they got to port. They reached Tidescroft in the early afternoon, but before they entered the harbor the mate, as though he had had some subtle intuition that this would be his last command, called the crew to him and read them a touching little homily about their behavior when they should land. He warned them of public houses and other dangers, and reminded them affectingly of their duties as husbands and fathers. "Always go home to your wife and children, my lads," he continued with some emotion, "as I go home to mine." "Why, he ain't got none," whispered Bill, staring. "Don't be a fool, Bill," said the cook. "He means the captain's. Don't you see he's the captain now?" It was as clear as noonday, and the agitation of the skipper, a perfect Othello in his way, was awful. He paced the deck incessantly, casting fretful glances ashore, and as the schooner touched the side of the quay, sprang onto the bulwarks and jumped ashore. The mate watched him with an ill-concealed grin, and then, having made the vessel snug, went below to strengthen himself with a drop of the skipper's whiskey for the crowning scene of his play. He came on deck again, and taking no heed of the whispers of the crew, went ashore. Meantime, Captain Brad had reached his house and was discussing the situation with his astonished spouse. She pooh-poohed the idea of the police and the medical faculty as being likely to cause complications with the owners, and, despite the remonstrances of her husband, insisted upon facing the mate alone. "Now you go in the kitchen," she said, looking from the window. "Here he comes. You see how I'll settle him." The skipper looked out of the window and saw the unhappy victim of Captain Inkell slowly approaching. His wife drew him away, and despite his remonstrances, pushed him into the next room and closed the door. She sat on the sofa calmly sewing, as the mate, whose hardihood was rapidly failing him, entered. Her manner gave him no assistance whatsoever, and coming sheepishly in, he took a chair. "I've come home," he said at last. "So I see, Ben," said Mrs. Brad calmly. "He's told her," said the mate to himself. "Children all right?" he inquired after another pause. "Yes," said Mrs. Brad simply. "Little Joe's boots are almost off his feet, though." "Ah," said the mate blankly. "I've been waiting for you to come, Ben," said Mrs. Brad after a pause. "I want you to change a 5-pound note Uncle Dick gave me." "Can't do it," said the mate briefly. The absence of Captain Brad was disquieting to a bashful man in such a position, and he had looked forward to a stormy scene which was to bring him to his senses again. "Show me what you've got," said Mrs. Brad, leaning forward. The mate pulled out an old leather purse and counted the contents, 2 pounds and a little silver. "There isn't 5 pounds there," said Mrs. Brad, "but I may as well take last week's housekeeping while you've got it out." Before the mate could prevent her, she had taken the 2 pounds and put it in her pocket. He looked at her placid face in amazement, but she met his gaze calmly and drummed on the table with her thimble. "No, no, I want the money myself," said the mate at last. He put his hands to his head and began to prepare for the grand transformation scene. "My head's gone," he said in a gurgling voice. "What am I doing here? Where am I?" "Good gracious, what's the matter with the man?" said Mrs. Brad with a scream. She snatched up a bowl of flowers and flung the contents in his face as her husband burst into the room. The mate sprang to his feet, spluttering. "What am I doing here, Captain Brad?" he said in his usual voice. "He's come round," said Brad ecstatically. "He's come round. Oh, George, you have been playing the fool. Don't you know what you've been doing?" The mate shook his head and stared round the room. "I thought we were in London," he said, putting his hand to his head. "You said Captain Inkell was coming aboard. How did we get here? Where am I?" In a hurried, breathless fashion the skipper told him, the mate regarding him the while with a stare of fixed incredulity. "I can't understand it," he said at length. "My mind's a perfect blank." "A perfect blank," said Mrs. Brad cheerfully. "It might have been accident," but she tapped her pocket as she spoke, and the outwitted mate bit his lip as he realized his blunder and turned to the door. The couple watched him as he slowly passed up the street. "It's most extraordinary," said the skipper. "The most extraordinary case I ever heard of." "So it is," said his wife. "And what's more extraordinary still for you, Ben, you're going to church on Sunday, and what's more extraordinary even than that, you are going to put 2 golden sovereigns in the plate." End of section 8.
Section 9 of Light Freights. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ben Tucker. Light Freights by W. W. Jacobs. Twin Spirits. The terrace, consisting of 8 gaunt houses, faced the sea, while the back rooms commanded a view of the ancient little town some half-mile distant. The beach, a waste of shingle, was desolate and bare except for a ruined bathing machine and a few pieces of linen drying in the winter sunshine. In the offing, tiny steamers left a trail of smoke, while sailing craft, their canvas glistening in the sun, slowly melted from the sight. On all these things the terrace turned a stolid eye, and counting up its gains of the previous season, wondered whether it could hold on to the next. It was a discontented terrace, and had become prematurely soured by a board which refused them a pier, a bandstand, and illuminated gardens. From the front windows of the 3rd story of number 1, Mrs. Cox, gazing out to the sea, sighed softly. The season had been a bad one, and Mr. Cox had been even more troublesome than usual, owing to a tightness in the money market and the avowed preference of local publicans for cash transactions to assets in chalk and slate. In Mr. Cox's memory there never had been such a drought, and his crop of patience was nearly exhausted. He had in his earlier days attempted to do a little work, but his health had suffered so much that his wife had become alarmed for his safety. Work invariably brought on a cough, and as he came from a family whose lungs had formed the staple conversation of their lives, he had been compelled to abandon it, and at last it came to be understood that if he would only consent to amuse himself and not get into trouble, nothing more would be expected of him. It was not much of a life for a man of spirit, and at times it became so unbearable that Mr. Cox would disappear for days together in search of work, returning unsuccessful after many days with nerves shattered in the pursuit. Mrs. Cox's meditations were disturbed by a knock at the front door, and the servants having been discharged for the season, she hurried downstairs to open it, not without a hope of belated lodgers, invalids in search of an east wind. A stout middle-aged woman in widow's weeds stood on the doorstep. "Glad to see you, my dear," said the visitor, kissing her loudly. Mrs. Cox gave her a subdued caress in return, not from any lack of feeling, but because she did everything in a quiet and spiritless fashion. "I've got my Uncle Joseph from London staying with us," continued the visitor, following her into the hall, "so I just got into the train and brought him down for a blow at the sea." A question on Mrs. Cox's lips died away as a very small man who had been hidden by his niece came into sight. "My Uncle Joseph," said Mrs. Barry. Mr. Joseph Piper," she added. Mr. Piper shook hands, and after a performance on the doormat, protracted by reason of a festoon of hemp, followed his hostess into the faded drawing-room. "And Mr. Cox?" inquired Mrs. Barry in a cold voice. Mrs. Cox shook her head. "He's been away this last 3 days," she said, flushing slightly. "Looking for work?" suggested the visitor. Mrs. Cox nodded, and placing the tips of her fingers together, fidgeted gently. "Well, I hope he finds it," said Mrs. Barry, with more venom than the remark seemed to require. "Why, where's your marble clock?" Mrs. Cox coughed. "It's being mended," she said confusedly. Mrs. Barry eyed her anxiously. "Don't mind him, my dear," she said with a jerk of her head in the direction of Mr. Piper. "He's nobody. Wouldn't you like to go out on the beach a little while, Uncle?" "No," said Mr. Piper. "I suppose Mr. Cox took the clock for company," remarked Mrs. Barry after a hostile stare at her relative. Mrs. Cox sighed and shook her head. It was no use pretending with Mrs. Barry. "He'll pawn the clock and anything else he can lay his hands on, and when he's drunk it up, come home to be made a fuss of," continued Mrs. Barry heatedly. "That's you men." Her glance was so fiercely that Mr. Joseph Piper was unable to allow the remark to pass unchallenged. "I never pawned a clock," he said, stroking his little gray head. "That's a lot to boast of, isn't it?" demanded his niece. "If I hadn't got anything better than that to boast of, I wouldn't boast at all." Mr. Piper said that he was not boasting. "It'll go on like this, my dear, till you're ruined," said the sympathetic Mrs. Barry, turning to her friend again. "What'll you do then?" "Yes, I know," said Mrs. Cox. "I've had a bad season, too, and I'm so anxious about him in spite of it all. I can't sleep at nights for fearing that he's in some trouble. I'm sure I laid awake half last night crying." Mrs. Barry sniffed loudly, and Mr. Piper, making a remark in a low voice, turned on him with ferocity. "What did you say?" she demanded. "I said it does her credit," said Mr. Piper firmly. "I might have known it was nonsense," retorted his niece hotly. "Can't you get him to take the pledge, Mary?" "I couldn't insult him like that," said Mrs. Cox with a shiver. "You don't know his pride. He never admits that he drinks. He says that he only takes a little for his indigestion. He'd never forgive me. When he pawns the things, he pretends that somebody has stolen them, and the way he goes on at me for my carelessness is alarming. He gets worked up to such a pitch that sometimes I almost think he believes it himself." "Rubbish," said Mrs. Barry tartly. "You're too easy with him." Mrs. Cox sighed, and leaving the room returned with a bottle of wine, which was port to the look and red currant to the taste, and a seed cake of formidable appearance. The visitors attacked these refreshments mildly, Mr. Piper sipping his wine with an obtrusive carefulness which his niece rightly regarded as a reflection upon her friend's hospitality. "What Cox wants is a shock," she said. "You've dropped some crumbs on the carpet, Uncle." Mr. Piper apologized and said he had got his eye on them, and would pick them up when he had finished, and picked up his niece's at the same time to prevent her stooping. Mrs. Barry, in an aside to Mrs. Cox, said that her Uncle Joseph's tongue had got itself disliked on both sides of the family. "And I'd give him one," said Mrs. Barry, returning again to the subject of Mr. Cox and shocks. "He had a gentleman's life of it here, and he would look rather silly if you were sold up and he had to do something for his living." "It's putting away the things that is so bad," said Mrs. Cox, shaking her head. "That clock won't last him out, I know. He'll come back and take some of the other things. Every spring I have to go through his pockets for the tickets and get the things out again, and I mustn't say a word for fear of hurting his feelings. If I do, he goes off again." "If I were you," said Mrs. Barry emphatically, "I'd get behind with the rent or something and have the brokers in. He'd look rather astonished if he came home and saw a broker's man sitting in a chair." "He'd look more astonished if he saw him sitting in a flower pot," suggested the caustic Mr. Piper. "I couldn't do that," said Mrs. Cox. "I couldn't stand the disgrace, even though I knew I could pay him out. As it is, Cox is always setting his family above mine." Mrs. Barry, without ceasing to stare Mr. Piper out of countenance, shook her head and, folding her arms, again stated her opinion that Mr. Cox wanted a shock, and expressed a great yearning to be the humble means of giving him one. "If you can't have the brokers in, get somebody to pretend to be one," she said sharply. "That would prevent him pawning any more things at any rate. Why wouldn't he do?" she added, nodding at her uncle. Anxiety on Mrs. Cox's face was exaggerated on that of Mr. Piper. "Let uncle pretend to be a broker's man in for the rent," continued the excitable lady rapidly. "When Mr. Cox turns up after his spree, tell him what his doings have brought you to, and say you'll have to go to the workhouse." "I look like a broker's man, don't I?" said Mr. Piper in a voice more tinged with sarcasm. "Yes," said his niece. "That's what put it into my head." "It's very kind of you, dear, and very kind of Mr. Piper," said Mrs. Cox. "But I couldn't think of it. I really couldn't." "Uncle would be delighted," said Mrs. Barry, with a wilful blinking of plain facts. "He's got nothing better to do. It's a nice house and good food, and he could sit at the open window and sniff at the sea all day long." Mr. Piper sniffed even as she spoke, but not at the sea. "And I'll come for him the day after tomorrow," said Mrs. Barry. It was the old story of the stronger will. Mrs. Cox, after a feeble stand, gave way altogether, and Mr. Piper's objections were demolished before he had given them full utterance. Mrs. Barry went off alone after dinner, secretly glad to have gotten rid of Mr. Piper, who was making a self-invited stay at her house of indefinite duration, and Mr. Piper, in his new role of broker's man, essayed the part with as much help as a clay pipe and a pint of beer could afford him. That day and the following he spent amid the faded grandeurs of the drawing-room, gazing longingly at the wide expanse of beach and the tumbling sea beyond. The house was almost uncannily quiet, an occasional tinkle of metal or crash of china from the basement giving the only indication of the industrious Mrs. Cox. But on the day after, the quiet of the house was broken by the return of its master, whose annoyance when he found the drawing-room clock stolen and a man in possession was alarming in its vehemence. He lectured his wife severely on her mismanagement, and after some hesitation announced his intention of going through her books. Mrs. Cox gave them to him, and, armed with pen and ink and 4 square inches of pink blotting paper, he performed feats of balancing which made him a very Blondin of finance. "I shall have to get something to do," he said gloomily, laying down his pen. "Yes, dear," said his wife. Mr. Cox leaned back in his chair and, wiping his pen on the blotting paper, gazed in a speculative fashion round the room. "Have you got any money?" he inquired. For reply his wife rummaged in her pocket and, after a lengthy search, produced a bunch of keys, a thimble, a needle case, 2 pocket handkerchiefs, and a halfpenny. She put this last on the table, and Mr. Cox, whose temper had been mounting steadily, threw it to the other end of the room. "I can't help it," said Mrs. Cox, wiping her eyes. "I'm sure I've done all I could to keep a home together. I can't even raise money on anything." Mr. Cox, who had been glancing round the room again, looked up sharply. "Why not?" he inquired. "The broker's man," said Mrs. Cox nervously. "He's made an inventory of everything, and he holds us responsible." Mr. Cox leaned back in his chair. "This is a pretty state of things," he blurted wildly. "Here have I been walking my legs off looking for work, any work so long as it's honest labor, and I come back to find a broker's man sitting in my own house and drinking up my beer." He rose and walked up and down the room, and Mrs. Cox, whose nerves were hardly equal to the occasion, slipped on her bonnet and announced her intention of trying to obtain a few necessaries on credit. Her husband waited in indignant silence until he heard the front door close behind her, and then stole softly upstairs to have a look at the fell destroyer of his domestic happiness. Mr. Piper, who was already very tired of his imprisonment, looked up curiously as he heard the door pushed open, and discovered an elderly gentleman with an appearance of great stateliness staring at him. In the ordinary way he was one of the meekest of men, but the insolence of this stare was outrageous. Mr. Piper, opening his mild blue eyes wide, stared back, whereupon Mr. Cox, fumbling in his vest pocket, found a pair of folders, and putting them astride his nose, gazed at the pseudo-broker's man with crushing effect. "What do you want here?" he asked at length. "Are you the father of one of the servants?" I'm the father of all the servants in the house, said Mr. Piper sweetly. Don't answer me, sir, said Mr. Cox with much pomposity. You're an eyesore to an honest man, a vulture, a harpy. Mr. Piper pondered. How do you know what's an eyesore to an honest man? He asked at length. Mr. Cox smiled scornfully. Where's your warrant or order or whatever you call it? He demanded. I've shown it to Mrs. Cox, said Mr. Piper. Show it to me, said the other. I've complied with the law by showing it once, said Mr. Piper, bluffing, and I'm not going to show it again. Mr. Cox stared at him disdainfully, beginning at his little sleek gray head and traveling slowly downwards to his untidy boots, and then back again. He repeated this several times, until Mr. Piper, unable to bear it patiently, began to eye him in the same fashion. What are you looking at, vulture? Demanded the incensed Mr. Cox. 3 spots of grease on a dirty waistcoat, replied Mr. Piper readily. A pair of bow legs and a pair of somebody else's trousers, and a shabby coat wore under the right arm, with carrying off. He paused a moment as though to make sure. With carrying off of a drawing-room clock. He regretted this retort almost before he had finished it, and rose to his feet with a faint cry of alarm as the heated Mr. Cox first locked the door and put the key in his pocket and then threw up the window. Vulture! He cried in a terrible voice. Yes, sir, said the trembling Mr. Piper. Mr. Cox waved his hand towards the window. Fly, he said briefly. Mr. Piper tried to form his white lips into a smile, and his knees trembled beneath him. Did you hear what I said? Demanded Mr. Cox. What are you waiting for? If you don't fly out of the window, I'll throw you out. Don't touch me, screamed Mr. Piper, retreating behind a table. It's all a mistake, all a joke. I'm not a broker's man. Eh? Said the other. Not a broker's man? What are you, then? In eager, trembling tones, Mr. Piper told him, and, gathering confidence as he proceeded, related the conversation which had led up to his imposture. Mr. Cox listened in a dazed fashion, and as he concluded threw himself into a chair and gave way to a terrible outburst of grief. The way I've worked for that woman, he said brokenly, to think it should come to this, the deceit of the thing, the wickedness of it, my heart is broken. I shall never be the same man again. Never! Mr. Piper made a sympathetic noise. It's been very unpleasant for me, he said, but my niece is so masterful. I don't blame you, said Mr. Cox kindly. Shake hands. They shook hands solemnly, and Mr. Piper, muttering something about a draft, closed the window. You might have been killed in trying to jump out of that window, said Mr. Cox. Fancy the feelings of those 2 deceitful women then. Fancy my feelings, said Mr. Piper with a shudder. Playing with fire, that's what I call it. My niece is coming this afternoon. It would serve her right if you gave her a fright by telling her you had killed me. Perhaps it would be a lesson to her not to be so officious. It would serve 'em both right, agreed Mr. Cox. Only Mrs. Barry might send for the police. I never thought of that, said Mr. Piper, fondling his chin. I might frighten my wife, mused the amiable Mr. Cox. It would be a lesson to her not to be deceitful again. And by Jove, I'll get some money from her to escape with. I know she's got some, and if she hasn't, she will have in a day or 2. There's a little pub at Newstead 8 miles from here where we could be as happy as fighting cocks with a fiver or 2. And while we're there enjoying ourselves, my wife will be half out of her mind trying to account for your disappearance to Mrs. Barry. It sounds all right, said Mr. Piper cautiously. But she won't believe you. You don't look wild enough to have killed anybody. I'll look wild enough when the time comes, said the other, nodding. You get on to the White Horse at Newstead and wait for me. I'll let you out at the back way. Come along. But you said it was 8 miles, said Mr. Piper. 8 miles, easy walking, rejoined Mr. Cox. Or there's a train at 3 o'clock. There's a signpost at the corner there. And if you don't hurry, I shall be able to catch you up. Goodbye. He patted the hesitating Mr. Piper on the back, and, letting him out through the garden, indicated the road. Then he returned to the drawing-room and carefully rumpled his hair, tore his collar from the stud, overturned a couple of chairs and a small table, and sat down to wait as patiently as he could for the return of his wife. He waited about 20 minutes, and then he heard a key turn in the door below, and his wife's footsteps slowly mounting the stairs. By the time she reached the drawing-room, his tableau was complete, and she fell back with a faint shriek at the frenzied figure which met her eyes. "Hush," said the tragedian, putting his finger to his lips.
"Henry, what is it?" cried Mrs. Cox. "What is the matter?"
"The broker's man," said her husband in a thrilling whisper. "We had words. He struck me in a fit of fury. I choked him."
"Much?"
inquired the bewildered woman.
"Much?"
repeated Mr. Cox, frantically. "I've killed him and hidden the body. Now I must escape and fly the country." The bewilderment on Mrs. Cox's face increased. She was trying to reconcile her husband's statement with a vision of a trim little figure which she had seen 10 minutes before, with its head tilted backwards, studying the signpost, and which she was now quite certain was Mr. Piper.
"Are you sure he's dead?"
she inquired. "Dead as a doornail," replied Mr. Cox promptly. "I'd no idea he was such a delicate little man. What am I to do? Every moment adds to my danger. I must fly. How much money have you got?" The question explained everything. Mrs. Cox closed her lips with a snap and shook her head. "Don't play the fool," said her husband wildly. "My neck's in danger."
"I haven't got anything," asseverated Mrs. Cox. "It's no good looking like that, Henry. I can't make money."
Mr. Cox's reply was interrupted by a loud knock at the hall door, which he was pleased to associate with the police. It gave him a fine opportunity for melodrama, in the midst of which his wife, rightly guessing that Mrs. Barry had returned according to arrangement, went to the door to admit her. The visitor was only busy 2 minutes on the doormat, but in that time Mrs. Cox was able in low whispers to apprise her of the state of affairs.
"That's my uncle all over," said Mrs. Barry fiercely. "That's just the mean trick I should have expected of him. You leave him to me, my dear."
She followed her friend into the drawing-room, and having shaken hands with Mr. Cox, drew her handkerchief from her pocket and applied it to her eyes.
"She's told me all about it," she said, nodding at Mrs. Cox. "And it's worse than you think. Much worse. It isn't a broker's man. It's my poor Uncle Joseph Piper."
"Your uncle?" repeated Mr. Cox, reeling back. "The broker's man, your uncle?" Mrs. Barry sniffed.
"It was a little joke on our part,"
she admitted, sinking into a chair and holding her handkerchief to her face.
"Poor uncle, but I dare say he's happier where he is."
With its head tilted back, studying Mr. Cox wiped his brow, and then, leaning his elbow on the mantelpiece, stared at her in well-simulated amazement. "See what your joking has led to," he said at last. "I've got to be a wanderer over the face of the earth, all on account of your jokes."
"It was an accident," murmured Mrs. Barry, "and nobody knows he was here, and I'm sure, poor dear, he hadn't got much to live for." "It's very kind of you to look at it in that way, Susan, I'm sure," said Mrs. Cox.
"I was never one to make mischief," said Mrs. Barry. "It's no good crying over spilt milk. If Uncle's killed, he's killed, and there's an end of it. But I don't think it's quite safe for Mr. Cox to stay here." "Just what I say," said that gentleman, eagerly. "But I've got no money." "You get away," said Mrs. Barry, with a warning glance at her friend, and nodding to emphasize her words. "Leave us some address to write to, and we must try and scrape £20 or £30 to send you." "30!" said Mr. Cox, hardly able to believe his ears. Mrs. Barry nodded. "You'll have to make that do to go on with," she said, pondering. "And as soon as you get it, you had better get as far away as possible before poor uncle is discovered. Where are we to send the money?" Mr. Cox affected to consider. "The White Horse, Newstead," he said at length, in a whisper. "Better write it down." Mrs. Barry obeyed, and this business being completed, Mr. Cox, after trying in vain to obtain a shilling or two cash in hand, bade them a pathetic farewell, and went off down the path, for some reason best known to himself, on tiptoe. For the first 2 days, Messrs. Cox and Piper waited with exemplary patience for the remittance, the demands of the landlord, a man of coarse fibre, being met in the meantime by the latter gentleman from his own slender resources. They were both reasonable men, and knew from experience the difficulty of raising money at short notice. But on the 4th day, their funds being nearly exhausted, an urgent telegram was dispatched to Mrs. Cox. Mr. Cox was alone when the reply came, and Mr. Piper, returning to the inn parlor, was amazed and distressed at his friend's appearance. Twice he had to address him before he seemed to be aware of his presence, and then Mr. Cox, breathing hard and staring at him strangely, handed him the message. "Eh?" said Mr. Piper, in a maze, as he read slowly. "No need send money. Uncle Joseph has come back. Barry." What does it mean? Is she mad? Mr. Cox shook his head, and taking the paper from him, held it at arm's length and regarded it at an angle. "How can you be there when you're supposed to be dead?" he said at length. "How can I be there when I'm here?" rejoined Mr. Piper, no less reasonably. Both gentlemen lapsed into a wondering silence, devoted to the attempted solution of their own riddles. Finally, Mr. Cox, seized with a bright idea that the telegram had got altered in transmission, went off to the post office and dispatched another, which went straight to the heart of things. "Don't understand. Is Uncle Joseph alive?" A reply was brought to the inn parlor an hour later on. Mr. Cox opened it, gave one glance at it, and then, with a suffocating cry, handed it to the other. Mr. Piper took it gingerly, and his eyebrows almost disappeared as he read. Yes, smoking in drawing room. His first strong impression was that it was a case for the Psychical Research Society, but this romantic view faded in favor of a simple solution, propounded by Mr. Cox with much crispness, that Mrs. Barry was leaving the realms of fact for those of romance. His actual words were shorter, but the meaning is the same. "I'll go home and ask to see you," he said fiercely. "That'll bring things to a head, I should think." "And she'll say I've gone back to London, perhaps," said Mr. Piper, gifted with sudden clearness of vision. "You can't show her up unless you take me with you, and that'll show us up. That's her artfulness. That's Susan all over." "She's a wicked, untruthful woman," gasped Mr. Cox. "I never did like Susan," said Mr. Piper, with acerbity. "Never." Mr. Cox said he could easily understand it, and then, as a forlorn hope, sat down and wrote a long letter to his wife, in which, after dwelling at great length on the lamentable circumstances surrounding the sudden demise of Mr. Piper, he bade her thank Mrs. Barry for her well-meant efforts to ease his mind, and ask for the immediate dispatch of the money promised. A reply came the following evening from Mrs. Barry herself. It was a long letter, and not only long, but badly written and crossed. It began with the weather, asked after Mr. Cox's health, and referred to the writers, described with much minuteness a strange headache which had attacked Mrs. Cox, together with a long list of the remedies prescribed and the effects of each, and wound up in an out-of-the-way corner, in a vein of cheery optimism which reduced both readers to the verge of madness. "Dear Uncle Joseph has quite recovered, and in spite of a little nervousness, he was always rather timid, at meeting you again, has consented to go to the White Horse to satisfy you that he is alive. I dare say he will be with you as soon as this letter, perhaps help you to read it." Mr. Cox laid the letter down with extreme care, and, coughing gently, glanced in a sheepish fashion at the goggle-eyed Mr. Piper. For some time neither of them spoke. Mr. Cox was the first to break the silence, and, when he had finished, Mr. Piper said, "Hush. Besides, it does no good," he added. "It does me good," said Mr. Cox, recommencing. Mr. Piper held up his hand with a startled gesture for silence. The words died away on his friend's lips as a familiar voice was heard in the passage, and the next moment Mrs. Barry entered the room and stood regarding them. "I ran down by the same train to make sure you came, Uncle," she remarked. "How long have you been here?" Mr. Piper moistened his lips and gazed wildly at Mr. Cox for guidance. About 5 minutes," he stammered. "We were so glad dear Uncle wasn't hurt much," continued Mrs. Barry, smiling, and shaking her head at Mr. Cox. "But the idea of your burying him in the geranium bed! We haven't got him clean yet." Mr. Piper, giving utterance to uncouth noises, quitted the room hastily, but Mr. Cox sat still and stared at her dumbly. "Weren't you surprised to see him?" inquired his tormentor. "Not after your letter," said Mr. Cox, finding his voice at last, and speaking with an attempt at chilly dignity. "Nothing could surprise me much after that." Mrs. Barry smiled again. "Ah, I've got another little surprise for you," she said briskly. "Mrs. Cox was so upset at the idea of being alone while you were a wanderer over the face of the earth that she and I have gone into partnership. We have had a proper deed drawn up, so that now there are two of us to look after things. Eh? What did you say?" "I was just thinking," said Mr. Cox. End of Section 9, Twin Spirits.
Section 10 of Light Freights. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dr. D.L. Martin. Light Freights by W. W. Jacobs. Sam's Boy. It was getting late in the afternoon as Master Jones, in a somewhat famished condition, strolled up Aldgate, with a keen eye on the gutter, in search of anything that would serve him for his tea. Too late. He wished that he had saved some of the stale bread and damaged fruit which had constituted his dinner. Aldgate proving barren, he turned up into the quieter Minories, skillfully dodging the mechanical cuff of the constable at the corner as he passed, and watching with some interest the efforts of a stray mongrel to get itself adopted. Its victim had sworn at it, cut at it with his stick, and even made little runs at it, all to no purpose. Finally, being a soft-hearted man, he was weak enough to pat the cowering schemer on the head, and, being frantically licked by the homeless one, took it up in his arms and walked off with it. Billy Jones watched the proceedings with interest, not untempered by envy. If he had only been a dog. The dog passed in the man's arms, and with a whine of ecstasy insisted upon licking his ear. They went on their way, the dog wondering between licks what sort of table the man kept, and the man speculating idly as to a descent which appeared to have included, among other things, an ant-eater. "He's all right," said the orphan wistfully. "No coppers to chivvy him about, and as much grub as he wants. Wish I'd been a dog." He tied up his breeches with a piece of string which was lying on the pavement, and his hands, being now free, placed them in a couple of rents which served as pockets, and began to whistle. He was not a proud boy, and was quite willing to take a lesson even from the humblest. Surely he was as useful as a dog. The thought struck him just as a stout, kindly-looking seaman passed with a couple of shipmates. It was a good-natured face, and the figure was that of a man who lived well. A moment's hesitation, and Master Jones, with a courage born of despair, ran after him and tugged him by the sleeve. "Hallo," said Mr. Samuel Brown, looking round. "What do you want?" "Want you, father," said Master Jones. The jolly seaman's face broke into a smile. So also did the faces of the jolly seaman's friends. "I'm not your father, matey," he said good-naturedly. "Yes, you are," said the desperate Billy. "You know you are." "You've made a mistake, my lad," said Mr. Brown, still smiling. "Here, run away." He felt in his trouser pocket and produced a penny. It was a gift, not a bribe, but it had by no means the effect its donor intended. Master Jones, now quite certain that he had made a wise choice of a father, trotted along a yard or two in the rear. "Look here, my lad," exclaimed Mr. Brown, goaded into action by intercepting a smile with which Mr. Charles Legg had favored Mr. Harry Green. "You run off home." "Where do you live now?" inquired Billy anxiously. Mr. Green, disdaining concealment, slapped Mr. Legg on the back, and laughing uproariously, regarded Master Jones with much kindness. "You mustn't follow me," said Sam severely. "Do you hear?" "All right, father," said the boy dutifully. "And don't call me father," vociferated Mr. Brown. "Why not?" inquired the youth artlessly. Mr. Legg stopped suddenly and, putting his hand on Mr. Green's shoulder, gaspingly expressed his inability to go any farther. Mr. Green, patting his back, said he knew how he felt because he felt the same, and turning to Sam, told him he'd be the death of him if he wasn't more careful. "If you don't run away," said Mr. Brown harshly as he turned to the boy, "I shall give you a hiding." "Where am I to run to?" whimpered Master Jones, dodging off and on. "Run home," said Sam. "That's where I'm going," said Master Jones, following. "Better try and give him the slip, Sam," said Mr. Legg in a confidential whisper, "though it seems an unnatural thing to do." "Unnatural? What do you mean?" demanded his unfortunate friend. "What do you mean by unnatural?" "Oh, if you're going to talk like that, Sam," said Mr. Legg shortly, "it's no good giving you advice. As you've made your bed, you must lay on it." "How long is it since you saw him last, matey?" inquired Mr. Green. "I don't know, not very long," replied the boy cautiously. "Has he altered at all since you see him last?" inquired the counsel for the defense, motioning the fermenting Mr. Brown to keep still. "No," said Billy firmly, "not a bit." "What's your name?" "Billy," was the reply. "Billy what?" "Billy Jones." Mr. Green's face cleared, and he turned to his friends with a smile of joyous triumph. Sam's face reflected his own, but Charlie Legg's was still overcast. "It ain't likely," he said impressively, "it ain't likely as Sam would go and get married twice in the same name, is it? Put it to yourself, Airy. Would you?" "Look here," exclaimed the infuriated Mr. Brown, "don't you interfere in my business. You're a crocodile, that's what you are. As for you, you little varmint, you run off, d'ye hear?" He moved on swiftly, accompanied by the other two, and set an example of looking straight ahead of him, which was, however, lost upon his friends. "He's still following of you, Sam," said the crocodile, in by no means disappointed tones. "Sticking like a leech," confirmed Mr. Green. "He's a pretty little chap, rather. Takes arter his mother," said the vengeful Mr. Legg. The unfortunate Sam said nothing, but strode, a haunted man, down Nightingale Lane into Wapping High Street, and so to the ketch Nancy Bell, which was lying at Shrimpet's wharf. He stepped on board without a word, and only when he turned to descend the forecastle ladder did his gaze rest for a moment on the small, forlorn piece of humanity standing on the wharf. "Hallo, boy, what do you want?" cried the skipper, catching sight of him. "Want my father, sir, Sam," replied the youth, who had kept his ears open. The skipper got up from his seat and eyed him curiously. Messrs. Legg and Green, drawing near, explained the situation. Now the skipper was a worldly man, and Samuel Brown, A.B., when at home, played a brass instrument in the Salvation Army band. He regarded the boy kindly and spoke to him fair. "Don't run away," he said anxiously. "I'm not going to, sir," said Master Jones, charmed with his manner, and he watched breathlessly as the skipper stepped forward and, peering down the forecastle, called loudly for Sam. "Yes, sir," said a worried voice. "Your boy's asking after you," said the skipper, grinning madly. "He's not my boy, sir," replied Mr. Brown through his clenched teeth. "Well, you'd better come up and see him," said the other. "Are you sure he isn't, Sam?" Mr. Brown made no reply, but coming on deck met Master Jones's smile of greeting with an icy stare, and started convulsively as the skipper beckoned him aboard. "He's been rather neglected, Sam," said the skipper, shaking his head. "What's it got to do with me?" said Sam violently. "I tell you I've never seen him afore this arternoon." "You hear what your father says," said the skipper. "Hold your tongue, Sam. Where's your mother, boy?" "Dead, sir," whined Master Jones. "I only got 'im now." The skipper was a kind-hearted man, and he looked pityingly at the forlorn little figure by his side. And Sam was the good man of the ship and a leading light at Dimport. "How would you like to come to sea with your father?" he inquired. The grin of delight with which Master Jones received this proposal was sufficient reply. "I wouldn't do it for everybody," pursued the skipper, glancing severely at the mate, who was behaving foolishly. "But I don't mind obliging you, Sam. He can come." "Obliging?" repeated Mr. Brown, hardly able to get the words out. "Obliging me? I don't want to be obliged." There," interrupted the skipper. "I don't want any thanks. Take him for'ard and give him something to eat. He looks half-starved, poor little chap." He turned away and went down to the cabin, while the cook, whom Mr. Brown had publicly rebuked for his sins the day before, led the boy to the galley and gave him a good meal. After that was done, Charlie washed him, and Harry, going ashore, begged a much-worn suit of boy's clothes from a foreman of his acquaintance. He also brought back a message from the foreman to Mr. Brown to the effect that he was surprised at him. The conversation that evening, after Master Jones was asleep, turned upon bigamy, but Mr. Brown snored through it all, though Mr. Legge remarked that the revelations of that afternoon had thrown a light upon many little things in his behavior which had hitherto baffled him, came perilously near to awaking him. At 6 in the morning they got under way, the boy going nearly frantic with delight as sail after sail was set, and the ketch, with a stiff breeze, rapidly left London behind her. Mr. Brown studiously ignored him, but the other men pampered him to his heart's content, and even the cabin was good enough to manifest a little concern in his welfare, the skipper calling Mr. Brown up no fewer than 5 times that day to complain about his son's behavior. "I can't have somersaults on this 'ere ship, Sam," he remarked, shaking his head. "It ain't the place for 'em." "I wonder at you teaching him such things," said the mate, in grave disapprobation. "Me?" said the hapless Sam, trembling with passion. "He must have seen you do it," said the mate, letting his eye rove casually over Sam's ample proportions. "You must have been leading a double life altogether, Sam." "That's nothing to do with us," interrupted the skipper impatiently. "I don't mind Sam turning cartwheels all day if it amuses him, but they mustn't do it here, that's all. It's no good standing there sulking, Sam. I can't have it." He turned away, and Mr. Brown, unable to decide whether he was mad or drunk or both, walked back and, squeezing himself up in the bows, looked miserably over the sea. Behind him the men disported themselves with Master Jones, and once, looking over his shoulder, he actually saw the skipper giving him a lesson in steering. By the following afternoon he was in such a state of collapse that, when they put in at the small port of Withersea to discharge a portion of their cargo, he obtained permission to stay below in his bunk. Work proceeded without him, and at 9 o'clock in the evening they sailed again, and it was not until they were a couple of miles on their way to Dimport that Mr. Legge rushed aft with the announcement that he was missing. "Don't talk nonsense," said the skipper, as he came up from below in response to a hail from the mate. "It's a fact, sir," said Mr. Legge, shaking his head. "What's to be done with the boy?" demanded the mate blankly. "Sam's a unsteady, unreliable, tricky old man," exclaimed the skipper hotly. "The idea of going and leaving a boy on our hands like that! I'm surprised at him. I'm disappointed in Sam deserting. I expect he's larfing like anything, sir, remarked Mr. Legg. Get for'ard, said the skipper sharply. Get for'ard at once, do you hear? But what's to be done with the boy? That's what I want to know, said the mate. What do you think's to be done with him? Bawled the skipper. We can't chuck him overboard, can we? I mean when we get to Dimport, growled the mate. Well, the men'll talk, said the skipper, calming down a little, and perhaps Sam's wife will come and take him. If not, I suppose he'll have to go to the workhouse. Anyway, it's got nothing to do with me. I wash my hands of it altogether. He went below again, leaving the mate at the wheel. A murmur of voices came from the forecastle, where the crew were discussing the behavior of their late colleague. The bereaved Master Jones, whose face was streaky with the tears of disappointment, looked on from his bunk. "What are you going to do, Billy?" inquired the cook. "I don't know," said the boy miserably. He sat up in his bunk in a brown study, ever and anon turning his sharp little eyes from one to another of the men. Then, with a final sniff to the memory of his departed parent, he composed himself to sleep. With the buoyancy of childhood, he had forgotten his trouble by the morning and ran idly about the ship as before, until in the afternoon they came in sight of Dinport. Mr. Legg, who had a considerable respect for the brain hidden in that small head, pointed it out to him, and with some curiosity waited for his remarks. "I can see it," said Master Jones briefly. "That's where Sam lives," said his friend pointedly. "Yes," said the boy, nodding. "All of you live there, don't you?" It was an innocent enough remark in all conscience, but there was that in Master Jones's eye which caused Mr. Legg to move away hastily and glance at him in some disquietude from the other side of the deck. The boy, unconscious of the interest excited by his movements, walked restlessly up and down. "Boy's worried," said the skipper aside to the mate. "Cheer up, sonny." Billy looked up and smiled, and the cloud which had sat on his brow when he thought of the cold-blooded desertion of Mr. Brown gave way to an expression of serene content. "Well, what's he going to do?" inquired the mate in a low voice. "That needn't worry us," said the skipper. "Let things take their course. That's my motto." He took the wheel from Harry. The little town came closer. The houses separated and disclosed roads, and the boy discovered to his disappointment that the church stood on ground of its own, and not on the roof of a large red house as he had supposed. He ran forward as they got closer, and perching up in the bows until they were fast to the quay, looked round searchingly for any signs of Sam. The skipper locked up the cabin, and then calling on one of the shore hands to keep an eye on the forecastle, left it open for the convenience of the small passenger. Harry, Charlie, and the cook stepped ashore. The skipper and mate followed, and the latter, looking back from some distance, called his attention to the desolate little figure sitting on the hatch. "I suppose he'll be all right," said the skipper uneasily. "There's food and a bed down the forecastle. You might just look round tonight and see he's safe. I expect we'll have to take him back to London with us." They turned up a small road in the direction of home and walked on in silence until the mate, glancing behind at an acquaintance who had just passed, uttered a sharp exclamation. The skipper turned, and a small figure which had just shot round the corner stopped in mid-career and eyed them warily. The men exchanged uneasy glances. "Father," cried a small voice. He's adopted you now," said the skipper huskily. "Or you," said the mate. "I never took much notice of him." He looked round again. Master Jones was following briskly, about 10 yards in the rear, and 20 yards behind him came the crew, who, having seen him quit the ship, had followed with the evident intention of being in at the death. "Father," cried the boy again, "wait for me." One or two passers-by stared in astonishment, and the mate began to be uneasy as to the company he was keeping. "Let's separate," he growled, "and see who he's calling after." The skipper caught him by the arm. "Shout out to him to go back," he cried. "It's you he's after, I tell you," said the mate. "Who do you want, Billy?" "I want my father," cried the youth, and to prevent any mistake, indicated the raging skipper with his finger. "Who do you want?" bellowed the latter in a frightful voice. "Want you, father," chirped Master Jones. Wrath and dismay struggled for supremacy in the skipper's face, and he paused to decide whether it would be better to wipe Master Jones off the face of the earth, or to pursue his way in all the strength of conscious innocence. He chose the latter course, and a shade more erect than usual, walked on until he came in sight of his house and his wife, who was standing at the door. "You come along o' me, Jem, and explain," he whispered to the mate. Then he turned about and hailed the crew. The crew, flattered at being offered front seats in the affair, came forward eagerly. "What's the matter?" inquired Mrs. Hunt, eyeing the crowd in amazement as it grouped itself in anticipation. "Nothing," said her husband offhandedly. "Who's that boy?" cried the innocent woman. "It's a poor little mad boy," began the skipper. "He came aboard—" "I'm not mad, father," interrupted Master Jones. "A poor little mad boy," continued the skipper hastily, "who came aboard in London and said poor old Sam Brown was his father." "No, you father," cried the boy shrilly. "He calls everybody his father," said the skipper with a smile of anguish. "That's the form his madness takes. He called Jim here his father." "No, he didn't," said the mate bluntly. "And then he thought Charlie was his father." "No, sir," said Mr. Legg with respectful firmness. "Well, he said Sam Brown was," said the skipper. "Yes, that's right, sir," said the crew. "Where is Sam?" inquired Mrs. Hunt, looking round expectantly. "He deserted the ship at Withersea," said her husband. "I see," said Mrs. Hunt with a bitter smile. "And these men have all come up prepared to swear that the boy said Sam was his father, haven't you?" "Yes, mum," chorused the crew, delighted at being understood so easily. Mrs. Hunt looked across the road to the fields stretching beyond. Then she suddenly brought her gaze back, and looking full at her husband, uttered just two words. "Oh, Joe." "Ask the mate," cried the frantic skipper. "Yes, I know what the mate'll say," said Mrs. Hunt. "I've no need to ask him." "Charlie and Harry were with Sam when the boy came up to them," protested the skipper. "I've no doubt," said his wife. "Oh, Joe, Joe, Joe." There was an uncomfortable silence, during which the crew, standing for the most part on one leg in sympathy with their chief's embarrassment, nudged each other to say something to clear the character of a man whom all esteemed. "You ungrateful little devil," burst out Mr. Legg at length. "Arter the kind way the skipper treated you, too." "Did he treat him kindly?" inquired the captain's wife in conversational tones. Like a uncle, mum," said the thoughtless Mr. Legg. "Gave him a passage on the ship and fairly spoilt him. We was all surprised at the fuss he made of him, wasn't we, Harry?" He turned to his friend, but on Mr. Green's face there was an expression of such utter scorn and contempt that his own fell. He glanced at the skipper and was almost frightened at his appearance. The situation was ended by Mrs. Hunt entering the house and closing the door with an ominous bang. The men slunk off, headed by Mr. Legg, and the mate, after a few murmured words of encouragement to the skipper, also departed. Captain Hunt looked first at the small cause of his trouble, who had drawn off to some distance, and then at the house. Then, with a determined gesture, he turned the handle of the door and walked in. His wife, who was sitting in an armchair with her eyes on the floor, remained motionless. "Look here, Polly," he began. "Don't talk to me," was the reply. "I wonder you can look me in the face." The skipper ground his teeth and strove to maintain an air of judicial calm. "If you'll only be reasonable," he remarked severely. "I thought there was something secret going on," said Mrs. Hunt. "I've often looked at you when you've been sitting in that chair with a worried look on your face and wondered what it was, but I never thought it was so bad as this. I'll do you the credit to say that I never thought of such a thing as this. What did you say?" "What?" "I said, damn," said the skipper explosively. "Yes, I've no doubt," said his wife fiercely. "You think you're going to carry it off with a high hand and bluster, but you won't bluster me, my man. I'm not one of your meek and mild women who'll put up with anything. I'm not one of your—" "I tell you," said the skipper, "that the boy calls everybody his father. I dare say he's claimed another by this time." Even as he spoke, the handle turned, and the door, opening a few inches, disclosed the anxious face of Master Jones. Mrs. Hunt, catching the skipper's eye, pointed to it in an ecstasy of silent wrath. There was a breathless pause, broken at last by the boy. "Mother," he said softly. Mrs. Hunt stiffened in her chair, and her arms fell by her side as she gazed in speechless amazement. Master Jones, opening the door a little wider, gently insinuated his small figure into the room. The skipper gave one glance at his wife and then, turning hastily away, put his hand over his mouth and with protruding eyes gazed out of the window. "Mother, may I come in?" said the boy. "Oh, Polly," sighed the skipper. Mrs. Hunt strove to regain the utterance of which astonishment had deprived her. What, Joe, don't be a fool." "Yes, I've no doubt," said the skipper theatrically. "Oh, Polly, Polly, Polly." He put his hand over his mouth again and laughed silently until his wife, coming behind him, took him by the shoulders and shook him violently. "This," said the skipper, choking, "this is what you've been worried about. This is the secret what's—" He broke off suddenly as his wife thrust him by main force into a chair, and standing over him with a fiery face dared him to say another word. Then she turned to the boy. "What do you mean by calling me mother?" she demanded. "I'm not your mother." "Yes, you are," said Master Jones. Mrs. Hunt eyed him in bewilderment, and then, roused to a sense of her position by a renewed gurgling from the skipper's chair, set to work to try and thump that misguided man into a more serious frame of mind. Failing in this, she sat down, and after a futile struggle began to laugh herself, and that so heartily that Master Jones, smiling sympathetically, closed the door and came boldly into the room. The statement generally believed that Captain Hunt and his wife adopted him is incorrect, the skipper accounting for his continued presence in the house by the simple explanation that he had adopted them, an explanation which Mr. Samuel Brown, for one, finds quite easy of acceptance. End of section 10.
Section 11 of Light Freights. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ben Tucker. Light Freights by W. W. Jacobs. Jerry Bundler. It wanted a few nights to Christmas, a festival for which the small market town of Torchester was making extensive preparations. The narrow streets, which had been thronged with people, were now almost deserted. The cheap jack from London, with the remnant of breath left in him after his evening's exertions, was making feeble attempts to blow out his naphtha lamp, and the last stops open were rapidly closing for the night. In the comfortable coffee room of the Old Boar's Head, half a dozen guests, principally commerce travelers, sat talking by the light of the fire. The talk had drifted from trade to politics, from politics to religion, and so by easy stages to the supernatural. 3 ghost stories, never known to fail before, had fallen flat. There was too much noise outside, too much light within. The 4th story was told by an old hand with more success. The streets were quiet, and he had turned the gas out. In the flickering light of the fire, as it shone on the glasses and danced with shadows on the walls, the story proved so enthralling that George, the waiter, whose presence had been forgotten, created a very disagreeable sensation by suddenly startling up from a dark corner and gliding silently from the room. "That's what I call a good story," said one of the men, sipping his hot whiskey. "Of course it's an old idea that spirits like to get into the company of human beings. A man told me once that he travelled down the Great Western with a ghost, and hadn't the slightest suspicion of it until the inspector came for tickets. My friend said the way that ghost tried to keep up appearances by feeling for it in all its pockets and looking on the floor was quite touching. Ultimately it gave it up, and with a faint groan vanished through the ventilator." "That'll do, Hurst," said another man.
"It's not a subject for jesting,"
said a little old gentleman who had been an attentive listener.
"I've never seen an apparition myself, but I know people who have, and I consider that they form a very interesting link between us and the afterlife. There's a ghost story connected with this house, you know."
"Never heard of it," said another speaker, "and I've been here some years now."
"It dates back a long time now," said the old gentleman. "You've heard about Jerry Bundler, George?"
"Well, I've just heard odds and ends, sir," said the old waiter, "but I never put much count to 'em. There was one chap here what said he saw it and the governor sacked him prompt."
"My father was a native of this town," said the old gentleman, "and knew the story well. He was a truthful man and a steady churchgoer, but I've heard him declare that once in his life he saw the appearance of Jerry Bundler in this house."
"And who was this Bundler?" inquired a voice.
"A London thief, pickpocket, highwayman, anything he could turn his dishonest hand to," replied the old gentleman. "And he was run to earth in this house one Christmas week some 80 years ago. He took his last supper in this very room, and after he had gone up to bed, a couple of Bow Street runners, who had followed him from London but lost the scent a bit, went upstairs with the landlord and tried the door. It was stout oak and fast, so one went into the yard and by means of a short ladder got on to the window-sill, while the others stayed outside the door. Those below in the yard saw the man crouching on the sill, and then there was a sudden smash of glass, and with a cry he fell in a heap on the stones at their feet. Then in the moonlight they saw the white face of the pickpocket peeping over the sill, and while some stayed in the yard, others ran into the house and helped the other man to break the door in. It was difficult to obtain an entrance even then, for it was barred with heavy furniture. But they got in at last, and the first thing that met their eyes was the body of Jerry, dangling from the top of the bed by his own handkerchief."
"Which bedroom was it?"
asked 2 or 3 voices together. The narrator shook his head.
"That I can't tell you, but the story goes that Jerry still haunts this house, and my father used to declare positively that the last time he slept here, the ghost of Jerry Bundler lowered itself from the top of his bed and tried to strangle him."
"That'll do," said an uneasy voice. "I wish you'd thought to ask your father which bedroom it was."
"What for?"
inquired the old gentleman.
"Well, I should take care not to sleep in it, that's all," said the voice shortly.
"There's nothing to fear," said the other. "I don't believe for a moment that ghosts could really hurt one. In fact, my father used to confess that it was only the unpleasantness of the thing that upset him, and that, for all practical purposes, Jerry's fingers might have been made of cotton wool for all the harm they could do."
"That's all very fine," said the last speaker again, A ghost story is a ghost story, sir. But when a gentleman tells a tale of a ghost in the house in which one is going to sleep, I call it most ungentlemanly."
"Oh, nonsense," said the old gentleman, rising. "Ghosts can't hurt you. For my own part, I should rather like to see one. Good night, gentlemen."
"Good night," said the others. "And I only hope Jerry'll pay you a visit," added the nervous man as the door closed. "Bring some more whiskey, George," said a stout commercial. "I want keeping up when the talk turns this way." "Shall I light the gas, Mr. Malcolm?" said George.
"No, the fire's very comfortable," said the traveller. "Now, gentlemen, any of you know any more?"
"I think we've had enough," said another man. "We shall all be thinking we see spirits next, and we're not all like the old gentleman who's just gone."
"Old humbug," said Hurst. "I should like to put him to the test. Suppose I dress up as Jerry Bundler and go and give him a chance of displaying his courage."
"Bravo," said Malcolm huskily, drowning one or two faint noes. "Just for the joke, gentlemen."
"No, no, drop it, Hurst," said another man. "Only for the joke," said Hurst somewhat eagerly. "I've got some things upstairs in which I'm going to play in the rifles. Knee breeches, buckles, and all that sort of thing. It's a rare chance. If you'll wait a bit, I'll give you a full dress rehearsal entitled Jerry Bundler or The Nocturnal Stranger."
"You won't frighten us," said the commercial with a husky laugh.
"I don't know that," said Hurst sharply. "It's a question of acting, that's all. I'm pretty good, ain't I, Summers?" "Oh, you're all right for an amateur," said his friend, with a laugh.
"I'll bet you a level solve you don't frighten me," said the stout traveller.
"Done," said Hurst. "I'll take the bet to frighten you first and the old gentleman afterwards. These gentlemen shall be the judges." "You won't frighten us, sir," said another man, "because we're prepared for you. But you'd better leave the old man alone. It's dangerous play." "Well, I'll try you first," said Hurst, springing up. "No gas, mind." He ran lightly upstairs to his room, leaving the others, most of whom had been drinking somewhat freely, to wrangle about his proceedings. It ended in two of them going to bed.
"He's crazy on acting," said Summers, lighting his pipe. "Thinks he's the equal of anybody almost. It doesn't matter with us. I won't let him go to the old man, and he won't mind so long as he gets an opportunity of acting to us." "Well, I hope he hurries up," said Malcolm, yawning. "It's after 12 now."
Nearly half an hour passed. Malcolm drew his watch from his pocket and was busy winding it when George, the waiter, who had been sent on an errand to the bar, burst suddenly into the room and rushed towards them.
"He's coming, gentlemen,"
he said breathlessly.
"Why, you're frightened, George," said the stout commercial, with a chuckle.
"It was the suddenness of it," said George sheepishly. "And besides, I didn't look for seeing him in the bar. There's only a glimmer of light in there, and he was sitting on the floor behind the bar and nearly trod on him."
"Oh, you'll never make a man, George," said Malcolm.
"Well, it took me unawares," said the waiter. "Not that I'd gone to the bar by myself if I'd known he was there, and I don't believe you would either, sir."
"Nonsense," said Malcolm. "I'll go and fetch him in."
"You don't know what it's like, sir," said George, catching him by the sleeve. "It ain't fit to look at by yourself, it ain't. Indeed, it's got the... What's that?"
They all started at the sound of a smothered cry from the staircase, and the sound of somebody running hurriedly along the passage. Before anybody could speak, the door flew open, and a figure, bursting into the room, flung itself gasping and shivering upon them.
"What is it? What's the matter?"
demanded Malcolm.
"Why, it's Mr. Hurst."
He shook him roughly and then held some spirit to his lips. Hurst drank it greedily, and with a sharp intake of his breath, gripped him by the arm.
"Light the gas, George," said Malcolm.
The waiter obeyed hastily. Hurst, a ludicrous but pitiable figure in knee breeches and coat, a large wig all awry and his face a mess of grease paint, clung to him, trembling.
"Now, what's the matter?" asked Malcolm.
"I've seen it,"
said Hurst, with a hysterical sob.
"Oh, Lord, I'll never play the fool again. Never."
"Seen what?" said the others.
"Him. The ghost. Anything,"
said Hurst wildly.
"Rot,"
said Malcolm uneasily.
"I was coming down the stairs,"
said Hurst.
"just capering down as I thought it ought to do. I felt a tap.
He broke off suddenly and peered nervously through the open door into the passage.
I thought I saw it again, he whispered. Look, at the foot of the stairs. Can you see anything?
No, there's nothing there, said Malcolm, whose own voice shook a little. Go on, you felt a tap on your shoulder.
I turned round and saw it. A little wicked head and a white dead face. Ah!
That's what I saw in the bar, said George. Horrid it was. Devilish.
Hurst shuddered, and still retaining his nervous grip of Malcolm's sleeve, dropped into a chair.
Well, it's a most unaccountable thing, said the dumbfounded Malcolm, turning round to the others. It's the last time I come to this house. I leave tomorrow, said George. I wouldn't go down to that bar again by myself. No, not for £50.
It's talking about the thing that's caused it, I expect, said one of the men. We've all been talking about this and having it in our minds. Practically, we've been forming a spiritualistic circle without knowing it.
Hang the old gentleman, said Malcolm heartily. Upon my soul, I'm half afraid to go to bed. It's odd they should both think they saw something. I saw it as plain as I see you, sir, said George solemnly. Perhaps if you keep your eyes turned up the passage, you'll see it for yourself.
They followed the direction of his finger, but saw nothing, although one of them fancied that a head peeped round the corner of the wall.
Who'll come down to the bar?
Said Malcolm, looking round.
You can go if you like, said one of the others with a faint laugh. We'll wait here for you.
The stout traveller walked toward the door and took a few steps up the passage. Then he stopped. All was quite silent, and he walked slowly to the end and looked down fearfully towards the glass partition, which shut off the bar. 3 times he made as though to go to it. Then he turned back, and glancing over his shoulder, came hurriedly back to the room.
"Did you see it, sir?"
whispered George.
"Don't know," said Malcolm shortly. "I fancied I saw something, but it might have been fancy. I'm in the mood to see anything just now. How are you feeling now, sir?"
"Oh, I feel a bit better now," said Hurst, somewhat brusquely, as all eyes were turned upon him. "I dare say you think I'm easily scared, but you didn't see it?"
"Not at all," said Malcolm, smiling faintly despite himself.
"I'm going to bed," said Hurst, noticing the smile and resenting it. "Will you share my room with me, Summers?"
"I will with pleasure,"
said his friend, "provided you don't mind sleeping with the gas on full all night."
He rose from his seat and, bidding the company a friendly good night, left the room with his crestfallen friend. The others saw them to the foot of the stairs, and having heard their door close, returned to the coffee-room.
"Well, I suppose the bet's off,"
said the stout commercial, poking the fire and then standing with his legs apart on the hearth-rug.
"Though as far as I can see, I won it. I never saw a man so scared in all my life. Sort of poetic justice about it, isn't there?"
"Never mind about poetry or justice," said one of his listeners. "Who's going to sleep with me?"
"I will," said Malcolm affably.
"Then I suppose we share a room together, Mr. Leake?"
said the third man, turning to the fourth.
"No, thank you," said the other briskly. "I don't believe in ghosts. If anything comes into my room, I shall shoot it." "That won't hurt a spirit, Leake," said Malcolm decisively. "Well, the noise will be like company to me," said Leake. "And it'll wake the house too. But if you're nervous, sir," he added with a grin to the man who had suggested sharing his room, "George will be only too pleased to sleep on the doormat inside your room, I know." "That I will, sir," said George fervently. "And if you gentlemen would only come down with me to the bar to put the gas out, I could never be sufficiently grateful."
They went out in a body with the exception of Leake, peering carefully before them as they went. George turned the light out in the bar, and they returned unmolested to the coffee-room, and, avoiding the sardonic smile of Leake, prepared to separate for the night.
"Give me the candle while you put the gas out, George,"
said the traveller. The waiter handed it to him and extinguished the gas, and at the same moment all distinctly heard a step in the passage outside. It stopped at the door, and as they watched with bated breath, the door creaked and slowly opened. Malcolm fell back open-mouthed as a white, leering face with sunken eyeballs and close-cropped bullet head appeared at the opening. For a few seconds the creature stood regarding them, blinking in a strange fashion at the candle. Then, with a sidling movement, it came a little way into the room and stood there as if bewildered. Not a man spoke or moved, but all watched with a horrible fascination as the creature removed its dirty neckcloth and its head rolled on its shoulder. For a minute it paused, and then, holding the rag before it, moved towards Malcolm. The candle went out suddenly with a flash and a bang. There was a smell of powder and something writhing in the darkness on the floor. A faint, choking cough, and then silence. Malcolm was the first to speak. "Matches," he said in a strange voice. George struck one. Then he leapt at the gas, and the burner flamed from the match. Malcolm touched the thing on the floor with his foot and found it soft. He looked at his companions. They mouthed inquiries at him, but he shook his head. He lit the candle, and kneeling down examined the silent thing on the floor. Then he rose swiftly and, dipping his handkerchief in the water jug, bent down again and grimly wiped the white face. Then he sprang back with a cry of incredulous horror, pointing at it. Leek's pistol fell to the floor, and he shut out the sight with his hands. But the others, crowding forward, gazed spellbound at the dead face of Hurst. Before a word was spoken, the door opened, and Summers hastily entered the room. His eyes fell on the floor. "Good God," he cried. "You didn't." Nobody spoke. "I told him not to," he said in a suffocating voice. "I told him not to. I told him." He leaned against the wall, deathly sick, put his arms out feebly, and fell, fainting, into the traveler's arms. End of section 11. Jerry Bundler.
Section 12 of Light Freights. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Light Freights by W. W. Jacobs. False Colors. "Of course, there was a great deal of bullying done at sea at times," said the night watchman thoughtfully. "The men call it bullying, and the officers call it discipline, but it's the same thing under another name. Still, it's fair in a way. It gets passed on from one to another. Everybody aboard a'most has got somebody to bully, except, perhaps, the boy. He has the worst of it, unless he can manage to get the ship's cat by itself occasionally. I don't think sailormen mind being bullied. I never heard of its putting one off his feed yet, and that's the main thing, after all's said and done. First officers are often worse than skippers. In the first place, they know they ain't skippers, and that alone is enough to put 'em in a bad temper, especially if they've had their certificate a good many years and can't get a vacancy. I remember, a good many years ago now, I was lying at Calcutta one time in the Peewit, as fine a bark as you'd wish to see, and we had a first mate there as was a disgrace to his sex. A nasty, bullying, violent man, who used to call the hands names that they didn't know the meanings of and what was no use looking in the dictionary for. There was one chap aboard, Bill Cousins, as he used to make a particular mark of. Bill had the misfortune to have red hair, and the way the mate used to throw that in his face was disgraceful. Fortunately for us all, the skipper was a very decent sort of man, so that the mate was only at his worst when he wasn't by. We were sitting in the forecastle at tea one afternoon, when Bill Cousins came down, and we see at once he'd had a turn with the mate. He sat all by himself for some time simmering, and then he broke out, "One of these days I'll swing for him, mark my words." "Don't be a fool, Bill," says Joe Smith. "If I could only mark him," says Bill, catching his breath, "just mark him fair and square. If I could only have him alone for 10 minutes, with nobody standing by to see fair play. But of course, if I hit him, it's mutiny." "You couldn't do it if it wasn't Bill," says Joe Smith again. "He walks about the town as though the place belongs to him," said Ted Hill. "Most of us is satisfied to shove the niggers out of the way, but he ups first and hits 'em if they comes within a yard of him." "Why don't they hit him back?" says Bill. "I would if I was them." Joe Smith grunted. "Well, why don't you?" he asked. "'Cause I ain't a nigger," says Bill. "Well, but you might be," says Joe, very softly. black your face and hands and legs, and dress up in them cotton things, and go ashore and get in his way. If you will, I will, Bill, says a chap called Bob Pullen. Well, they talked it over and over, and at last Joe, who seemed to take great interest in it, went ashore and got the duds for him. They was a tight fit for Bill, Hindus not being as wide as they might be, but Joe said if he didn't bend about he'd be all right, and Pullen, who was a smaller man, said he was first class. After they were dressed, the next question was what to use to colour them with. Coal was too scratchy, and ink Bill didn't like. Then Ted Hill burnt a cork and started on Bill's nose with it afore it was cool, and Bill didn't like that. Look 'ere, says the carpenter, nothing seems to please you, Bill. It's my opinion you're backing out of it. You're a liar, says Bill. Well, I've got some stuff in a can as might be boiled down Hindu for all you could tell to the difference, says the carpenter, and if you'll keep that ugly mouth of yours shut, I'll paint you myself. Well, Bill was a bit flattered, the carpenter being a very superior sort of man, and quite an artist in his way, and Bill sat down and let him do him with some stuff out of a can that made him look like a Hindu what had been polished. Then Bob Pullen was done too, and when they'd got their turbans on, the change in their appearance was wonderful. Feels a bit stiff, says Bill, working his mouth. That'll wear off, says the carpenter. It wouldn't be you if you didn't ever grumble, Bill. Mind you don't spare him, Bill, says Joe. There's two of you, and if you only do what's expected of you, the mate ought to have an easy time abed this voyage. Let the mate start first, says Ted Hill. He's sure to start on you if you only get in his way. Lord, I'd like to see his face when you start on him. Well, the two of 'em went ashore arter dark, with the best wishes of all on board, and the rest of us sat down in the forecastle, speculating as to what sort of time the mate was going to have. He went ashore all right, because Ted Hill see him go, and he noticed with particular pleasure as how he was dressed very careful. It must have been near 11 o'clock. We were sitting with Smith on the port side of the galley, when we heard a hubbub approaching the ship. It was the mate just coming aboard. He was without his hat, his necktie was twisted round his ear, and his shirt and his collar was all torn to shreds. The second and third officers ran up to him to see what was the matter, and while he was telling him, up comes the skipper. You don't mean to tell me, Mr. Fingal, says the skipper in surprise, that you've been knocked about like that by them mild and meek Hindus? Hindus, sir, roared the mate. Certainly not, sir. I've been assaulted like this by 5 German sailormen, and I licked 'em all. I'm glad to hear that, says the skipper. The second and third pats the mate on the back, just like you pat a dog you don't know. Big fellows they was, says he, and they give me some trouble. Look at my eye. The second officer struck a match and looked at it, and it certainly was a beauty. I hope you reported this at the police station, says the skipper. No, sir, says the mate, holding up his head. I don't want no police to protect me. 5's a large number, but I drove 'em off, and I don't think they'll meddle with any British first officers again. You'd better turn in, says the second, leading him off by the arm. Mate limped off with him, and as soon as the coast was clear we put our heads together and tried to make out how it was that Bill Cousins and Bob had changed themselves into 5 German sailormen. It's the mate's pride, said the carpenter. He didn't like being knocked about by Hindus. We thought it was that, but we had to wait nearly another hour afore the two came aboard to make sure. There was a difference in the way they came aboard, too, from that of the mate. They didn't make no noise, and the first thing we knew of their coming aboard was seeing a bare, black foot waving feebly at the top of the forecastle ladder, feeling for the step. That was Bob. He came down without a word, and then we see he was holding another black foot and guiding it to where it should go. That was Bill, and of all the horrid, limp-looking blacks that you ever see, Bill was the worst when he got below. He just sat on a locker all of a heap and held his head, which was swollen up, in his hands. Bob went and sat beside him, and there they sat, for all the world like 2 wax figures instead of human beings. Well, you done it, Bill, says Joe, after waiting a long time for them to speak. Tell us about it. Nothing to tell, says Bill, very surly. We knocked him about. And he knocked us about, says Bob with a groan. I'm sore all over, and that's for my feet. What's the matter with them? Says Joe. Trod on, says Bob, very short. If my bare feet was trod on once, they was a dozen times. I never had such a doing in all my life. He fought like a devil. I thought he'd ha' murdered Bill. I wish he had, says Bill with a groan. My face is bruised and cut about cruel. I can't bear to touch it." "Do you mean to say the two of you couldn't settle him?" says Joe, staring. "I mean to say we got a hiding," says Bill. "We got close to him first start off, and got our feet trod on. After that it was like fighting a windmill, with sledge-hammers for sails." He gave a groan and turned over in his bunk, and when we asked him some more about it, he swore at us. They both seemed quite done up, and at last they dropped off to sleep just as they was, without even stopping to wash the black off or to undress themselves. I was awoke rather early in the morning by the sounds of somebody talking to themselves, a little splashing of water. It seemed to go on a long while, and at last I leaned out of my bunk and see Bill bending over a bucket and washing himself and using bad language. "What's the matter, Bill?" says Joe, yawning and sitting up in bed. "My skin's that tender, I can hardly touch it," says Bill, bending down and rinsing his face. "Is it all off?" "Off?" says Joe. "No, o' course it ain't. Why don't you use some soap?" "Soap?" answers Bill, mad like. "Why, I've used more soap than I've used for 6 months in the ordinary way." "That's no good," says Joe. "Give yourself a good wash." Bill put down the soap, then very careful, and went over to him, and told him all the dreadful things he'd do to him when he got strong again, and then Bob Pullen got out of his bunk and had a try on his face. Him and Bill kept washing and then taking each other to the light and trying to believe it was coming off until they got sick of it, and then Bill, he up with his foot and capsized the bucket, and walked up and down the forecastle raving. "Well, the carpenter put it on," says a voice. "Make him take it off." You wouldn't believe the job we had to wake that man up. He wasn't fairly woke till he was hauled out of his bunk and set down opposite them, two poor black fellers, and told to make 'em white again. "I don't believe as there's anything will touch it," he says at last. "I forgot all about that." "Do you mean to say," bawls Bill, "that we've got to be black all the rest of our life?" "Certainly not," says the carpenter indignantly. "It'll wear off in time. Shaving every morning'll help it, I should say. I'll get my razor now," says Bill in an awful voice. "Don't let him go, Bob. I like his head off." He actually went off and got his razor, but, of course, we jumped out of our bunks and got between 'em, and told him plainly that it was not to be, and then we set him down and tried everything we could think of, from butter and linseed oil to cold tea leaves used as a poultice, and all it did was to make him shinier and shinier. "It's no good, I tell you," says the carpenter. "It's the most lasting black I know. If I told you how much that stuff is a can, you wouldn't believe me." "Well, you're in it," says Bill, his voice all of a tremble. "You done it so we could knock the mate about. Whatever's done to us'll be done to you too." "I don't think Terps'll touch it," says the carpenter, getting up, "but we'll have a try." He went and fetched the can and poured some out on a bit of rag, and told Bill to dab his face with it. Bill gave a dab, and the next moment he rushed over with a scream and buried his head in a shirt what Simmons was wearing at the time and began to wipe his face with it. Then he left the flustered Simmons and shoved another chap away from the bucket and buried his face in it, and kicked and carried on like a madman. Then he jumped into his bunk again and buried his face in the clothes and rocked himself and moaned as if he was dying. "Don't you use it, Bob?" he says at last. "'Tain't likely," says Bob. "It's a good thing you tried it first, Bill." "Have they tried holystone?" says a voice from a bunk. "No, they ain't," says Bob snappishly, "and what's more, they ain't going to." Both of their tempers were so bad that we let the subject drop while we was at breakfast. The awkward position of affairs could no longer be disregarded. First one chap threw out a hint, and then another, gradually getting a little stronger and stronger, till Bill turned round in an uncomfortable way and requested of us to leave off talking with our mouths full and speak up like Englishmen what we meant. "You see, it's this way, Bill," says Joe, soft like. "As soon as the mate sees you there'll be trouble for all of us." "For all of us," repeats Bill, nodding. "Whereas," says Joe, looking round for support, "if he gets up a little collection for you and you should find it convenient to desert—" "'Ear, 'ear," says a lot of voices. "Bravo, Joe." "Oh, desert, is it?" says Bill. "And where are we going to desert to?" "Well, that we leave to you," says Joe. "There's many a ship short-handed as would be glad to pick up sich a couple of prime sailormen as you and Bob." "Ah, and what about our black faces?" says Bill, still in the same sneering, ungrateful sort of voice. "That can be got over," says Joe. "'Ow?" says Bill and Bob together. "Ship has nigger cooks," says Joe, slapping his knee and looking round triumphant. It's no good trying to do some people a kindness. Joe was perfectly sincere. Nobody could say but what it wasn't a good idea, but of course Mr. Bill Cousins must consider himself insulted. I can only suppose that the trouble he'd gone through had affected his brain. Likewise Bob Pullens. Anyway, that's the only excuse I can make for 'em. To cut a long story short, nobody had any more breakfast, and no time to do anything until them two men were scrounged up in a corner and held there unable to move. "I'd never have done 'em," says the carpenter after it was all over, "if I'd known they was going to carry on like this. They wanted to be done." "The mate'll half murder 'em," says Ted Hill. "He'll have 'em sent to jail, that's what he'll do," says Smith. "It's a serious matter to go ashore and commit assault and battery on the mate." "You're all in it," says the voice of Bill from the floor. "I'm going to make a clean breast of it. Joe Smith put us up to it, the carpenter blacked us, and the others encouraged us." "Joe got the clothes for us," says Bob. "I know the place he got 'em from, too." The ingratitude of those two men was such that at first we decided to have no more to do with them, but better feelings prevailed. We held a sort of meeting to consider what was best to be done, and everything that was suggested one of them two voices from the floor found fault with and wouldn't have, and at last we had to go up on deck with nothing decided upon, except to swear hard and fast as we knew nothing about it. "The only advice we can give you," says Joe, looking back at him, "is to stay down here as long as you can." Almost the first person we see on the deck was the mate, and a pretty sight he was. He'd got a bandage round his left eye and a black ring round the other. His nose was swelled and his lip cut, but the other officers were making such a fuss over him that I think he rather gloried in it than otherwise. "Where's them other two hands?" he says, by and by, glaring out of his black eye. "Down below, sir, I believe," says the carpenter, all of a tremble. "Go and send 'em up," says the mate to Smith. "Yes, sir," says Joe, without moving. "Well, go on then," roars the mate. "They ain't over and above well, sir, this morning," says Joe. "Send 'em up, confound you," says the mate, limping towards him. Well, Joe gave his shoulders a helpless sort of shrug, and walked forward and bawled down the forecastle. "They're coming, sir," he says, walking bayed to the mate just as the skipper came out of his cabin. We all went on with our work as hard as we knew how. The skipper was talking to the mate about his injuries, and saying unkind things about Germans, when he give a sort of a shout and staggered back, staring. We just looked round, and there was them, two blackamoors, coming slowly toward us. "Good heavens, Mr. Fingal!" says the old man. "What's this?" I never see such a look on any man's face as I saw on the mate's then. 3 times he opened his mouth to speak, and shut it again without saying anything. The veins on his forehead swelled up tremendous, and his cheeks was all blown out purple. "That's Bill Cousins's hair," says the skipper to himself. "It's Bill Cousins's hair. It's Bill Cous—" Bob walked up to him, with Bill lagging a little way behind, and then he stops just in front of him, and fetches up a sort of little smile. "Don't you make those faces at me, sir," roars the skipper. "What do you mean by it? What have you been doing to yourselves?" "Nothin', sir," says Bill humbly. "It was done to us." The carpenter, who was just going to cooper up a cask which had started a bit, shook like a leaf, and gave Bill a look that would have melted a stone. "Who did it?" says the skipper. "We've been the victims of a cruel outrage, sir," says Bill, doing all he could to avoid the mate's eye, which wouldn't be avoided. "So I should think," says the skipper. "You've been knocked about too." "Yes, sir," says Bill, very respectful. "Me and Bob was ashore last night, sir, just for a quiet look round, when we was set on to by 5 furriners." "What?" says the skipper, and I won't repeat what the mate said. "We fought 'em as long as we could, sir," says Bill. "Then we were both knocked senseless, and when we came to ourselves we was messed up like this 'ere." "What sort of men were they?" asked the skipper, getting excited. "Sailor men, sir," says Bob, putting in his spoke. "Dutchies or Germans, or something of that sort." "Was there one tall man, with a fair beard?" says the skipper, getting more and more excited. "Yes, sir," says Bill, in a surprised sort of voice. "Same gang," says the skipper. "Same gang as knocked Mr. Fingal about. You may depend upon it, Mr. Fingal, it's a mercy for you didn't get your face blacked too." I thought the mate would ha' burst. I can't understand how any man could swell as he swelled without bursting. "I don't believe a word of it," he says at last. "Why not?" says the skipper sharply. "Well, I don't," says the mate, his voice trembling with passion. "I have my reasons." "I suppose you don't think these two poor fellows went and blacked themselves for fun, do you?" says the skipper. The mate couldn't answer. "And then went and knocked themselves about for more fun?" says the skipper, very sarcastic. The mate didn't answer. He looked round helpless like, and see the third officer swapping glances with the second, and all the men looking sly and amused, and I think if ever a man saw he was done, he did at that moment. He turned away and went below, and the skipper, after reading us all a little lecture on getting into fights without reason, said the two chaps below again, and told them to turn in and rest. He was so good to 'em all the way home, and took sich an interest in seeing 'em change from black to brown, from light brown to spotted lemon, that the mate daren't do nothing to them, but gave us their fair share of what he owed them, as well as an extra dose of our own. End of section 12, read by Inkell. End of Light Freights by W. W. Jacobs.